Good morning, delegates, ladies and gentlemen delegates. We're going to start the 5th thematic roundtable dedicated to SDG 17, partnerships to achieve the goals. I'd like to invite Emilia Ruiz Revelo, the Secretary General of Planning of Ecuador, to moderate the panel. Emilia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, good morning, everyone. It is for me an honor to chair this high-level panel and a fundamental pillar for compliance of the 2030 Agenda SDG 17, the alliances to achieve SDGs. The success of SDGs depends not only on the individual efforts, governments, civil society, enterprise, but the ability to work together, determining strategic partnerships inclusive and effective. In an interconnected world, cooperation among sectors and countries is key to mobilize resources, share knowledge, and generate innovative solutions that will help us to move ahead sustainably and equitably. And according to what we've seen this week, only about 23% of SDG goals are on the way to be met, and 36% are really stalled. For SDG 17, 37% of the targets are trending to be met. An outlook regarding the achievement of targets linked to financing for sustainable development in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have not been very encouraging due to the restriction of mobilization of domestic resources due to various factors, low growth, high levels of debt, and the low fiscal load. Most countries of the region consider themselves to be medium to high, which has led to a stalling of donations and assigning each time greater relevance to loans with certain degree of concessions such as the modalities. International cooperation is key to mobilize resources, and funds coming from developed countries are an option of supplementary policy to extend financing. And in this sense, from Ecuador, and I would dare say this is something that we will share here in this panel, we firmly believe it is essential to have alliances among various players and situate the 2030 agenda at the heart of policies and actions. These alliances should be built based on the same principles and values and have common goals. Today, we have the privilege of having authorities and experts who will share their vision and experience in the construction of these alliances. We will reflect on the progress made, challenges faced, and what we have to strengthen collaboration at national, regional, international level. And with this in mind, I welcome all panelists and invite you to share your views on how to enhance SDG 17 and make reality of a truly reality-changing tool. We have an ample panel, and so please, in your interventions, keep them no more than 8 minutes.
That said, I would like to start giving the floor to Mr. Paul Chet Green, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda. Please, go ahead. Thank you. Allow me to greet all the colleagues here in the panel, and Detlak for inviting me to share my knowledge with all this group and previous days as well. And also greet Madam Chair for your work that I know it's going to be important. And as yesterday, I want to speak in English. It's my native tongue. With the exception of the greetings and the good morning, I will now move to English.
I have opted today to focus on the attainment of SDG 17 within the context of international trade and multi-stakeholder partnerships. I think that this angle to the subject is quite timely, given today's dynamics. I think it's relevant as we together look at the challenges with which we face in our hemisphere and by extension the world. The wider issues of partnerships to achieve the SDG 17, it is quite an expansive subject. But again, I crave your indulgence to allow me today and our audience to allow me to examine SDG 17 through the lenses of international trade. I want to do so with respect to my own country, Antigua Barbuda, the wider Caribbean area, and of course, I will seek to include realities affecting Latin America. SDG 17 emphasizes the importance of partnerships for achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, underscoring interconnectedness and cooperation among stakeholders. Let us therefore look at the SDG 17 as it relates to opportunities in international trade. One of the key areas for fostering partnerships is undoubtedly international trade. By promoting trade policies that align closely with our SDGs, we can tackle issues such as poverty reduction, environmental sustainability, and economic equality. In the Caribbean and by extension Latin America, current trade policies often impose tariffs that work against these goals, creating barriers that hinder economic growth and sustainability. It is therefore time to rethink the whole notion of trade tariffs. And instead of imposing trade tariffs, I humbly posit that the time is right for us to reduce trade barriers. Lowering these barriers will facilitate increased market access for Caribbean and Latin American nations, empowering local economies, and enhancing trade relationships on a global scale. Such reforms will pave the way for fairer trade practices and will only serve to uplift vulnerable populations. We can create partnerships through sustainable global supply chains. Emphasizing sustainable global supply chains can also work towards benefiting fair trade practices. And by focusing on sustainability, we will support not only the environment, but also the most vulnerable communities. Fair trade initiatives ensure that producers receive a fair price for their goods while creating better economic opportunities and reducing poverty in local communities. Effective partnerships must include innovation, digital trade, and e-commerce. In today's digital age, innovation and technology play a very crucial role in facilitating trade. And e-commerce provides new avenues for small and medium-sized enterprises, not only Antigua Barbuda, but the wider Caribbean and Latin America, to reach international markets. As a consequence, we must embrace digital trade to enhance competitiveness, dismantle barriers, and create opportunities for economic development. Madam Moderator, fellow panelists, there's absolutely no denying that our success in achieving SDG 17 must place a premium on multi-stakeholder partnerships for global food security. Addressing global food security requires a collaborative approach. Multi-stakeholder partnerships involving governments, private sector, civil society, and communities are all essential. By working together on agricultural initiatives to align with the SDG 17, we can improve food security systems and ensure access to nutritious and affordable foods for all. As I close, I wish to reiterate my country's firm commitment to the achieving of SDG 17. Antigua and Barbuda stands firmly committed. Our nation recognizes that partnerships are key to fostering socioeconomic resilience and overcoming challenges faced by Caribbean and Latin America. We commit to actively participate in regional, global forums to advocate for policies supporting sustainable trade and cooperative approaches to development. It is my considered opinion that the effective implementation of SDG 17, whether it be in an Antigua-Barbuda context, a Caribbean context, or wider Latin American context, necessitates a collective commitment to international trade, to innovation, and to multi-stakeholder partnerships. By working together collaboratively, lowering trade barriers and promoting sustainable practices, we can create a more equitable and prosperous future for all our citizens, ultimately making strides towards alleviating poverty and enhancing environmental sustainability. As I promised from the start, my focus on this very important SDG 17 is a look at it through the lenses of international trade, where partnerships are quintessential to the realization of not only 17, but of all the SDGs goals. And so I posit to you this morning from St. John's, Antigua, on behalf of the Caribbean, taking into consideration Latin American realities, which are very common, our need to forge stronger partnerships and, of course, greater connectivity between our nations. If it pleases you.
Muchas gracias, señor Chet.
Thank you, Mr. Chet. Precisely the importance of bringing to the table cooperation on international trade in order to achieve not only SDG 17, but analyze trade barriers that we have in order to have a more just trade. Now, Mr. William Diaz, Director General of International Cooperation, General Agency of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Investments from Cuba. Thank you, Madam Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this panel on SDG 17. I extend my greetings to the panel colleagues with whom we have excellent cooperation partnerships. We equally recognize that in view of the achievement of SDGs, this forum is the regional mechanism to promote partnerships, and it shows how the UN system for development and states can work unitedly, coherently towards SDGs in an environment prioritized by capacity building of developing countries on equal conditions and respecting sovereignty and self-determination of member states. Currently, the world is facing serious challenges to achieve on time the 17 SDGs. The gap between demand of resources necessary for achieving targets and availability of it continues to be deep, increases vulnerability of developing countries, particularly for countries like in special situations, small developing island states or middle-income countries. The international situation affirms the need of strengthening the means of the agenda of 2030 and partnerships to achieve SDGs. Latin America and the Caribbean, in spite of progress in several economic variables, continues to be the most unequal region of the world, with economic polarization, where global policy problems like poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, and deaths due to preventable diseases. At the same time, our region, Caribbean countries, we are exposed to negative impacts of climate change, and therefore the very limited available resources have to be addressed to these ecological situations, and thus slowing down the achievement of the 2030 agenda, starting from the fact that all countries from Latin America and the Caribbean have successful experiences to share. We believe we need to establish synergies to promote South-South and triangular cooperation, but always as a supplement to the North-South cooperation and not replacing it. Latin America and the Caribbean have the potential as a region to build its own value chains, promote effective integration and cooperation, and maximum leveraging of resources and potential, being a region that's rich in natural resources, in potential of technological and innovation capacities. But it calls for external resources for this. Today, more than ever, we are concerned about how far it is to achieve a world based on multilateralism, cooperation, and fair rules. Imposing restrictive measures on trade is ever more common, subsidies and protectionism. And what's worse, the imposition of bilateral measures that are incompatible with the UN Charter. Cuba is a developing and small island state of the Caribbean, sharing the climatic, logistic, and natural challenges of the region. At the same time, we are subject to tax imposed by the main global power for more than 60 years. The economic, financial blockade of the U.S. government to Cuba is the main obstacle for our country to implement the 2030 agenda. In spite of this the country persists in implementing an inclusive and sustainable development model and endorses SDGs as a state commitment. For that, the development strategy of Cuba, our economic and social plan until 2030, supports 6 axes: strengthening government institutions and the macroeconomic environment, promote productive transformation and international insertion, expand coverage and improve quality and competitiveness of infrastructure, and effective provision of services, leveraging human potential, science, technology, innovation, seeking to connect science with economy, promoting the implementation of the National Environmental Strategy and the State Plan for facing climate change, the improvement of the environmental quality in the country, disaster reduction, and reinforce the human development, social justice as essential pillars of our model. For Cuba, financing for development and identifying partners in economic and cooperation relations is marked by the impact of the blockade imposed on us. Our country is limited to benefit on equal conditions of the advantages of world trade and financial flows internationally, including direct foreign investment. If we add to that the social and economic impact of the pandemic and climate change, as well as the fact that Cuba is classified as middle income, it's easy to understand the difficulties we have to move forward. But the country seeks to leverage internal potential with priority goals in order to make more dynamic our exports, increase attracting direct foreign investment, develop the financial system, and explore other sources for financing. The country has a long-standing relationship with the several countries and with the UN system for development that has allowed us to work from cooperation in the economic social development until 2030. The cooperation framework of 2020-2024 extended to 2025 encompasses the 6 areas of priority of our strategic planning as a country that I have mentioned. In parallel, Cuba cooperates with other states and economic agencies, particularly the regional integration of Latin America and the Caribbean, and partnerships among southern countries as well as with other relevant players as part of the needs to reach SDGs. Dear colleagues, Cuba makes available its modest resources and experiences, where solidarity and cooperation is an intrinsic component of foreign policy of Cuba, and particularly South-South and triangular cooperation as means to implement the 2030 agenda. In this line of thinking, currently 1,500,000 Cuban professionals have provided professional and technical services in more than 160 countries of all continents. In 2024, Cuba offered its cooperation to 61 countries with the participation of more than 26 cooperators, and most of them was done in the health sector for risk reduction before natural disasters. The country shares its experience with the due consideration of national needs. Our country, loyal to solidarian principles of international cooperation, underscores the importance of alliances, partnerships with different stakeholders to achieve SDGs, and ratifies its commitment with the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for sharing today the different actions that you are conducting from Cuba to promote the alliance, partnerships, and achieving the 2030 Agenda. We continue with Amalia Dolores Garcia Medina, Senator and President of the Special Commission of Monitoring of the 2030 Agenda in Mexico. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you. I greet this special meeting for the opportunity to share reflections, thoughts, and see the present and the future. I would like to share the fact that only some weeks ago, I was in Texas, and to prepare for that trip, I decided to inoculate and have the vaccine because there is a measles epidemic in that place. Why do I mention this fact, which is so unique? Because we have lived a pandemic recently impacting the whole planet. COVID-19 was expressed with losses of employment, close down of companies, of enterprises, strong impact and commotion in the financial, international, economic arena. So this shows that this world is interconnected, and those institutions that were created after the Second World War, especially with the Bretton Woods Agreement, set the foundation in order to strengthen dialogue among the different nations. And this has been a key basis enabling different governments and countries of the planet to build, to contribute to institutions that have allowed for cooperation,
especially UN systems and the International Fund and the World Bank. They have allowed us to make headway, but we are now going through tremendous challenges. We see that there is a review on the rules that we have lived with for many decades now. Protectionism is one of the elements that are now present in the conversations during the last few weeks. It is also present. We also hear about isolation. There are things that have strengthened us, but they have also allowed us to go forward in protecting human rights and with a progressive agenda that has brought rights to mankind. I'm talking about everything having to do with women, with civil society organizations, and for causes that had not been part of the initial agendas that came about after the Second War. The challenge is to build a new international order in the middle of this tremendous uncertainty we're facing. What are the challenges that we face as institutions or as country? We've already heard here that we are facing slow progress vis-a-vis 2030 agenda. Only 17% of the goals have been met, and we have the summit of Sevilla, Belém do Pará, Qatar summit. These are the instruments that are available so as to continue. But this is now facing tremendous challenges. As we have heard here in talking about foreign trade, there are institutions such as the World Trade Organization that are being displaced, and the tariff policy as imposed by the U.S. government has been done without building consensus that may strengthen relationships abroad or globally. So the question is, what is the role of those of us who are under United Nations? Why we must strengthen multilateralism, international cooperation, dialogue, strengthening our institutions is what we can do to go forward. As Maria Zambrano, the Spanish philosopher, said, what we must ask is, what is the responsibility for each generation? And the responsibility for each generation is to build bridges into the future for the future generations, putting in the middle conditions that may build hope. When we talk about climate change, we are talking about something that affects every single person and all of mankind. We now wish to put into the center what UN has built. As Amartya Sen said, what we have to think about is this concept of the human being. When we put our capabilities and the skills of the World Health Organization, we question, is health that important? When we question education, and to UNESCO, the question is education fundamental to ensure human development? Education, health, these will set the groundwork for freedom and for the development so as to be able to live as human beings. Joseph Stiglitz says that inequality is not inevitable. The possibility of facing this inequality lies within us. That is why today, from Mexico, we appreciate the invitation to be here. Strengthening alliances is a sine qua non for states, for parliaments, and we must encourage this dialogue. Private initiative enterprises are equally important together with civil society. That is to say multi-stakeholder strength, and thus we will be able to face these challenges. There are conquests that we have reached within these institutions where we have participated, like here today. Multilateralism and alliances between all of these players will allow us to face the current scenario. So we hope that this will be made stronger and that we'll continue working towards that consolidation. Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for your reflections. Indeed, the dialogue and partnerships are much needed in order to go forward in getting multi-stakeholders to participate. I now hand over to Mr. Oliver Nazar, who will bring us the perspective of the French Agency for Development. Thank you, moderator. And I will continue with Mr. Green's idea because I will continue now in English.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today to speak about SDG 17 and partnerships, a topic which is very dear to us at Agence Française de Développement, France's bilateral bank for development. Let me begin with some words of context that we've already mentioned quite a lot this morning and throughout the past few days. As we all know, there is a deep crisis underway with geopolitical fragmentation and growing environmental disasters feeding into isolationism in many parts of the world. One of the symptoms of this crisis is the questioning of international solidarity, even as so much remains to be done with little time to do it. Nothing says it better than the 8th report on regional progress for Latin America and the Caribbean, published by CEPAL for this forum. And as we've mentioned already quite a lot this morning, at this pace, only close to 80% of the SDG targets will not be achieved by 2030, with almost a third actually moving away from the target. This forces us to respond with better and more efficient cooperation. And as already mentioned this morning, partnerships are key. Now, this is actually quite logical. Given the magnitude of the challenges at hand, there is no one actor on his own that can successfully overcome them. Nor has any actor on his own the resources that are required to overcome them. Only collective action through a more just and equitable international multilateral system can allow us to be successful. The question is then, how do we go about it? How do we mainstream cooperation? How do we pull more resources faster to work towards achieving the SDGs? And at AFD, we have set up 3 key lines of actions, derived from one, the mandate that the French state has given us, and also from international agreements such as the Pact for the Future. These 3 lines of actions are mobilizing finance, mobilizing civil society, and mobilizing technical expertise and knowledge. Regarding finance, the goal is ultimately to ensure that the international financial system is aligned with sustainability objectives. And AFD is pushing in several directions to play its part in this. First, we are committed to increasing the share of financing that we provide in tandem with other partners, which allows us for strong leverage. Already, about half of AFD's financing operations annually are done alongside another partner. And the aim is to do more, and we are therefore looking to diversify the pool of allies that we work with, for example, by reaching out to philanthropy or pension funds. We also aim to foster enhanced cooperation and dialogue between multilateral, regional, and national and local development banks. We indeed believe that they can play a key role in mainstreaming vast resources towards the SDGs. At the global level, public development banks hold more than 23 trillion USD in assets, and they represent more than 10% of annual investment. In Latin America and the Caribbean, these figures amount to 600 billion USD in assets, but only close to 3% of annual investment, so there is room to do more. Our support to the development bank community takes 2 shapes. We host the secretariats of the 2 largest development bank networks, IDFC and FICS, which are enablers for mainstreaming sustainable finance best practices, and we also directly finance public institutions. In 2024, for example, we provided more than 800 million euros to development banks in Latin America, and have been working with institutions like BNDES in Brazil, ICETEX in Colombia, and Banco Popular in Costa Rica. Finally, regarding finance, we are also working towards mobilizing the vast resources of the private sector. And we do so by directly financing corporate entities, but also by helping to set up normative frameworks that shape the flows of private finance, like green or social taxonomies, for example. And this is very important because a preliminary step to increasing the mobilization of private resources towards the SDGs is to have SDG-related financial instruments that are available on the market. And these need to be well regulated and well defined if we want to avoid green or social washing. The second line of action of AFD is to support the mobilization of civil society. And we are doing this in several ways. Directly with financial support to NGOs, as we did, for example, at COP16 in Cali, where we financed public workshops to showcase local NGO initiatives regarding citizen participation in environmental management, as well as the role of women and Afro-descendant communities in caring for the environment. And indirectly, by carrying out awareness campaigns anytime we can, including in France, to present the SDGs, climate change, and what the challenges are and our action is. Now, awareness campaigns are increasingly important, and this has been mentioned quite a lot over the past few days. Indeed, the distrust against international cooperation and solidarity, which I already spoke about, is often fueled by powerful disinformation campaigns, which need to be responded to. Finally, we put at AFD a strong emphasis on mobilizing technical expertise and knowledge. And I'll use here an example that we've been doing with CEPAL. So I'll give a hats off to the institution that is receiving us today. We've been financing work for several years in Mexico, Colombia, and more recently in Brazil, to work on the elaboration of macroclimate modeling tools that allow national authorities to better comprehend the potential economic impacts of the global energy transition. Ultimately, these models allow national authorities to test policies that can help their countries face climate change. It is important to highlight that we do not carry these projects on our own, in Paris or here in Santiago, without involving national stakeholders. The latter are mobilized throughout the project to help with the calibration of the models in this particular case, so that they reflect national specificities. By co-constructing the models with national authorities, we also aim to transfer the know-how and provide training when needed. This allows administrations to become the ultimate proprietors of the models and use them or build upon them as they see fit in the future. I will stop here and leave you hopefully with a clear message of AFD's unaltered commitment to multilateralism, international cooperation, and international solidarity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Najar, for sharing everything that AFD is conducting in assistance of our countries through the three pillars in mobilizing finances, supporting civil society, and knowledge and training. Thank you. I will now call on Mr. Ander Arredondo, officer from the Support, Coordination and Planning Division from the Ibero-American Secretary, CEGIB. Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with such important players to talk about the progress of SDG 17. As we've heard here, we are now 5 years till 2030, and there are tremendous challenges we're facing. The same goes for SDG 17. ECLEC's report that was here submitted contains relevant information on the pros and cons related to SDGs in the region. At CEGIP, we are optimistic in looking at what has been reached with SDG 17 in the region, especially in terms of the mobilization of additional financial resources. We have direct foreign investment and remittances have put at a standstill the taxes, and we are also looking at the national plans for SDGs. CEGIP has been working with this, and the idea is to support local skills to develop data and statistics. Here, CEGIP is a relevant player as well, with statistical data on South-South and triangular cooperation in Ibero-America. We still see, though, that there are challenges in reaching most SDGs, especially 17, are still tremendous in the region. there are several goals that are not reaching positive implementation, especially in assistance towards development. We haven't been able to create innovative instruments. We still have high levels of public debt and the complex context now in terms of foreign trade, as well as keeping up the activities related with development. In short, quite clearly, we need to create deeper, inclusive partnerships to meet these goals. I'd like now to tell you why CEGIP and Ibero-American Cooperation is here present. CEGIP is a protagonism in multiplayer partnerships in Ibero-America. That means that SDG 17 has to do with the creation of partnerships. And that means that it's our DNA. For more than 30 years, we have been forging these alliances towards the development of the region. I'd like to briefly emphasize 5 signs that identify us. First of all, the Ibero-American cooperation is regional. It involves 2 regions, Latin America and Europe. It's a horizontal cooperation where all Ibero-American countries have the same level for vote and for capabilities. It is also a cooperation that is settled on partnerships and with a lot of experience. And we are into multi-player collaboration. This is a cooperation that aims to encourage transforming public policies and working with fora and debating many countries. And our Latin American cooperation is innovative and of great quality. As you can see at CEGIP, we coordinate Ibero-American cooperation that works with 22 countries. And these countries work in turn with other countries in the region. And our backbone is the 2030 Agenda. Here, we can see how Ibero-American cooperation acts as a platform to favor multiplayer partnerships. And this with 2 dimensions. You can see a multi-level one and a multi-stakeholder. At the first one, our action goes from the citizenship going through local regional governments up to national Ibero-American governments and international organizations. Our cooperation is also multi-stakeholder. We work with civil society, with government agencies, international organizations, universities, and whatever player that may contribute with SDGs.
I will not elaborate on this, but to give you examples of how we coordinate actions, multi-stakeholder and multi-level, I would merely like to say that Iberian-American cooperation is grouped in these 4 categories. Projects of CEGIP, the programs, initiatives, and projects subscribed to Iberian-American cooperation, Iberian-American networks, and coordination with other Iberian-American organizations such as the International Youth Organization or the Iberian American Organization of Social Security, among others. And what has Iberian-American cooperation achieved within the framework of SDGs? Some examples. We're aware that we need to offer greater outcomes in terms of how we work with these partnerships to achieve these aims. And so at CEGIP, we've just ended the study on the specificities and scope of Iberian-American cooperation and contributions to the 2030 Agenda, the outcomes of which we're hoping to soon share on our website, and I'm sure will be of interest to the stakeholders here. One of the main outcomes of the study is to examine how the Iberian-American cooperation is contributing to these partnerships. First, our regional cooperation has become an instrument for global governance. The Iberian Conference is a space for deliberation and dialogue, and an important generator of regulatory agreements and consensus and common values. This regional cooperation is in itself furthering multi-stakeholder partnerships. We have partnerships among many different stakeholders, public and private, making use of cultural, socioeconomic, and other ties among participating countries. And also, this study has shown a very high cost-benefit relationship. There are aid for all the region, 145 million euros a month, may seem a restricted amount, but the stakeholders involved, country, civil society, among others, appreciate the efficacy of our instruments for cooperation. Briefly, I would like to mention some concrete examples of the contribution by Iberian-American cooperation to the 2030 agenda. Some key actions, such as the multilateral Iberian-American social security agreement that allows workers funds in Iberian-American countries may be recognized for pensions in any country thanks to the coordination of national systems related to pensions. The regional program for recognizing women affected by gender violence, the Iberian-American program for South-South cooperation that has allowed having valuable and consolidated information on South-South cooperation in the region, and the Iberian-American Disability Card recently passed at the last Iberian-American Summit held last year in Ecuador, and that simplifies recognition of disability in the 22 Iberian-American countries and cooperation made in the cultural Iberian-American space. The Iberian-American Charter of Principles and Rights of Digital Settings and the environmental agenda is now negotiated, and that will contain strategic ways of addressing the issues related to climate change in the region. The HIB is also providing support as a technical secretary for the Iberian-American Conference to countries in order to find alternative financing for development, and we have recently cooperated with ECLAC in this sphere. And ultimately, and as you can see from the study on the impact of Iberian-American cooperation on the 2030 agenda, there are several things that can be concluded. Iberian-American cooperation has become or generates instruments for regional governance, and that our programs and projects do contribute to design national policies that are social and related to SDGs, and that programs and projects contribute to the design of national policies to address environmental policies, agenda, culture, knowledge, and innovation, and above all, that cooperation, Iberian-American cooperation, includes stakeholders aside, public sector institutions at national level. These are some of the examples showing that our Iberian-American cooperation is a catalyzer for SDG 17 and works for the attainment of all other goals integrally. We're aware that there is still a long way to go, and at HIB, we will continue our work in the region to contribute to the 2030 agenda in its full breadth. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Arredondo, for sharing the work done at HIB for more than 30 years now as a platform for multi-stakeholder, multi-level actions, which is necessary for integral public policy contributing to the 2030 agenda. I now am honored to recognize Dick Mayer, Director General for Multilateral Development, Transformation and Climate Policy, Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ of Germany, who is with us online.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. Good morning, Excellencies, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I feel a great honor for me to briefly speak to you today on behalf of the German government. And as a political disclaimer, actually, I would like to echo very much what my Mexican colleague and my French colleague very much stated, and saying that the German government Also, the new government, the new German government, is committed and will be committed to strengthening multilateralism, as you could see it in the Pact of the Future, the World Bank reform, but also in our engagement when it comes to finance for development, and in strengthening the rule of law instead of the right of the strongest, and seeing the question of SDGs in a strong cooperation. So full stop by that as a necessary political disclaimer in these times. It won't surprise you when I say the 2030 agenda has seen happier times. Nevertheless, the German government is convinced that the fundamental conditions for implementing the 2030 agenda in the region and globally are still right. And in that, we are completely committed to work whatever we can to strengthen the 2030 agenda. We work not, our close and trusting cooperation has been ongoing for more than 6 decades. We work not only with 6 partner countries, but also with the numerous partners at a regional level. A particularly important partner in this regard is ECLAC, with which we have enjoyed a trusting relationship for over 3 decades. The conditions for our partnership with Latin America and the Caribbean are good ones when it comes to the words biodiversity, when it comes to climate-friendly energy production, when it comes to strong and strengthened civil society movements, when it comes to the role of gender. These parameters form the basis for our 3 development policy priorities with Latin America and the Caribbean, as there is just transition, fostering good governance, peace and democracy, and fostering just societies through feminist development policy. How do these regional approaches relate to achieving the 2030 agenda goals? And what does this specifically mean for Goal 17, the partnerships for achieving the goals? First of all, let me assure you, in spite of faltering support we see from a range of governments worldwide, Germany stays fully committed to the 2030 agenda. We are convinced that global challenges such as climate change can only be tackled cooperatively. You cannot ban climate change. And I mention climate as it is in these days a very political term. We cannot ban climate change from your country. You cannot close your borders to the floods caused by it. So it is in every country's own interest to find global solutions. What does this mean for Goal 17 in particular? First of all, solutions to global problems must be tailored to the needs of the respective region. The guidelines for this panel are refreshingly clear with regards to the needs of Latin America and the Caribbean. Against the backdrop of insufficient public revenues and low investment rates, it is essential to mobilize both domestic and external resources to finance sustainable and inclusive environmental, social, and economic development. And I already just mentioned the Finance for Development conference in Spain mid this year. Not least because we are experiencing a strong pushback against international cooperation. More and more sub-targets of the Goal 17 are at risk. I would therefore like to mention very briefly 2 examples that underscore Germany's development policy commitment to strengthening Goal 17. First is the close cooperation with ECLAC. A closer analysis of your portfolio has shown that we are working on no fewer than 7 sub-targets of Goal 17. This includes, for example, advising governments on how to increase their revenue base. We are strengthening policy coherence by opening up dialogue to include subnational actors and regions. Here, Germany as a federal state can contribute particularly important experience. And it is important to me to emphasize that we respect our partners' national policy approaches. Advice and dialogue always take place at the request of an ECLAC member state. Second and last example is the Hamburg Sustainability Conference. This gathering was launched by the German Development Ministry specifically with the aim of supporting the goals of the 2030 agenda its networking character makes it an important example of how to implement Goal 17. 120 states were present in Hamburg last year, including 11 heads of state and governments and numerous heads of international organizations and NGOs. More than 50 new agreements and alliances were agreed upon during the HSC 2024. I come from a region in Germany where we say that if something happens a second time, it establishes a tradition. That's why I'm very pleased that the Hamburg Sustainability Conference is becoming a living tradition this year. Its second edition will take place in Hamburg from 2nd to 3rd of June. 3 main forums will shape the HSC 2025, reshaping the international financial architecture. Secondly, unleashing investments for SDGs, and thirdly, leveraging transformation. These forums provide space for numerous new initiatives, new alliances, and networks that match the needs of Latin America and the Caribbean. In addition, the HSC connects international communities across sectors in hubs that change every year. I believe that the HSC 2025 hubs are of particular interest to Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to highlight the hubs for future cities, green logistics and mobility, retaining biodiversity, as responsible AI. Therefore, I would like to express my warm invitation and encouragement to participate in the HSC 25. My fellow panelists reflect the close relations that exist between Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm optimistic that despite strong headwinds, we will succeed, and I heard a lot of that already, in contributing to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda goals by strengthening our partnerships. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for sharing your thoughts and the close cooperation between Germany and the various countries of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. I highlight that without doubt, addressing climate change does require a joint and global action. Thank you. And now, the next speaker, I recognize Dima Al-Khatib, who is Director of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, and who will also be addressing us online.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished participants, and colleagues. I am extremely pleased to join you today in this discussion on the Partnership for the Goals. It is a very timely one, and coming at a time where strengthening partnerships is more critical than ever to accelerate the progress on the 2030 Agenda. And with SDG 17 underscoring the importance of inclusive and collaborative multi-stakeholder partnerships as critical means of implementing all other SDGs, South-South and triangular cooperation partnerships are means of implementations that are extremely important mechanisms to complement all existing efforts to bridge the SDGs gap. And this is a region that has extremely embraced and institutionalized these cooperation modalities, as we have heard from previous eminent speakers also. We do see a growing number of national development cooperation agencies actively pursuing South-South cooperation and triangle cooperation, as well as many inter-country collaborations, not to mention the regional forums and events around the topic, such as this important one today. And also, I want to also underscore what has been said. I mean, some of the development issues, such as climate change, require multi-country collaboration, and by default, South-South and triangle cooperation will definitely be a key vehicle to support these countries. And being home to emerging donor countries such as Brazil, such as Mexico, such as Colombia, some of the strongest South-South and triangle cooperation champions, the Latin America region serves as a vital hub for advocating and advancing South-South and triangle cooperation for Agenda 2030. Colleagues, also the recently presented ECLAC report highlights the current inhibitors to SDG progress in the region that includes financing shortfalls and gaps in international cooperation. It also emphasizes the strengthening of international and regional cooperation through multi-sectoral partnerships to accelerate knowledge sharing, sustainable technology transfer, and cross-border best practices. And South-South and Triangle cooperation partnerships are uniquely positioned to respond to these goals by facilitating exchange of knowledge, provision of technical expertise and capacity building initiatives, and enabling tailored technology transfers as well as mobilization of resources. I think that these partnerships enable countries to co-create sustainable solutions and accelerate SDG progress. Working closely with other UN entities, the office that I manage, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, actively supports member states in leveraging these cooperation modalities for the implementation of the SDGs through South-South and Triangle cooperation tools, resources, platforms, and knowledge products. And allow me today to share with you a few highlights and opportunities in support of the Latin America region. Starting by saying that the 2024 UN Secretary General's report on the state of South-South cooperation that our office prepares on a yearly basis emphasizes the need for the UN system to intensify its facilitation of exchange of good practices, successful policies, and innovative financing tools, such as green bonds and blended solutions through multi-stakeholder policy dialogues. Also, important to note that Colombia will be representing the Latin America region in the high-level committee on South-South cooperation as one of the vice presidents. This will be confirmed by the end of this month as we convene the high-level committee. And this is an opportunity to amplify also the voice and the needs of the countries in the region in key international forums and to advance South-South cooperation policymaking, translating recommendations into actionable strategies. Let me also mention that we also take into account many other global agendas that also particularly supports the Latin America region, such as the SIDS Abbas program. Our office is also actively working with the overall UN system as part of this interagency task force to work on monitoring and evaluation framework for the Abbas agenda and to ensure effective integration of South-South and Triangle cooperation. We are very much focused on support to data, but also support to the innovative solutions. In terms of financial mechanisms, as you may know, the UN Office for South-South Cooperation manages South-South and Triangle Cooperation trust funds that are entrusted to us by countries from the South. And this complements traditional financing. It's channeling investments into applicable and scalable projects and initiatives based on national priorities. And here I want to underpin that while these might be pilot and demonstration projects, but they are, definitely scalable and they are implemented by the multilateral system. And I think, benefiting from the best practices that come out of these initiatives is extremely important. The countries in the Latin America region have received 30% of all the trust fund allocation covering different thematic areas, including agriculture, agri-food industries, and their adaptation to climate change, as well as sustainable livelihood, among others. And what I want to also mention today, that we do have a digital platform. It's called Galaxy, South-South Galaxy. It is a global repository for South-South and Triangle cooperation and for partners and stakeholders to have access to more than 950 solutions from the Global South and across the different SDGs. And the platform also features 280 solutions from the LAC region, and including the EU Adelante program, which fosters triangle cooperation between Europe and Latin America and the Caribbean. It also features phenomenal practices led by countries from the LAC region, the country's development agencies. So good practices from other regions also are available, such as, for example, the China-Africa Business Council efforts to mobilize private sector investments for the SDGs. I know that the previous speaker spoke also about, the mobilization of the engagement of the private sector, and I think this is an extremely important angle. Also, our engagement with the Latin America region is with the UN Regional Development Coordination Office that has been extremely instrumental in integrating South-South and Triangle cooperation in several development planning and coordination tools, including, for example, the multi-country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the Caribbean Roadmap. And we have recently also undertaken a survey jointly with this regional office, and it revealed that 63% of the United Nations Resident Coordinator Office in the Latin America region report South-South and Triangle cooperation as a priority for their program country government, underscoring significant opportunities to scale these cooperation modalities. And I think this is a key entry point. Every country in the South has a UN system present. And if we manage to make sure that every UN system mainstreams and integrates South-South and Triangle cooperation as a complementary development cooperation mechanism, I think this will be a full optimization of the use of such modality. Not to mention that there would be a scope of collaboration between the different countries and among the different UN systems in support of that process. We as an office, we remained committed to partner with the region, particularly through the Regional South-South Cooperation Conference, but as well as with different other mechanisms such as the Resident Coordinators Regional Office, but also with the member states through different forums. And I'm sure that together we can definitely harness the power and the transformation power of South-South and Triangle cooperation to address and bridge the gap of the SDGs. I thank you and refer back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mrs. Al-Khatib, to say that South-South and Triangular cooperation is key to share the knowledge and transfer of innovative tools that will allow us to accelerate the achievement of the 2030 agenda in the last 5 years. As next speaker, I would like to give the floor to Javier Suraski, coordinator of the Department of International Cooperation of the Institute of International Relations of National University of La Plata. You have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. Greetings to the chair, to the representatives of different states and institutions in this house, colleagues, and everyone who is here to discuss SDG 17 partnerships, alliances. It's particularly important to speak about partnerships and take up the SDG 17 in the present international context. Cooperation and conflict have a dialectic relation. When we collaborate, there are opportunities of disagreement promoting conflict, but then we need to go back to cooperation in order to solve those disagreements and disputes. Recalling these basic principles is highly relevant in the present context, where we are marked by a regression to isolationism that has taken place this same week in the imposition of tariffs that we all know that was set by the administration of President Trump. There are elements of conflict or disagreement that jeopardize international cooperation. Furthermore, when there is aversion to conflict by some world leaders, therefore we are in the corner of unfavorable framework of international cooperation for development. What's the role of alliances or partnerships for sustainable development? And I must say that responses like complementing, supplementing, or contribute to that, or promote sustainable development is all or nothing. Do not have the accuracy, precision, or the operational direction we need in order to produce transformations. And if we say that we want to create alliances to implement the SDG 13 or fight against climate change or 30.2, With that, we solve the issue of precision and operationality of partnerships, well, a bit, but at the expense of paying a high price, which is to keep on placing sustainable development in small boxes that are not duly connected. How do we work on this situation? There are many elements. We could write a book on that. But because of time, we'll focus on one item that I think it's particularly important. When we see towards where the world is moving beyond these dynamics, we cannot omit the impact of digital technologies in general and AI in particular in our way of thinking, seeing, implementing, measuring sustainable development. Countries left behind today in matters of innovation, generation, and use of digital technologies will be very backward in the development at least for 1 century. The forms of society, economy, and organization are being reimagined in general as a result of the impact of technologies. And if we don't follow the wave and have be in the distribution of benefits, what we will ensure is that our lagging behind will last for many decades. There's a central place here for partnerships, not only thinking about the 2030 agenda, but in the sustainable development, which is the final target goal of the 2030 agenda. That's the important thing. And no one is interested in SDG 13. People are interested in putting an end to impacts of climate change. People do not want to live in poverty. So the objective is sustainable development, not the 2030 agenda. I mean, the agenda is most valuable, but it needs to be thought and imagined in a broader framework. And in Latin America, we've given important steps to work in alliances in issues dealing with digital technologies. For example, the program of disconnect of skills for employment in Latin America, chaired by IDB and Microsoft and Cisco and local educational organizations that reduced the digital gap in countries like Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay. In Costa Rica, the alliance between the Ministry of the Environment, UNDP, private sector, tourism, and indigenous communities implemented the program Payment for Environmental Services that strengthened the forest cover of the country, taking it from 26 to 52% in less than 30 years, using digital technologies as a support. But I think we need to go a step forward because the governance of AI is being discussed today, and Latin America doesn't have a united nor strong voice on this. And we need to manage to reach there, to have that voice, to have the capacities to have that voice. Why? Because we don't have the major companies of chips development or programming or software or AI are not here in the region. But none of those companies works without the energy and resources produced by Latin America and the Caribbean. So we manage part of the water that feeds on the AI. And I think this is something that the region needs to recognize and acknowledge in the international sphere, not only states, but rather together with academia, with the private sector, with the civil society, with the trade unions. That is going to be one of the most impacted sectors, that of the labor market, if Latin America doesn't become a protagonist of presently undergoing discussions within the framework of digital governance. And what to say of subjects like indigenous knowledge and the deferral of women in STEMs and biases of AI against women. We need a new type of alliance, and the need, it has to be a future-oriented alliance. It's not enough to think, how do we change things today? No, we are called to create alliances designed to transform the future, acting today, but imagining what future and knowing what future objectives are the ones we are seeking. I think that is the point where Latin America and the Caribbean can make a difference when we consider working partnerships. Those partnerships can make the difference for Latin America and the Caribbean to be placed in sustainable development in a much stronger, robust way about the future, thinking about our children, our youth, and future generations, as it has been our commitment in the Pact of the Future. I will close with a reminder, brief reminder. When Picasso was painting Guernica, he was visited regularly by officials of the government of Spain on how his work was moving on, because it was going to be exhibited in 1937 in the World Conference of Spain. And so he was visited for things to move forward on time. And once he was asked, look, you know Guernica, you know how complex it is. One of the said, what is it that you're painting there? And the answer of Picasso was, no, 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 you're painting it. So my question is, what are we painting? What are we painting? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suraski. You have underlined the importance of digital technologies and AI at this point for sustainable development, and for which you need to have the participation of different players of civil society. Finally, last but not least, Mr. Elias Chitniki, Secretary General Regional of Religions for Peace of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, Madam Chair. I greet the President of the meeting, the Secretary of the Commission, panel colleagues, and all those participants in the region. I thank the honor of being able to address you as representative of Religions for Peace of Latin America and the Caribbean, an interreligious alliance of the 23rd Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. In the last 2 decades, we are witnessing the rediscovery of religion in the United Nations after prolonged margination. However, although religion has never been absent in the development agenda, the link between religion and development was practically forgotten in the UN until the change of century. The present paradigm in the relation between religion and development was to a great extent related to the adoption of the Millennial Development Goals in the year 2000, with the identification of 8 objectives to be reached at 2015, poverty reduction as the main focus. Many faith players addressed the millennial goals with aspects related to religious teachings like love to your neighbor and solidarity with the marginated poor. So not only did they identify with the Millennial Development Goals agenda, but also sought the way to participate actively in achieving those objectives. Now, the Interagency Work Group on Religion and Sustainable Development of the UN, created in 2007, played a key role in the participation of faith actors in the process that led to the SDGs. In spite of the progress at the level of the United Nations, including this House, ECLAC, and the interreligious pre-forum within the framework of this meeting, and the inclusion of its final document in the space for the statements of multiple actors, there is still a lot to be done in order to fully guarantee the participation of faith actors. players. And on the other hand, there are agencies of the UN that omit the knowledge that these players of faith are very key in that recognition of religion should become, or that religion is important and should become a premise of theory and practice of sustainable development. The question of who is not at the table should guide all the cooperation between faith stakeholders and the UN. And even if they are included, there is a limited perspective excluding the wisdom and other faith traditions like dharmic, indigenous, and traditional ones. The SDGs depend on the joint action and effort of all, and this is a challenge for all communities of faith. They are called to collaborate among themselves, developing multi-religious narratives on SDGs. One example is Religions for Peace, the largest non-governmental organization of interreligious representatives. I am honored to represent here in Latin America and the Caribbean societies peaceful, just, inclusive, gender equality, empowerment, freedom of thinking, and religious global associations serve to respond to some of the most critical problems in achieving the SDGs, guided by the conviction that objectives, ambitious objectives, and complex problems are better addressed when different faith communities work together. Religions for Peace is a model that multi-religious common actions are not optional, but really absolutely necessary. In a region where 80% of persons continue identifying themselves with some faith community, we have an enormous strength for the sustainable development that is not leveraged to a great extent. If the UN and member states make efforts to reach the SDGs, the communities of faith could be the key to accelerate progress. The impact of religion in sustainable development can be profound and multifaceted. In essence, religion shapes the ethical and moral frameworks that guide human behavior and can influence in the way in which many people involve themselves with the SDGs. For example, religions defend respect for the dignity of all persons, eradication of poverty, and the protection of the environment. These are actions aligned with the SDGs very closely. However, the potential of religion to contribute to SDGs can go beyond these actions. Although the faith-based organizations provide structural support and resources for the implementation of SDGs, it is the voices of the religious leaders, the ones that inspire personal commitments that can have an influence in the achievement of SDGs. Likewise, in the base religious movements can motivate in the appropriation of SDGs and be engines for change. At the end of 2030, in a swing moment between the Millennium Development Goals and SDGs, and having the proposal of the 17 SDGs prepared by the Open Work Group, Religions for Peace of Latin America and the Caribbean convened with UNEP a regional meeting where the Interreligious Alliance was set up for the 2030 agenda of Latin America and the Caribbean, made up by the main faith-based organizations of the different beliefs of the region. As Interreligious Alliance for the 2030 agenda, we have committed to the transformative change in the lives of the poor, marginated, and excluded persons. And the 2030 agenda should become an inclusive model, considering the role of religion as an ally in the SDGs opens new perspectives to open the means of implementation and revitalize the World Alliance for Sustainable Development. As we have said, communities of faith do have the capacity of mobilizing persons and resources, many of them supporting SDGs. When integrating the religious perspectives in the process of SDGs, we can improve the feasibility of these SDGs. This approach is not only useful for the UN and member states, but for the communities of faith themselves.
Esfuerzos globales.
They can find ways to contribute to these efforts. In as much as we work together for a more sustainable future, the perspective offered by religion cannot be forgotten. It must be accepted as a valuable contribution in the implementation of SDGs. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yitniki, for your words. I now give the floor to the delegation. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you. Brazil believes that we must strengthen the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and boost partnerships for sustainable development. Global issues that affect all should also be addressed jointly. Thus, in 23, we brought about the National Commission for the Sustainable Goals, ACNUD, with parity representation with government and civil society. Through the work done, the Commission has a debate on SDG in all spheres of public administration and different sectors as well. This commission has supported the construction of a sound assessment and monitoring system of goals together with the technical consultative agencies, thus improving the processing of data related to SDG. We have many other initiatives that show how the partnerships contribute to the successful implementation of SDGs. We can mention, for example, the localization of the 2030 Agenda. The General Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic has set up an initiative, My Municipality for SDGs. Together with different institutions, this encourages mayors to align their own policies with SDGs. Another example is the institutional seal Brazil and 2030 Agenda. This is a communication strategy to disseminate SDGs throughout the country. We can also talk about the public ministry has followed with UNDP and the other programs that have been created by civil society for the voluntary certification of government action, company, entrepreneur action, and others that have brought in concrete evidence in meeting SDGs. These are just some of the examples of partnerships that show our commitments to the effective implementation of sustainable development that is inclusive and resilient. We are certainly willing to share our experiences and collaborate with our neighboring countries. Thank you, Brazil. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you. We believe that SDG 17, more than a goal, is really a necessary condition to make headway in all others. The cooperation and joining of efforts and consensus that should be the basis of our national and regional strategies. Costa Rica's experience shows that progress has been made thanks to a sustained alliance between different powers of the Republic. Here we've already talked about the importance of the participation of our parliaments, as well as of the private sector, universities, unions, uh, different movements from civil society, and many other agencies that are involved in this agenda. We hope that we can share this experience in the national dialogues afterwards. But I wanted to very quickly refer to PPPs. These are being developed in detail in Chapter 4 of ECLEC's report. We believe that this holds many elements that deserve our attention. They're very useful for the work that is being conducted in Costa Rica. We do have an executive order that develops public-private partnerships, PPPs, and they are so qualified, PPPs, PPPs for development. These are not traditional contracts. These are agreements for cooperation that are nonprofit. The idea is to have solidarity, transparency, efficiency, sustainability, and citizen participation throughout this process. We are still in the beginning of this, but we already have projects that have been successful, and some of our projects are part of international cooperation. We have worked with other foundations, such as Aliarte Foundation, that this week was present in one of the side events. Another agency in Costa Rica is the Association of Companies for Development. They have also been involved. We believe that the private sector's contribution towards development can, aside from resources, provide good management and efficiency. We will continue working, especially from the Foreign Affairs Ministry, because they have a strategy in order to boost ATPD. That's what we call it. We believe that it's important for countries to continue working in creating better conditions to face these challenges that the development agenda is bringing. We are also developing new ways to work together with different sectors in the implementation of SDGs. Thank you. Thank you, Costa Rica. Mexico, you have the floor. Good morning. I thank the efforts of the Secretariat and the panelists. I am one of the 4 representatives from civil society and defender of human rights. We are part of the Mexican delegation to this conference. We are now raising our voices because the implementation of SDGs now more than ever require partnerships. It requires bold commitments, a true cooperation and constant mobilization with individuals at the center as well as territories. Here, partnerships between the Mexican government, feminist movements, and the wide women's organizations are historical and very important to, for example, aid in sexual and reproductive education, as well as to help out women in cases of violence. As Amalia Garcia just said, these partnerships have been built over international commitments such as CEDAW, the International Conference on Population Development, Beijing, as well as Belém do Pará. It is thanks to constant work of these organizations on site and their capability to articulate things have started happening locally and nationally. And here we have a message to the organizations and other players, our civil society is waiting for you for the conference on women in August. We wish to mobilize, and only through collective action we will be able to change the commitments into tangible commitments to all. Only recently, in the preparation of the National Plan for Development 25-2030 under the current administration, space was made to hear proposals from the public. This wants a special republic for women and for youth. We are guiding policies in the next few years so as to follow up this in each stage. We know that the effort requires the engagement of all players. These are common challenges. As a young woman myself, I cannot forget the key role that we, the youth, have had throughout the Republic, mobilizing ourselves to bring in suggestions to the politicians and to the working table. And even with the help of our parents, we have delivered these proposals, making sure that our voices be heard. One of the best results of this collaboration has been the Pact for the Early Childhood, made up by more than 500 institutions that work so that uh, this may become a priority, holding the rights of babies as they are born onwards. Gender equality between 22 and 24, Mexico, together with Germany, became co-chair of the Coalition for Equal Rights, together with the Mexican organization Arcoiris and the German lesbian movement. This joins more than 40 countries, civil organizations, international agencies, and the private sector to protect the rights of LGBTQ1 plus. We must also share initiatives locally where the collaboration between authorities and community organizations have strengthened technical administrative capabilities. An example is the Municipal Organization of Community Servants for Water and Sanitation, OSCA, in Berrizabal, Chiapa. This is a public-community partnership. The government board is made up by people from communities who manage potable water for more than 12,000 inhabitants. This shows how, as of the collaboration with the communities, we are able to successfully respond to basic needs in rural areas. And finally, we wish to insist that we're not looking at different goals. This should all be seen as a connection. Each SDG is connected with others. Having been successful with one means we will be successful with others. The key is to recognize this interconnection between all SDGs. Mexico and all players, together with civil society, promise that we will continue promoting the creation of synergies at all levels so as to be able to achieve full sustainable development. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Peru, you're recognized. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, we'd like to thank this panel for these excellent presentations. As we have heard, 5 years until the goal, we are facing structural challenges and fewer geopolitical situation and different processes that makes it even more difficult to reach our goals. Peru, as we already said in our last national report, in order to go forward in terms of these goals, we have different trade agreements with different countries. We have developed many successful initiatives of collaboration between public agencies and foreign agencies. We have a national policy for international technical cooperation to consolidate the efficacy of technical resources from abroad. We'd like to show as the strengthening of our partnerships that Peru in 24 was able to encourage. I'm talking about an agenda that has to do with governance between SMEs, entrepreneur women, and we're also looking for initiatives to fight informality. This is a sample of how we can have multilateral successful cooperation in spite of uncertain international scenario. The success here was looking for common grounds whereby we could make headway. Another topic that I'd like to mention has to do with financing for development because it's fundamental. As has already been said here, during these days, we believe that the fourth conference Sevilla is indeed a turning point for a multidimensional focus to overcome the criterion of income per capita and that we may find a fair distribution of resources, looking for funds that may articulate efforts under the principle of global solidarity, recognizing the special vulnerabilities of our countries to address the challenges of sustainable development. And finally, Peru is holding many events, is attending many events such as this forum, because this allows us to share experiences, to hear about the success stories, so that we all to work together on the same direction. Thank you. Thank you, Peru. We now give the floor to you and agencies. Aknon, you have the floor. Good morning, distinguished delegates, panelists, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here on this important panel. We have heard a lot about resources and conditions to implement the 2030 agenda. We've also heard about the crises that we're facing. In the nearer horizon, we have something very important for alliances, the fourth conference on financing development. The result of that conference will affect the capability of many states, especially developing states, to meet their obligations in human rights and to attain sustainable development for the present and future generations. Building economies that promote human rights nationally will require a change in international financial architecture and economic world governance. And our Secretary General from UN has said it's a big step towards global peace, and much has to do with SDGs and sustainable development. We also wish to repeat what's been said. The vicious circle between the climate and the debt crisis is very deep for small island developing states. The way to address the high cost of debt and the record levels of these services must be top priority for the next conference on funds for development. We must have concessional loans that are more accessible in the long run, but that will also allow us to meet the 2030 agenda. We need a multilateral legal framework on the sovereign debts and naturally a plan based on human right principles. We must rethink about the sustainability of the debt in order to have fiscal room that will be destined to human rights and resources to build the 2030 agenda.
ECLAC report indicates that mobilization of resources domestically is still a key challenge for the region because fiscal evasion has led to losses of $433 billion in 2023, equivalent to approximately 6.7% of GDP of Latin America. That is, resources, they are in the continent, but combating tax illusion and evasion is essential to generate resources for human rights, for the 2030 agenda, right to health, education, and social protection. We also believe that within the framework of SDG 17, it's key to achieve an ambitious framework convention on international tax agreements aligned to international human rights standards, which will represent a historical milestone for the development of an international tax system that is more representative, inclusive, and effective. In February 2025, the committee that oversees international impact on the International Pact of International Rights of the UN issued another historic statement urging governments to adopt more equitable tax structures, thinking of direct taxation, thinking of more direct taxation of income to ensure high income groups and companies may contribute to what they should pay for a development system. A tax system properly designed and observed should not only generate sufficient public revenues, but also serve as a tool to reduce socioeconomic inequalities that today convene us. Additionally, the commitment of the Pact for the Future aims at developing a framework for measuring progress made in terms of sustainable development that supplements and goes beyond GDP. And lastly, and no less important, we would like to refer to data. Having statistical data that is relevant and reliable is essential to promote and protect human rights. Let's recall the decision by the Statistical Commission of the UN adopted in 2023 that says that all national statistics offices should integrate human rights to the development of mechanisms for data compiling, which is key to measure progress with all goals. Our office has led with innovative solutions with national associations of human rights and statistics offices in order to implement the human rights-based approach. And so, through our technical assistance, our office is prepared to collaborate with governments in data production on disfavored groups. And so we're at your service. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognize FAO. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned in various occasions at this forum, the 2030 Agenda requires a renewed commitment to SDG 70. Oh, I imagine he's saying 27. And new more funding, better data, and sound ties between science and public policy. The transformation of agri-business systems is essential to the FAO agenda and essential to achieve all SDGs, especially SDG 17 provides the basis for mobilizing the political will, investment, and necessary collaboration. However, official aid for development for food security and nutrition continues to be insufficient and misaligned. From 2017 to 2021, less than 1/4 of the official aid was addressing the main factors linked to food insecurity. And so having clear targets for aid and extending investment is crucial to support the transformation of food systems, mobilizing private sector capital, using innovative financial mechanisms, and reducing the investment risks are also fundamental in order to close financing gaps. especially for small farmers, SMEs, the cooperative sector, with a due gender approach. World trade must be fair, open, based on standards, strengthening multilateralism and improving regional integration could further sustainable development. Transparent markets backed by reliable data, such as, for example, the farming information system of the G20, helps to reduce volatility and back evidence-based decisions. Transforming, she corrects herself, technology transfer is essential to close productivity gaps and ensure farming growth that is inclusive and sustainable, especially in low-income and middle-income countries. However, many investments continues to be inaccessible locally. Also needed sounder partnerships in order to escalate and democratize science, technology, and innovation in less favored sectors. The data and statistics are very necessary for accountability and action, but actions in terms of statistical capacity are still inappropriate and insufficient. Extending data systems, especially broken down data, is crucial in order to reach progress and design specific interventions. FAO highlights that inclusive partnerships, multi-stakeholder involving governments, international financial institutions, the private sector, academia, and the civil society are vital to achieve the SDGs. It is only through a shared ownership and the exchange of knowledge and collective action may we agri-food systems that are efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora la representante de GIZ.
Now, thank you, and now GIZ is recognized. Thank you, authorities, panelists, and participants. Thank you for allowing me to contribute to the discussion regarding to SDG 17 and what we can do as GIC. I would like to share some thoughts on the GIC ECLAC strategic alliance that we are working with in association with ECLAC and that we consider to be an example for the implementation of SDG 17 on account of the strategic role as a catalyzer of change processes in economic and social and environmental policy in the region through knowledge, political dialogue at interregional level, and technical aid. Strategic alliance with ECLAC has to do with the achievement of common goals between Germany and the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean within the framework of the 2030 agenda that encompass productive production, ecological energy and digital transformation, and overcoming disparities in all dimensions. Currently, we're working together on a series of projects in very varied spheres, such as productive, ecologically and socially fair economy, the care economy, cross-agenda mainstreaming, foreign policy and cooperation, the circular economy, sustainable mining, and digitalization and energy transition. This is have in common that we consider them to be key in meeting SDGs with a transformative capacity to catalyze development for the entire region in matters that transcend national borders. And that is why the generation and strengthening of multi-stakeholder partnerships are a key pillar at interregional level, interregional national level. We must make the most of synergies among projects and other modalities of German cooperation at the national, regional, and global level with an integrated and multidimensional approach, contributing each one to various aspects of fair transition. And it is through our cooperation with ECLAC, we have seen the attainment of specific targets related to SDG 17, institutional capacity building, the exchange of knowledge and experience, and the promotion of coherent and coordinated policies. Mr. Meyer had already mentioned some, and that is why I would really like to highlight a few other. He already mentioned what we're working on within the framework of economic, productive, and ecological and socially fair transformation, and where we support training on tax tools and the continuous assessment of the efficacy and efficiency of fiscal spending and training contributing to the mobilization of resources. In the digital project, we have established a laboratory for digital transformation together with ECLAC to strengthen the capacities of state and non-state stakeholders in the digital economy. The care economy contributes to the coherence of sustainable development policies, another sub-target of SDG 17, supporting the implementation of inclusive and sustainable systems for care, reducing the unpaid work burden of women, allowing the greater inclusion in the paid labor market, and effective gender equality as a right and practice. And here too, we contribute to interregional dialogue on the basis of the bi-regional Pact for Care in the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, strengthening global partnerships for sustainable development. Each project includes anchoring transformation processes in the countries members of ECLAC, always based on the demand of partner countries and therefore aligned with national interests and strategies, which is especially important in a region marked by the high presence of middle-income countries. Alignment with the EU and Team Europe initiatives are each day more relevant in this work, especially within the context of SDG 17. And so, therefore, within the framework of our strategic partnership, we're emphasizing addressing topics in a supplementary and coordinated manner via leadership of political digital partnership of the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean, and where we address issues such as connectivity and in future also misinformation and AI, which had been mentioned already. And also within the framework of the Initiative for Inclusive Societies, Team Europe, and Sustainable Mining and Strategic Materials projects that will begin in the near future. Our cooperation with ACLAC is based on principles, targets, and aims shared among equal partners, which requires a continuous effort for matching regional, national needs and also cultures, and making the most of changing opportunities and restrictions and responding to the challenge of being innovative in order to achieve this transformation, and always keeping high the spirit of solidarity and mutual respect. Thank you. Gracias. Ahora, por favor. And now, UN Women. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, delegates and chair and panelists. For UN Women, this goal and the partnerships, we consider it as a key vehicle for gender equality and the empowerment of women. And I would like to contribute and add two actions and ideas with regard to the topic. First, the relevance of including gender equality as a cross-cutting principle in all partnerships, allowing contributing to the closing of gender gaps and for women to be at the heart of the attention of media and public policy. For women, it is important to continue supporting member states in making visible and enhancing knowledge, good practices, tools, methodologies that allow learning, collective learning, horizontal solidarity, such as South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. We see as a potential given the current challenges in the region, placing special attention in developing programs and projects to consider the approach cross-border, binational, and, as we have said here, multi-stakeholder, but also multi-level, that is, with participation of the different levels of government. And when we're speaking of challenges with regard to climate change, with regard to person and human mobility, but when we speak also of the construction of care societies, and here I would like to quote an example that we are working on now within the binational sphere in Bolivia with persons, women, basically, in human mobility within the framework of the of Chile and the HEAP. And it is possible to see how in these contexts it is possible to support with care networks limited not only to one country but involving other geographical spaces and locators within a local uh, context and relevance. So, strengthening public and private partnerships in the business sector as a key sector in order to traction high impact partnerships. And in this sense, UN Women has been working local, nationally, and regionally with companies based on the principle of the empowerment of women. In the case of Chile Strategic, when we're speaking of mining companies, energy companies, construction, especially companies where we know that have been traditionally male and women's participation low. But also we believe it is vital to deepen partnerships with multilateral development banking and financing sector, developing mechanisms for innovative financing that will allow us to move ahead with splendid mechanisms to more complex structures and moving from a capital structure towards investments with meaning, with an impact, gender impact. And when we're speaking of structuring SDG bonds or gender bonds, and in this sense, say that UN Women has been also working on standards and guidelines together with the IFC and the World Bank to, now that we're talking about sustainable debt, ensure that the sustainable debt may also heed in terms of gender equality. And mainly, our experience has been in terms of capitalizing greater investments for entrepreneurial women and women-led companies. And so I would only like to mention here that you guys may continue to count on UN Women to continue innovatively. Now, more than ever before, when we are speaking about partnerships in the current context, we must think outside the box and always go a little further beyond the horizon in constructing this sort of partnerships to have a true impact on the life of so many women and girls, with leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Gracias, la ONU Mujeres. Por último, tenemos una intervención.
Women, and finally, we have participants society. Good morning. Distinguished delegations, representatives of different international agencies, and colleagues. My name is Carolina Montero. I'm part of the General Coordination of Community Building of the municipal government of Zapopan, Jalisco, Mexico. It is an honor for us to participate in this space and share the experience of our city in implementing the 2030 agenda. Zapopan is a western municipality of Mexico with 1.4 million inhabitants with some problems. Our motto is the health of boys and girls, but it's beyond this. It has become a main policy with which we have assumed the commitment of moving ahead with the SDGs through public policies that place the persons in the center, strengthening social fabric for childhood mainly. One of these strategies is the comprehensive care strategy for those who have provided care without pay and nor support. This system we provide accompaniment, economic support for care takers who are women mainly. And also we have specific programs for widows, frequently invisible sector. Also, we have promoted initiatives to protect and guarantee human rights in education, in comprehensive health, sustainability, and empowerment of women as main pillars to reduce inequality gaps. One of our strategic projects is the network of community centers of Colmena in order to regenerate social fabric through education, culture, art, sports, care for the environment, and entrepreneurship. In these centers, opportunities are generated for collective learning, for labor training, and social integration of youth, women, and elderly persons. Also, we supplement this with enjambres, which are community spaces that are smaller that become bases for encounter and citizen training. We know that the SDG 17 with alliances, it's key for sustainable development. In Zapopan, we have worked in the articulation of efforts at 3 levels of government: the private sector, academia, organized civil society, and others. Thanks to these synergies, we've been able to consolidate sustainable, innovative programs, multiplying the impact of our actions. We firmly believe that the role of local governments for achieving 2030 agenda is fundamental. We deeply thank ECLAC for opening the forum for local government, civil society, and different stakeholders to have a place for encounter, for learning, and participation. We want to invite all states here present to strengthen the internationalization of your city halls and cities. The integration of territories allows for good practices to be replicated and adapted to different contexts, amplifying the impact of public policies with equitable and sustainable development for all. Let us continue building networks with also strategic alliances with sustainable development benefiting all of our communities. Thank you. Thank you all and our panel members that have been with us today. For me, as Ecuador delegation, has been a true honor to chair this table. And one final message: conversation has revealed that alliances are clear, are key. Without cooperation between government, civil society, private sector, and international agencies, advances will not be the same. We need to go from commitments to concrete action with transparent, inclusive, and strategic alliances, which is a shared, urgent responsibility to leave no one behind. I now give back the floor to the President. Thank you. Thank you, Emilia. I want to invite Roberto Palen, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Office of Development Coordination of the UN, who will be in charge of moderating the situation on national successful experiences in order to accelerate the achievement of SDGs.
Buen día. Vamos a empezar. Si pudiéramos sentarnos, sería fenomenal.
Good afternoon. No, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we will begin now.
Okay. Entonces es esto.
Sí, él habla antes de las presentaciones.
All right. Okay. Gracias, por favor.
Thank you. Please.
Empiezo y si
Yes, I will begin. If you could take your seats, please, it would be great so that we can start and focus in a key subject.
Good morning, government representatives, colleagues, partners, friends, in person and online. It is a great pleasure to welcome you on this session of the Regional Forum, where we will be exchanging and learning from successful national experiences in accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I have the honor of moderating this session, and I wish to thank you for joining what promises to be an inspiring and practical conversation. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to Felix Benegri, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, the country serving as the chair of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, for providing the space and opportunity to convene this session. And obviously, it should go without saying that it's always good to repeat it. I wish to thank ECLAC, CEPAL, for this space that is a great one. We are particularly privileged today to be joined by several distinguished panelists representing national governments and the United Nations system. They will be sharing with us first-hand experiences of driving forward transformative SDG action at the country level. I warmly welcome and thank Chairman Hippolyte, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment of St. Lucia, joining us virtually. Simon Stringet, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Barbados and Eastern Caribbean countries and territories, also joining us virtually. Fernanda Cardona, Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, joining us virtually as well. And Pablo Luis Hiebra, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Uruguay. I also thank Maria Jose Torres Macho, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Chile. Thank you very much, Maria Jose. Ignacia Fernandez, Deputy Minister ad interim of Agriculture of Chile. Maria Eugenia Pino, Director of International Organization and Conferences of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Panama. And Ana Patricia Grasa, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Panama, and also host of the regional settings in Panama City, in Ciudad del Saber. We deeply appreciate your commitment and the insights you bring to this discussion. And as the 2030 agenda enters its final stretch, we are called to intensify implementation and scale up what works. The urgency is very clear, but so is the opportunity. And that is exactly what today's exchange aims to highlight: practical, replicable, and results-driven policies, innovative partnerships, and targeted financing strategies that can accelerate SDGs achievement, aka the well-being of the peoples you serve. Today's session will spotlight 4 SDGs under review at the 2025 High-Level Political Forum: SDG 8, decent work and economic growth; SDG 14, life below water; SDG 17, partnerships for the goals; and SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Each of these goals touches on critical and interconnected dimensions of sustainable development. Through today's discussion, we will be hearing how different national contexts and partners are advancing these priorities in concrete and innovative ways. Our session will be interactive and solutions-oriented. Each thematic segment will feature no longer than 7 minutes of brief interventions by a government official and the resident coordinator of the United Nations system, followed by an open plenary exchange for collective reflection and peer learning. This session aims to inspire renewed momentum across the region and beyond by sharing practical lessons and transferable models. We do hope this session energizes you, offers new ideas and perspective, and equips you with practical insights to adapt and accelerate progress on the SDGs in your context. Let us now begin our first thematic panel, focused on SDG 8 under the theme, oh, okay, is Murphy's Law. I will be, unfortunately, there must be a connection problem. There must be a connection problem with St. Lucia. So I will be starting with Fernanda Cardona, if you allow. Fernanda Cardona. I will be starting with you. Está online. Está online. Panama, me acuerdo ahora. I will start with Fernanda Cardona, Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, that is joining virtually, actually. Ms. Fernanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. ¿Me escuchan bien? ¿Me escuchan bien ahí?
Ahora se escucha muy bien, sí.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Es un gusto compartir con ustedes.
Oh, it's a pleasure to share with you.
Y en primer lugar, mi más sincero agradecimiento
My sincere thanks to Mr. José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for the for the invitation to this forum, to Pablo Ruiz from Uruguay, UN resident. We've had several meetings. Sorry, the audio is completely interrupted, so I'll do my best. It's wonderful to participate in this event, bringing together so many countries of the region. I take this opportunity to greet the participants of member states, the private sector and civil society, development banks and other agencies of the UN that are present and that are listening to us.
Estoy muy entusiasmada por esta oportunidad de diálogo.
Most enthusiastic about this dialogue opportunity because of the short time that we have assumed this task. So I thank you for the learning and lessons that will emerge out of this exchange. Hopefully I will contribute positively to this. I thank again for the valuable opportunity. From the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay, we want to share some ideas and that are guiding our work from transition and will continue to guide our task. I want to tell you what is it that we are doing, how is it that we want to progress for SDGs, not to be a declaration merely, but rather we may meet a concrete reality and close to us. in Uruguay, this administration has something very clear, where development is not an empty word. It is a decision of action, and that it is built every single day with public policies that view the present without losing sight the medium and long term. We believe in a public sector that is involved, that really leads and moves forward and is not always waiting for the market to solve all problems. Our approach highlights three dimensions. One, economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. To grow, yes, fine. We know that is the road to take, but to grow correctly with opportunities for all. We don't believe in an industry that will grow, leaving people along the way and energy transition working only for a few. As to SDG 7, that was already mentioned this morning, which is accessible and non-contaminating energy. Uruguay has a historical leadership in that area, thanks to a strategic policy devised by the governments of the Frente Amplio and that were materialized in 2010 in a multi-partisan agreement reaching consensus in Uruguay. With that agreement and policy of all, we achieved that more than 98% of our electric power should come from renewable sources. With that, we were able to provide energy export to neighbors Argentina and Brazil, and sometimes even more than $450 million, reduced to half the internal cost of electricity and avoid inflation due to energy that affected so many countries in times of war, to bring more than $5 billion in investment with new employment generated in all departments of Uruguay.
We also bet on energy efficiency. We believe that going forward in generation, we are now able to supply the Uruguayan power needs. But it is not a contradiction to continue defending efficiency. We have now renewables and we have a better energy efficiency. But we must have a further collaboration with our neighbors. We aim at a fair transition with the territorial approach. That means that no community, no home, no individual will be behind. We have going to the territory with a basket of services with rural attention, having in mind energy and access. In 2019, we reached almost 100% of power to all homes and schools throughout the country. An important piece of data is that the more vulnerable homes have a share of power expenses gotten down from 11 to 6% in one decade. We also defend access to power as a right, a human right. That is why we are very careful to provide access to power. And we have been critical, though, of the previous policy. We must continue working with our public companies in order to go back working together. We cannot normalize power poverty in Uruguay. That is why we have adopted new roads. As to gender equality, with a cultural perspective, I'd like to say that for the first time in Uruguay, the energy ministry is led by a woman, and there's a deputy secretary who is also a woman. There are also women at the front of public companies that have to do with power. UTE ANCAP at the energy division, and for the first time we have the technological laboratory that has to do with technology and science is also counting with a woman in the board of directors and a chairwoman. But we're not just talking about having women taking up spaces. What we want is to change the rules of the game with new lines of credit, with technical training, with support of entrepreneurs, women. Equality is a basic condition as to SDG 9. Let me say that we're talking about quality, jobs, industry, and innovation. We are concerned about the negative trend in the employment indicators and innovation. We are now building a new science ecosystem that will be coordinated under the presidency of Uruguay. We want to have an inclusive industrial policy that will follow the energy policy. We have talked about, we already have a concrete measures such as sectorial councils to define priorities with workers, enterprises, and the state. We're strengthening credits for key sectors, modernizing public procurement, going through a digital transition, trying to get no one behind. We're also conducting work from the cabinet with different ministries in the care of our seas and sustainability. We're also working on sustainable use of our seas. We're working with environment and economy, different ministries, so as to have a legal instrument that will provide a regulatory framework in everything that has to do with the sea and sustainability. This is pending still for Uruguay. That will involve supporting science, regional cooperation, and decisions based on data to cater for our seas and biodiversity. As to international positioning and integration, the energy transition in Uruguay has been recognized worldwide. It's studied by universities in America, Europe, USA, and it has been made well known. This week we had pleasant news in that a Uruguayan who for many years was director of energy, Ramon Mendez, he has now become chair of REM 21. That is the most influential network globally on energy. So we have been working together with Pablo Ruiz. The funds we worked with at the agendas of the rave were very useful. And now having a Uruguayan chairing the REN 21 is certainly going to give historical opportunities to make headway in these SDGs. Uruguay must be protagonist here with policies based on evidence and supporting companies, civil society, and other players. But we cannot forget an important part of our political view, and that has to do with daily lives. We have insisted now in March that we want to bring in the energy ministry to meet with people. So energy and mining topics, SDGs, everything we're talking about. We don't want this to be mere words far away from our population. For us, development doesn't just mean figures. It is measured by the women who can continue working with their families and the young people who don't have to migrate, who don't have to leave their homes, and SMEs that want to grow and to expand. Because in Uruguay, SMEs are responsible for more than 95% of Uruguayan companies. We are coming close to new educational instruments. So we also wish to have a technical training to the labor force in view of the digital world. We believe that to rule is a service to the population, and the road towards SDGs that we're now talking about cannot be tread alone. We want to walk along with you, along with ECLAC, with the United Nations, with all countries in the region. Lorraine, the importance and my appreciation for the opportunity to be here and to participate in this debate because we must all work together for a fair, equitable, feasible development for all. I am very thankful for the opportunity to be here as of my ministry. You can rest assured that Paraguay will be at services in anything we can contribute along the way. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I will now hand over to Pablo Ruiz Yerba, who is resident coordinator of the UN system in Uruguay. Thank you. Good morning. Let me bring in my words of appreciation to ECLAC, to Jose Manuel, and the authorities, to the members of the panel. I wish to greet our moderator, Roberto Valente. I'd like to go back to what was said by Uruguay. It's good to have some kind of enthusiasm, but for me, being here at ECLAC is also always very exciting. In talking about sustainable development, ECLAC has always been known for its illustration and for everything that it does to guide and help our countries. I also wish to thank the kind words of Minister Fernanda Cardono, Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining from Uruguay. She, as you have heard, has a wide experience in this topic. And we are optimists in terms of the progress that will most certainly be accomplished during this administration that will be over 2030. So we have a pretty good synchronicity there. I'd like to thank Uruguay for showing the way because Uruguay has 100% matrix, as you've heard, renewables. It's fantastic. I will talk about the accelerator, the speed button. Precisely from what we've heard from the UN minister through the Sustainable Development Fund, a support was decided to be allocated to Uruguay as part of an experiment. We're also a lab on public policy because we have special conditions. Well, as I was saying, funds were allocated to speed up energy transition in this new phase of our transition. The rationale was to have three types of impact. Evidently, this is bringing benefits for the environment, but this should also have other positive results. For example, for gender, for our societies. What is proposed, and this is pretty ambitious, by the way, a way of doing business, a different way to do business. And this realize that the market operates in a certain way, and how to get the private sector to also have a positive impact elsewhere, and this will also affect sustainable development, not by public funds, but through a different way of doing business. That's what this accelerator does. It encourages the work of the private sector, trying to get 1 or 2% additional impact in the society and in the environment. The project has to do with a private fund, which together with the private banks will lend to entrepreneurs. There's small projects, $1 million. The fund is called GRAVE. This is a fund of innovation for renewable energy. And basically, it finances projects that are into this energy transition. Much has to do with electromobility, projects that are profitable. They're not being subsidized. No, these are loans. And naturally, the bank looks at profitable lending, but that they have to have an impact. Often, when there are two projects with equal profitability, the banks cannot tell which have social impacts or not. It's not that they don't want to, but they just don't measure this kind of feature in the projects, in these small projects they wish to fund. And this is what we're at, trying to get this additional plus in these small projects during this stage of energy transition. This has to do also with gender. We have worked with gender and power, as the minister has said. It also has to do with labor, environment, and interesting innovations. So far, the fund has allocated more than $20 million in loans, and we hope that this is to double soon, always with small loans and always with the rationale of choosing projects that will contribute something that the private banks still do not measure. Perhaps they need a little push, and that push is not just the fund, it's also technical assistance. This project brings in technical assistance for the private businesses or for the state where obstacles are encountered or where regulation needs to be amended. So this is an accelerator from the regulatory standpoint, or also in terms of the partnerships and incentives in order to speed up the energy transition. What we expect from this project is that we will get positive lessons for Uruguay and for the rest of the world, because I think it's the only one of this nature right now. And I think that we will learn a lot. Good things, perhaps negative things as well, but always believing that we're in a lab. That is, in as much as the private sector can support this, like, for example, electrical buses, I don't know, so we don't, or electrical automobiles, so that doesn't need any more encouragement. We need to find projects that go into other sectors that need this additional push. And I conclude by saying that this is an important moment together with the Sustainable Development Fund. We are entering a second stage, working together with the Minister Fernanda Cardona and the other secretaries like the environment and planning, budget, in order to maximize this energy transition and to continue learning from what works well and avoiding what does not work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo. And thank you, Minister Cardona, for these excellent presentations on innovation and for your excellent results. I am now pleased to hand over to Charmaine Hippolyte.
To pass the floor to Chairman Hippolyte, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment of St. Lucia, joining us virtually. Permanent Secretary, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, moderator. Good morning, colleagues. SDG 1 aims to end poverty in all its form by 2030. It focuses on ensuring social protection, equal access to economic resources, and resilience against climate-related economic and social shocks. With this in mind, my short presentation will be on the impacts and outcomes of initiatives of the joint program in St. Lucia, with a targeted consideration of SDG 1, which is no poverty. Firstly, we had the Permanent Public Assistant or PAP expansion in St. Lucia. The Public Assistant Program expanded to include an additional 1,000 households, bringing the number of beneficiary households around 3,600 persons. And this was extremely beneficial for our families as they were able to offer additional food benefits and comfort to their own families. The joint program facilitated the permanent expansion coverage by 38%, increasing additional conditional financing from the World Bank to support future social protection benefits. The expanded coverage satisfied certain requirements of the World Bank, thus facilitating support through the Human Capital Resilience Project. Then we had the child care, foster, and child disability. There was also an expansion for the child disability grant and also to support children in foster care. We had 312 children with disability and 184 in foster care. The joint program facilitated a 50% increase in children in foster care and those with disabilities. As it relates to the disability grant increased from 200 EC dollars to 300. Likewise, the foster care grant. So in essence, we were saying there was a 50% increase in that regard. We benefited also from distribution of hygiene and care kits in partnership with UNICEF. The government provided hygiene kits to children with disabilities and those in foster care. And those kits included soap and sanitizer and other items that would help boost health care and hygiene. Persons living with HIV/AIDS, there was an increase in food vouchers for 79 households with persons living with HIV/AIDS. And the joint project facilitated a 100% increase for these people. The expansion aimed to improve the health of persons living with HIV/AIDS and also to increase their food security. Of course, an increase in food security would also result in increased compliance. As you would appreciate, persons with HIV/AIDS would definitely need to boost up their nutrition so that they could be compliant to treatment. We also benefited through the JP, a project where single mothers and their children post-COVID-19. 5 women-headed households, including 96 children, were provided with cash top-up to access childcare and to meet basic needs and skills training to support them to access the labor market. During the COVID-19 pandemic, this initiative provided cash top-ups to assist the children with their basic needs. There was also an exposure to skills training to enhance their employability. The children also received counseling, psychosocial support, and also career guidance during that time. We also benefited from the CDB, vulnerable persons populations affected by the coronavirus. We had an income support program for persons from the informal sector where they benefited tremendously. So by August 2024, over 4,500 informal sector workers would have lost their jobs. And the ministry, alongside partnership with CDB, was able to make available cash payments, one-time cash payments of 1,500 Eastern Caribbean dollars through what we call the Income Support Program. So we had at least 5,088 persons benefiting from this. Having said that, colleagues, we will appreciate that the long-term impact of the joint project for St. Lucia was able to achieve the following as it relates to the alignment of SDG 1. One, there was a strengthening of social safety nets and direct cash transfers, thus making beneficial for children and adults. Secondly, there was the promotion of job creation, of course, aiding in the area of reduction of poverty. There was education and health care access, of course, that would have broken the cycle of poverty, and of course, increasing climate resilience for vulnerable persons. Overall, St. Lucia is thankful for all of your support, all the initiatives through the joint program, and we continue to benefit and remain partners in that regard. With this, I thank you, and I take you back to the moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary. And I have the pleasure now to pass the floor to the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Barbados and Eastern Caribbean countries and territories, Simon Springett. Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Roberto. And thank you for all the member states participating in today's conversation. And also thank you very much, Permanent Secretary Emmanuel, for your presentation and your important reflections on this program in St. Lucia, and importantly, the direct impacts it's had on families. The sub-regional program described by the Permanent Secretary really worked to contribute to a more sustainable and resilient Caribbean by supporting governments through disaster risk management analysis, capacity development, and strengthening the linkages between disaster risk management and social protection. And some of the impacts of what you have heard in St. Lucia. I think my intervention really comes at an opportune time, given that yesterday the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season forecast was released, which calls for another above average season. The reason I mention this is that the social protection systems really play an essential role in preparedness and response to national disaster responses, and really must be adaptive, which highlights the importance of linking the social protection systems to disaster risk management and adapting to challenges caused by climate change, to ensure people have the means to prepare and access government support in crisis. The focus was really on systems level changes, not just by delivering social benefits, but by transforming how social protection is perceived, managed, and financed. And as you heard from P.S. Emmanuel, this also included crowding in support from the World Bank, the EU, and the Caribbean Development Bank, and others, by ensuring that there's legislative and policies in existence to allow for the deepening of these partnerships. And this is really what's, I think, at the essence of some of these joint programs and how they really work towards SDG acceleration. Some examples outside of the examples given by St. Lucia would include, in Barbados, we undertook a core diagnostic assessment using a disaster risk management module that stimulated a country dialogue on strengthening social protection systems. And this system-wide assessment and consultation informed the drafting of a new social protection policy and strategy, which then was successful in unlocking 3.5 million grant from the European Union. It also supported the drafting of the Organization for Eastern Caribbean States Social Protection and Social Inclusion Strategy. And this coordinated approach to implementation, featuring interagency perspectives, really provided a guiding framework for the OECS member states in the process of, or who are planning to develop, revise, or implement their social protection policies. So while the program envisioned contributions towards regional policy development, it also achieves specific impacts at community and household level to really demonstrate the viability of and learn from the pilot models of adaptive social protection systems. This program has been recognized as a successful example of regional collaboration and working with regional institutions to support national level legislative and policy development, really, I think, undermining and supporting the Caribbean's desire for more regional integration. I would really like to recognize the support of the Joint SDG Fund for supporting this program. And I think as many of you are aware, the Joint Fund really looks for opportunities to play a catalytic role where the fund is able to support opportunities that can be scaled up quickly and also crowd in additional partnerships and investments. And I think the subsequent support from the World Bank in St. Lucia and the EU in Barbados are very good examples of this, enhancing coordination to go to scale in support of national priorities. The Joint SDG Fund is really an exceptional instrument for investing in joint initiatives and offers significant opportunities to lay the foundation for scalable development impacts to advance SDGs in line with government priorities. So this is really important, both from the standpoint of a UN resident coordinator, but also from the government, being able to ensure that projects and programs both have a strong policy and delivery component and are scalable, that is also coordinated across development partners to ensure development assistance is coherent and less burdensome in terms of coordination by our government counterparts. So I guess to conclude, this program really through strong operational and policy support, in my personal opinion, and I believe St. Lucia and others would agree, really highlights how SDG acceleration can be best achieved. And I would like to thank the governments involved in this program as well as the SDG Fund for their support, and particularly those governments who are investing in the SDG Fund. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Permanent Secretary, and also Simon. Thanks a lot. And I'll pass the floor now to Maria José Torres Macho, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Chile.
Muchas gracias, Roberto. Creo que va a arrancar nuestra...
Thank you very much, moderator. We do have a presentation combined here. And so, Minister Maria Fernandez, please go ahead. Well, thank you very much. And still good morning, everyone. I thank ECLAC for the opportunity to be here today, and more especially Maria Jose for the presentation that we will share. Our focus is on partnerships for goals in the efforts that, as the government of Chile, we have implemented to move ahead with complex challenges that require great articulation or connection and participation by the public sector, private sector, and international cooperation and civil society organizations. And where better to account of these efforts in rural development, where much cooperation and collaboration is required. And I will tell you now in what sense, with the framework of our work, that our government, contrary to the government of Uruguay that was just starting out, we have been already doing this for 3 years with an important focus. This is a quote by President Boric saying that rural life should be a real option for future generations, that there is no obligation to be exiled. And in terms of SDGs, what lies behind this president is that no one should be left behind, which has been the focus of the work that we are putting up in terms of rural development. I would like to briefly refer in relation to the presentation to the gaps, the concerns that we recognized, and mean that we need an agenda focused on responding to the rural reality in terms of access to goods and services, housing connected to the utilities, basic services, many differences between urban and rural areas in terms of internet connection, which we will speak about later on. And also significant gaps in the situation of people, the opportunities that people have to live a life accessing well-being, regardless of whether they live in a rural or urban sector. 10% of rural areas in living in poverty in comparison to 6% in urban areas, 88% of multidimensional poverty, and we're 28% in rural areas to 15% in the urban area. And also important obesity figures, the gap is high, 30% in the child and youth population versus 25 in rural areas and versus 25 in urban areas. And in terms of employment, thinking especially of rural women, 34% occupation versus 44% in the urban areas. These gaps are precisely what the government has proposed to turn around with an agenda focused on rural development. National Rural Development Program policy of the government of Chile was devised prior to our government. And in fact, it has been 3 successive governments that worked until the policy was finished, which makes us feel very satisfied because we can truly speak of a state policy. Finally, this has transcended one particular administration and has allowed us to have a series of alignments that appeal to this idea of intersectorality for moving ahead, closing gaps, and allow no territory be left behind, especially rural territory. However, our diagnosis when we came into office is that having a national policy or a series of regional policies, each region has devised their own rural development policy. What we needed was to speed up the outcomes. Something has happened here with the aesthetic of our presentation, but the important thing is clear. How we have determined this for the more critical spheres and that citizens in each region where we've been carrying out these regional rural development plans have mentioned as key in order to close gaps and access better well-being in these areas. I will now speak of the areas that we have given priority to. I work a lot with peer secretaries and undersecretaries on these matters, and so their priorities in their sectoral regions should not tend to be centralized, as occurs in urban areas, on account of scale and that the magnitude of the issue would seem to be greater, but they should also address the issues proper to rurality: housing, education, youth, and care systems. I would like to give a brief reference to each one for you to better understand how we're working on them. In terms of rural habitability, Chile has a program for this, coordinated by the Ministry of Housing and Urbanism, and this year was recognized among 190 countries with the silver medal for being an innovative program and attractive in terms of its relevance to address the rural areas. Nevertheless, when we sit down with the Ministry of Housing to review the situation of progress made with the program or the housing emergency plan, in terms of the goals in this area, we found a number of subsidies that had been given but not executed. Why is it more difficult to execute them in rural areas? Because it's not that easy to have a sufficient scale for a construction company to be interested in moving ahead. And so therefore the work that we're doing is how to unhitch that difference between the monies given or awarded but not executed. And similarly, in terms of rural education, I will not refer to each one in detail on account of the short time available, but I think that the housing example is a good one. But I would another one in a little more detail to zoom in on care. Chile today has a national care strategy and important progress with a national care system, and one pillar of which has been to go generating a network of community care centers in the country. Many of these community care centers are located in rural areas. However, if it not were for the work that we are doing, once again, of connection and dialogue with the Ministry of Social Development, the Ministry of Women, probably we would not have been able to ensure that those located in rural areas would in fact have a focus on rurality and the population that they address, understanding that the territorial conditions or the profile of the potential users and rural caregivers is different to those in urban areas, and so they too require differentiated action. And so I will end with rural digital connectivity, which is not only a fundamental wager that the government has been waging on, but also one of the main claims by people in rural areas within the framework of the drafting of these regional rural development policies. And here the government has placed a priority on this. Today we have a zero digital gap plan and also a focus on rural digital connectivity. All of this furthered with our Ministry of Agriculture in addition to under telecommunications. And here we will see with greater evidence, Maria Jose will tell you about this in greater detail, but we see how it's relevant it is to join efforts by the private sector, all on the table to move ahead. Recently, I took part in a meeting with the Telefonica Foundation, the private sector in Chile, within the framework of a digital literacy project for rural women that we're working on together with IGAP. And also, I presented the launch of connected beehives in the south of the country, which is a project, the Digital Country Project, a public-private project to move ahead with these efforts. And of course, collaboration with the United Nations and the UN system as a whole, most especially FAO, with regard to working in digital areas, working with co-ops to move ahead in terms of digital connectivity, literacy, and an endless number of other benefits associated to these efforts. And so I will end by appreciating the relevance of this collaboration that we are receiving with the UN system and the focus and priority that the UN has placed on this particular gap as a key gap, a basic to move ahead with the rural development agenda further by the government. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you, Minister, Undersecretary of Agriculture, Mrs. Ignacia Fernandez. And now it's a pleasure to give the floor to Maria Jose, RES Coordinator in Chile. Thank you, Roberto. Maybe someone can help me to upload the presentation.
La bajé yo. Pero quizá para arrancar, ahí estamos.
To start, I think Minister has correctly explained why a program of SDG joint fund of a middle-income country like Chile or upper middle income like Chile is very different. Its experience, that of Uruguay, most inspiring. I think we are at the beginning, giving the first steps of this project and very much in line with the policies of the government of Chile. And the focus is to close the gap between center, the territory, and those communities that are a bit more behind. In general, there are very good news on
Bueno, perdón, aunque hay muy buenas noticias en términos de lo que
very
significa
good news insofar as progress in combating poverty in Chile. 10% of the population is in poverty due to income, but there is an increase in 2 regions that are behind the sustainable development, and that is Ñuble and Araucanía. And that was the space where we decided to intervene with the Ministry of Agriculture. There is a 10% at national level. However, there is 12 and 15 in the other 2 regions. But digitalization is an accelerator of development agenda, and 50% of the population living in these 2 rural areas does not have internet connection. In Chile and Uruguay, 75% of the population has this connection, but here there is a gap in these 2 regions. Some of the indicators that encouraged us to conduct this connected community exercise is like the lack of access to internet has an impact on the access of communities to services. 40% are out of the services or care because to reach from the isolated rural area to the capital city calls for a different level instead of connecting with your mobile with that service. More than 70% of students don't have a notebook, and that generates an exclusion level as well as compared to those that do have access at urban level. And if you imagine that the market, even for smaller farmers, is based on their capacity to connect with global markets. So they are in a disadvantage vis-a-vis urban areas where there is a connection of only 33% in those rural areas. Something important in the analysis is to realize that the digital gap is even greater in women. These topics of previous presentation on how women have less digital skills, it is very clear in rural or isolated areas, 61% versus 77 women. Difficulties to access digital services, 77% women, and only 22% of women have these science technology careers, and there is a very small percentage with higher education, 4% only in those areas. We are in the first steps, as I said. We have made a gender analysis developed by the team of the project where three important things were discovered. One, the households of lower income means more women than men. This is not different from the rest of the country, but we have identified the areas where we need to prioritize. Number two, women work more in unpaid work than men. And three, gender as the subject that convenes us is alliances. What's most important in this project, and I want to focus on joint SDG fund. There's one first partnership of member states with the Secretary General to accelerate the agenda of sustainable development. And based on requests and country teams we can access. That is one first level of important alliance. The ministry referred to the clear leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture in partnership with the Ministry of Telecommunications, with the Ministry of Women and Women Affairs, and a clear alliance with regional governments and municipalities and mayors. What's most important of this project is that in order to transform the situation of lack of access and move to access thanks to digitalization, not only are we having access to internet, but improving food system, increase opportunities for social protection, care systems, as well as decent work. We strengthen education and digital education. And particularly, we are ensuring that we bring communities closer to services through an effort that is being called Effort Accelerated by Transitions of SDGs. In order to do this, it's a whole team of the UN. Several colleagues are here. It is technically chaired by FAO with participation of ECLAC, UN Women, PAHO, WTO, HO, and Telecommunications Ministry. 5, dedicated to conduct activities related to milestones that the team has just come back from Araucanía, and we're in Ñuble. We have identified 50 connection points, 50 communities, and this will be thanks to the work of the FAO and Telecommunications Institute. will create 2 regional hubs of rural digitalization where ECLAC and FAO will be working together in a coordinated way. And this is a very important bridge with IDB. That is within TAP that depends from the Undersecretary. We will develop digital and social tools, but also what's very interesting, the Ministry of Health is in this space jointly to have a telemedicine program for those that do not have the capacity to go to the doctor. It's a system of teletriage and also economic empowerment for women, something that is done by UN Women and ECLAC. We will create, as part of this work, supporting governance, Rural Digitalization Commission, and 2 other commissions in Ñuble and Araucanía. One of the most important elements of this alliance is a catalytic one, mobilizing cooperation of IDB as well interest of FAO and FIDA. How the UN system works hand in hand and increases impact thanks to multilateral banks. And we are working with an approach that is needed for those 2 areas, that is work with indigenous communities. You know that there is a high concentration of Mapuche communities and also with a gender perspective in work. So the work with the Ministry of Women and Gender Equity, as well as the Buen Vivir, Good Living Plan, that is for this intercultural work. The idea of the SDG agenda is what are we going to do, but what do we want that will occur with the resources we have available. We know that at least 50 localities, more than 8,500 people will be connected to the new connection points, which are expansions of the already existing network. And we don't repeat nor replicate things that have been done, but it is a supplementary work. There is also, in order to reach out to the 440,000 inhabitants of those 2 areas, work with the governors and territorial governments of Araucanía and Ñuble. In our visit to Araucanía, the governor already announced that in the 3 million projects in this digital SDG, they'll put some 3 million more in this for 3 years from 2026 onwards. So we are adding, working in synergy with national players. And there's an important element in the basis of this project is the creation of digital skills for 8,500 people. This gender approach is key because those heads of households, vulnerable ones, this digital tool is providing them with an opportunity not only of better projects, but opportunity creation for small entrepreneurships, but also start to benefit from programs in social affairs and telemedicine project also. And to conclude, to tell you that this picture represents all alliances, partnerships, the idea is to have change the work of those regions where communities are in the center of public action. We are one additional partner as UN system, and the true value of interconnected communities, having created a way to work without silos. Committed agenda agencies are going inside to 2 territories with national representatives determined not to leave anyone behind. No territory behind, no community behind. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Jose. And now it's a pleasure to to Maria Eugenia Pino, Director of International Conferences of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Thank you. Good morning, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished members of this panel, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. With me is Ana Grasa, Res Coordinator of the UN System for Panama, and we'll have a joint presentation on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of the Foreign Minister Javier Martinez. It's an honor to address you to share the firm commitment of Panama with the conservation of oceans and sustainable action and management of marine and coastal resources and measures that have been implemented towards that objective. Our country, being mindful of the challenges of climate change, the marine pollution, overfishing, and acidification of oceans, has started the national policy of oceans and providing a national framework for driving compliance with the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development Goals and other international instruments and commitments subscribed by our country in protecting the environment and conservation of oceans. As privileged nation due to its rich marine biodiversity, we understand that our country has a profound commitment with the preservation of oceans and their biodiversity. Sustainable management of our marine resources is not only a duty, but a responsibility beyond our borders, and that we share with all the other countries in the world. SDG 14.5, that target established a commitment to preserve at least 10% of coastal and marine zones for the year 2020. Panama has contributed to this ambitious objective, and in the process, we have had a state project reflecting the continued commitment of Panama with the conservation of marine coastal areas. Panama has an area of protected area of 93,390 square kilometers, and 54.33% of our protected marine area. The protection of these resources responds to the political willingness of the Panamanian state of complying with international commitments assumed in this area. For example, the 30 by 30 commitment emanating from the Convention on Biological Diversity, and Panama is a member for the last 20 years. This very important commitment was was complied in 2020 when we declared 2 additional protected areas of our national territory, and we were raised to the category of blue leader, and thus highlighting our international image. This decision was the result of voluntary commitments of the government as well as of other sectors of society, private sector, civil society, and coastal communities. For Panama, it was key to assume all these commitments, thus facilitating and strengthening national policies of protection of our natural resources. Although the protection of coastal and marine areas in the national territory is of enormous relevance and indeed one of the most important contributions of Panama to the achievement of the SDGs, these initiatives need to be accompanied by policies seeking to protect natural resources and gradually transition to more sustainable realities. Our country has shown leadership, regional leadership in water security and in the transition towards a green and blue economy, integrating clean energy production and our river basins. Panama was the first one to join the Water Convention of UN that It's a cross-border protection for sustainable management of water. We have implemented the green route of the Panama Canal that contributes to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in the global maritime industry and promotes the responsible management of the canal and basin. As to the protection of biodiversity of our oceans, fighting against illegal, non-regulated and undeclared fishing has been a priority for our country. In 2024, we created the Interinstitutional Commission coordinating efforts to strengthen our legal framework and thus regulating the fishing law and monitor and improve monitoring and control systems of our fleet. We have implemented traceability mechanisms of our fishing mechanisms, and we are about to purchase a patrol fleet to guarantee effective compliance of our maritime resources. And this not only protects our biodiversity, but also strengthens the sustainability of the fishing industry and contribution to the national economy. Illegal fishing continues to be a challenge for Panama. However, we are actively working in order to counterbalance this practice, both in developing national policies as well as improving our national and international articulation in this subject matter. The development of these policies has given us the possibility of projecting our country internationally and participating in multilateral fora. Currently, my country assumes leadership positions in some important discussions regarding the protection of the environment, like climate change COPs and negotiations of international treaties like the Treaty of Plastic Pollution. These concessions or these conversations call for the joint work of our Ministry of the Environment and political and diplomatic support of the Foreign Ministry. And looking into the future now, we have advanced in the definition of climate displacements in Executive Decree of 2021 and establishing mechanisms for relocation and risk management for Panamanian pollutions that have been displaced due to the rising level. And unfortunately, it's not going to be the last case in the continent. This decree recognizes climate dislocated persons, but also prioritizing risk management and dignity of those displaced persons. Also establishes annual monitoring tracking system of human mobilization to future risks or climate risks, and thus adapt to the realities of the country. In conclusion, Panama has placed itself as regional and global leader in marine protection, showing that it is possible to balance economic growth with environmental conservation.
In this process, it was very important that we took up international commitments and brought them down to national goals. The preparation of public policies with a state perspective is very important to grant continuity to the processes. As a result, more than 50% of our coastal areas are protected areas. I repeat, our country's commitment to promote concrete policies and actions to reach SDGs, believing that the future of our planet depends on the health of our oceans. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Director. And I now hand over to Ana Patricia Gaza from Panama. Good morning. On behalf of Panama, I thank you for the invitation to be here. I'd like to say that in Panama right now, everything that the director has mentioned is true. These are pivoting times. We now have a 2030 governance plan. The United Nations is already at the end in the preparation of a cooperation framework, meaning that the country by 2030 will prosper even more. This is being done together with the foreign ministry. So Panama's commitment to multilateralism is historic, as well as a commitment with SDG 14, the protection of our oceans. This is really the topic in Panama. It's a top priority as a part of our agenda for quite some years. So I will supplement her presentation, and I will concentrate in not a project, but in the commitment of several UN agencies in Panama to try to promote Panama as the blue leader in all its dimensions. And I will concentrate my words in innovation, which is something very strong in the national agenda of the country. And without this, it would have been very difficult for Panama to continue monitoring and protecting the coastal areas. So Panama has made a lot of headway in terms of innovation, science, and technology. And we're also at the service of the protection of indicators behind SDG 14. We use state-of-the-art technology for the sea preservation. We have subaquatic high-resolution cameras with AI. We have submarine drones that help out in the inspection of areas that are of difficult access. This also helps us to gather data that are essential. So we may be here talking about the progress of public policy with concrete data. This reports to more than 10 indicators, but this also is a qualitative indicator in itself in response to our commitment to SDG 14. But we have to continue to gather even more data to report and to tell this success story even better. And I wanted to bring this information because of this tremendous joint effort with the Ministry of the Environment, with Senacit, that is our ecosystem for innovation. All of this effort, as I was saying, involves technical support coming from programs and policies together with FAO, UNDP, UNESCO, and others. Panama has a historic subaquatic geography. And all of this brings in the support of programs coming from the system and with many players involved. This is the follow-up of the technologies for the preservation, the National Information System on sea statistics is very advanced and very accurate, providing excellent information. We also have the fishing follow-up system using advanced satellite tools. And this is to monitor sustainable fishing, to monitor the boats and anything that may be a threat to our oceans. I cannot but mention Panama Canal. The contribution of our Panama channel brings in economic and social environmental benefits for the well-being of our population. This is indeed an example that is also being repeated in other countries that have this kind of channel. The decarbonization, amongst all of the plans and goals, we are implementing sustainable decarbonization programs, and we have other programs in the channel in order to get the green road with the 2030 agenda goals. And I can speak on behalf of all of UN systems when I state that we're very proud of having this close collaboration, this strategic collaboration with Panama Channel. This goes beyond the routes, distances. It has to do with this follow-up with competencies, with technologies, and different means to improve our footprint. This is a specific example whereby UN Program for Development is working for many years now at our channel with more than 3,000 families that live on that basin. This basin supplies the channel, and it also brings in water for the population on the shore. And through participation, we are working together with the families, together with the communities, in order to assist in different kinds of needs and management. This also brings in local investment to improve the management of the channel's basin. So this is the social capital that we have, involving the cultural capital, entrepreneurship, and participation for the preservation of our water. What are the challenges? Well, Panama is facing, as many others, from pollution. We yesterday heard from UNEP and others about the challenges in ocean pollution, in the reefs that are suffering, biodiversity, unlawful fishing, lack of regulation fishing, maritime governance that has to be more effective, because a lot of this depends on the authorities. And there are many, many challenges that must be overcome to preserve our oceans. And to finish off, I'd like to say that UN right now has a cooperation framework until 2030, and we are thinking about the backing to the future of our oceans. So in order to accelerate this transition, we have to work hand in hand with the government, with private sector, so that, because as we know, the Panama Channel belongs also to the private sector because it's an independent private company. So we will work together with all partnerships to encourage this through responsible touristic policies, with plans to reduce pollution, trying to eradicate illegal fishing, and to continue leveraging Panama Channel through more and better planning and even spatial strategic marine planning. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd say that the waterways and oceans is always fascinating for all of us. It is dear to our heart. Thank you, the director from Panama, and we also wish to thank all of the panelists for your excellent presentations. Now we have time for interventions from the delegations here present. And also partners in development. I will hand over to Brazil. Thank you. During the last years, Brazil has made headway in the implementation of SDGs, and to a great extent, thanks to the National Commission for that purpose that was set up in 23 under the General Secretariat of the Presidency. The Commission is now the organ in charge of the governance of the agenda, and it coordinates the implementation of the SDGs in Brazil. Between 24 and 25, it has worked intensely to promote a technical debate on SDGs together with civil society and administrations. We also would like to talk about the work that has been coordinated for the preparation of the 24 voluntary report. There, through participation, we involved all sectors of our society in Brazil. This has permitted comprehensive evaluation of the status of the implementation of SDGs in our country. The Commission also participated actively in the construction and official launch of SDG 18 that was adopted voluntarily by Brazil to promote ethnic racial equality. The logotype was chosen through popular vote. And finally, ACNOD is in charge of simplifying the language of the 2030 agenda, trying to get it to be more disseminated. Brazil also has successful experiences in the implementation of SDGs in the legal spheres. For example, the public ministry has actions to protect the environment. A strategic group was created to receive complaints and to protect the biomas in our patrimony. A strategic group to fight environmental crime was created. This is the result of a relationship with the federal police and the environmental ministries. In the last 2 years, more than 120 complaints were received to complain for 3 million reales in compensation. Brazil is therefore committed with the implementation of an inclusive, resilient development for all. Thank you. Thank you. I now hand over to Colombia. Thank you. Colombia recognizes the importance to encourage new initiatives, key initiatives to reduce inequality and to improve the quality of life of our communities through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. The focus of the government is clear: to build a fair, sustainable country through the collaboration between different players. One of the main pillars here has been the multi-stakeholder platform, joining efforts towards that end. The idea is to consolidate this as an autonomous, sustainable agency that can bring in different sectors to promote the 2030 agenda. I'd like to also emphasize the preparation of the 4th voluntary report that Colombia submitted. This is a collective work bringing in many voices, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, social farmers associations, and international organizations. This is permitted the identification of challenges, bringing in solutions. Colombia is also bringing innovative partnerships, such as the Partnership for the Implementation of SSG, to strengthen local capacity and to mobilize resources to have concrete action in our municipalities and cities. We do know that sustainable development is only possible building as of the local places. the 2030 agenda must come to the territory, but this requires even more statistical data. We need a YU registry and the urban registries that are so important to be more precise and inclusive. There are other initiatives that have to do with the use of data related to sustainable development. An example are the tatatones. These are the way to resolve issues through data. We have information on youngsters and sustainable tourism using science and data to try to solve these problems. Tatatones have been essential to encourage the use of data for decision making. We're talking about key initiatives on SDGs with information that comes from the National Statistical System. We must mention the development of the fifth data forum from UN that was held in Medellin. This has been key to show the progress we have accomplished in monitoring and implementing the 2030 agenda. Thus, we have shared strategies with international communities and reaffirming our commitment towards SDGs. We are also committed to an inclusive, sustainable development. We are joining forces, bringing SDGs to the territories and strengthening our capacities will be the groundwork for a more equitable future for all. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Colombia and now hand over to the representative of Mexico. Thank you and good morning, everyone. I thank you for the opportunity. I thank ECLAC and Peru for having organized this forum, as well as Jose Manuel Salazar Tirinax for his leadership. The government of Mexico agrees fully with the principles of the 2030 Agenda. Since 2018, Mexico has developed an urbanist government that is nourished by a fundamental pillar for everyone's good, first of all, the poor. To move ahead in that direction, there has been a redistribution of public expenditure in favor of the well-being of the great majorities via the implementation of a social policy that places at the center those that most need it. Throughout the last 6 years, thanks to the implementation of an economic policy directed at achieving a more equitable distribution of wealth, minimum wages recovered 135% of its purchasing power in Mexico due to the annual increases. And according to World Bank data, since 2018 to date, 9.5 million people have overcome poverty, whereas the unemployment rate has reached historical lows at 2.4% at the end of 2024. The success of our strategy lies in multi-actor, multi-level strategies essential for meeting the sustainable development goals, such as the programs such as Sembrando Vida or Sowing Life have revitalized field, and other programs such as Youth Building the Future have furthered job training. And we have social programs to ensure continuity and ensure the well-being of the population. The national plan for development valid now in Mexico is based on 4 pillars: governance with justice, development with well-being, moral economy, and sustainable development, to achieve a shared prosperity with social and territorial fairness, democratic dream of citizen participation to respond to the real needs of people. And also, the budget is aligned with the 2030 agenda. And this year, 84.5% of the budgetary items in Mexico contribute to at least to one SDG. And 92.3% of the targets to have financial backing. Now, In terms of gender equality, Mexico has moved ahead with a constitutional reform in substantive equality, promoting wage equality and the right to a life free of violence. And so we raised the level of Secretariat the National Institute for Women, giving priority to giving women access to opportunities and leadership to strengthen the role of women in the construction of sustainable development. Furthermore, the health is a main pillar in our development strategy. With the Health Home by Home program, we've left preventive and primary health care to marginalized communities, giving priority to the elderly and persons with disability. And also, Vive Saludable, Feliz promotes health right from childhood, promoting healthy lifestyles and avoiding fresh food in schools. So this or another program that strengthens citizen participation in decision-making regarding investment and equipment. And in parallel, improvements have been made in infrastructure with programs such as The Clinic is Ours that encourages participation by rights holders to decide how resources will be invested for medical care. And from the environmental and economic viewpoint, the National Water Plan furthers the sustainability of water, whereas Mexico Plan, led by the Secretary of Economy, Marcela Huarca seeks the sustainable industrialization and location of enterprises with decent work and better wages. And as stated by our President, Claudia Sheinbaum, the aim is for each state of the Republic have a program, a clear project with clear targets that encourages regional development and the generation of well-paid jobs. The 2030 Agenda is not only the responsibility of the government, but a collective effort that requires partnerships between governments, private sector, civil society, and academia. That is why the Executive Secretary of the 2030 Agenda Council, Mexico, has furthered sustainable public policy and encouraged active participation by various sectors. And it is through initiatives such as voluntary local reports with 21 local governments recorded with the UN and the network for 2030 Agenda, we have fostered youth and key players for sustainable development. And this has consolidated Mexico as a global benchmark in this area. And for this, the 2030 Agenda is more than a list of targets, but an integral strategy that requires collaboration by all sectors of society. And it is by building alliances and strengthening sustainable policies that we ensure inclusive development, equitable development, and sustainable for everyone. And so in Mexico, we will not leave anyone behind. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Mexico and now hand over to the representative of Peru. Good morning. Well, although many of these public interventions, the comments made in previous days are very relevant, since this is a multiplayer space, I would like to say what we're doing regarding SDG 17. With Peru, we have been working and continue to work on a tool known as the DG Push, which is a pilot in Peru and another 5 countries. The tools was presented in an international event in Panama last year, and this allows us to identify accelerators to implement SDGs. The construction of the tool has implied picking up information on SDGs with targets, indicators, national plan, sectoral plans, territorial plans, and even budgetary plans. And this goes through an algorithm and reads a multiplayer validation process that identifies the variables required in Peru and on which we must prioritize our implementation. This year, it will be followed up on to ensure financing. This is one of the tools that allows us to prioritize and hand in hand with the government policy. Another tool that is worked on with UNDP is, and this is very notorious in our case, because if we look 5 years back, we did not have this mapping. There is an LDG tool that allows us to identify the contribution by the private sector in compliance with SDGs. And we've been able to map with participation by the main companies set up in Peru and how they contribute to each one of the SDGs. And this is on the rise in the country. We're in a process of making the tool sustainable because it's been applied for 3 years. And the interesting thing is that companies have already organized. On Wednesday, there was a representative of this organization, Peru Sostenible, recognized by WTO, and where they can express not only what they have been doing, but what they would like to continue contributing to the country. And I was a member of a jury, and the truth is that it's great what countries are doing as a contribution in social matters, even environmental and others, and something that had not been mapped. What we want is that through these interventions that they carry out, how to include this as public policy, which is their purpose as well. And then a third tool, and with this I will end. Also, although we pay attention to what is done at public level, there are targets to be met. And so we, 3 years back, we built a tool that we call the dashboard, which allows us to see not only the outcome when we need to measure after a certain period, which could be a year, but anyway, we are warned with a we can see how the progress of the service provision is going, how activities have been carried out, and with this sort of traffic light, we've ensured that the tool meets the cabinet of the office of the president. And with these warnings, it is possible to improve the implementation of each activity. Often we report more as an institution, but remember that the institution is built based on compliance of each mission office. Because if we find and identify warnings, well, maybe this will mean that when we need to report the results, we're not with a benefit, we've not reached the benefit that was pursued, and that is why we're at 23% compliance of these targets. So this will allow us to work more soundly, because if we install the tool at local and national government, for example, last week, where we gave it to the technique for the local governments for them to monitor their progress, we believe that this can strengthen us and ensure that the work we do is stronger, better meeting the goals. And always the question we ask is, to what extent is the spending good quality? Thank you. Well, I thank the representative of Peru, and now I recognize the representative of Costa Rica. Thank you. We're living in times marked by major global challenges that affect all regions, all countries of the region. And that is why it is necessary to act in an innovative way with commitment and, above all, hope. It's in this spirit that Costa Rica today we share with pride our experience that is deeply transformative, the strategy for national SDG targets. These instruments reflect not only our commitment as a country with the 2030 agenda, but also our determination to adapt it to our own reality. This effort responds to paragraph 55 of the Resolution on Sustainable Development, that is a clear call on countries to adopt the 169 global targets of the SDGs to the national realities and circumstances. And so Costa Rica has taken this on with seriously. The adaptation process was not unilateral. On the contrary, it was carried out openly with participation and including everyone, including the public sectors, private sectors, civil society, academia, and other key players for sustainable development. It is thanks to this collaborative approach that the outcome reached was concrete and valuable, the definition of 55 national SDG targets. that will guide our commitment towards 2030 based on over 150 public-private actions. The strategy represented a clear planning tool and allows us to align our public policy programs and resources with a clear roadmap that is measurable and with a context. And for a middle-income country such as ours, having a strategy of this type not only strengthens our domestic capacities, but also positions us internationally as a benchmark in the local implementation of SDGs. The strategy for the implementation of the SDGs is more than a planning instrument. It is a shared vision for the future, a promise that coming generations will lead to a fairer Costa Rica, more prosperous and more sustainable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica. Now move on to the representative of Cuba. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. As we have ratified in every space that we've had at this forum, Cuba, no matter how difficult the conditions, does not renounce the 2030 agenda. It is a national priority. Speeding up SDGs is a process that depends on factors such as political will, the availability of financing, citizen participation, development and use of sustainable technology, having multi-stakeholder partnerships and appropriate monitoring, assessment, and adaptation of strategies and policies to the specific context in each region or community. And in this sense, in the case of Cuba, the National Group for the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda is the national mechanism for implementation, follow-up, and assessment of SDGs in the country. It is part of the work of everyone involved that with a shared vision, cooperate, dialogue, exchange information, experiences, good practices regarding the national priorities for sustainable development. A key factor for moving ahead has been the convergence of the National Plan for Economic and Social Development for the year 2030 and the 17 SDGs and the principles of the same 2030 agenda. Quite aside from alignment in terms of their strategic pillars, the specific targets or goals of the national plan find a correlation with various SDG targets. So much so, one national development priority is related to the priority of SDGs in the country. Furthermore, the communicational campaign, Cuba on the way to the 2030, has built awareness regarding players in the 2030 agenda and making visible the progress and challenges that we have in terms of implementation. We also have the National Action Plan for implementation of the new urban agenda in Cuba for 2036 that, as a state plan, determines actions to consolidate cities and other human settlements as dynamizers of sustainable development. In 2021, the national program for the advancement of women was passed, and that sums up the feeling and the political will of the Cuban state and is the cornerstone for the development of policies in favor of women and gave continuity to the progress and development of gender equality in the country. And it is conceived as the state for the advancement of women and promotes action to achieve a greater integrality and efficacy in the prevention and eradication of manifestations of discrimination against women and strengthen mechanisms and capacities mainstream in order to spread the gender approach and ensure they're included in policies and projects. Also, I'd highlight the key role played by the Platform for Integral Development at regional level, PADID, which was mainstreamed as a public policy to enhance local development, an essentially endogenous process, participatory, innovative, and for connection of interest among players' territories. And so strengthen municipalities and reduce the main territorial disproportion. Government priorities are continue focused on furthering development and full development of human beings, consolidation of ethical values and practices that set our Cuban society aside. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la representante de Cuba y ahora paso la palabra.
Thank you, representative of Cuba. And now I give the floor to the representative of British Virgin Islands. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. The progress of sustainable development in the British Virgin Islands must be seen through the lens of hurricane recovery, given that we are a post-disaster society. Since the devastation of two Category 5 hurricanes in 2017, reconstruction has continued at a steady pace and is roughly 75% complete. Most public services have been fully restored and the economy is stable. As we continue hurricane recovery, we are embedding the Sustainable Development Goals into our national development. In 2023, the government officially adopted the British Virgin Islands National Sustainable Development Plan that was developed with the generous technical assistance of ICLAC. The plan is aligned with the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. Implementation of the plan has begun in earnest with the launch of a 2025 medium-term development strategy that will serve as the plan's primary implementation mechanism. The strategy sets out the strategic projects and investments by each ministry of government over a 3-year budget cycle to deliver on the National Sustainable Development Plan within that period. Importantly, the strategy completes the establishment of our Sustainable Development Framework, which aligns fiscal policy, capital projects, and development initiatives. By the end of the 3-year period of the strategy, we will be able to officially update on the progress of the SDGs in the British Virgin Islands. This forum is critical for such reporting because we do not participate in the high-level political forum in New York, which is also the case for all associate members of ECLAC. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the UN system for their generous support in helping the British Virgin Islands to get to this stage of SDG implementation. I also want to say a very special thanks to the chief of the ICLAC Caribbean Sub-Regional Office in Port of Spain, Mrs. Diane Corliss, who has been a champion of support to the British Virgin Islands and other associate members to help us achieve the SDGs. Her tenure in office is soon coming to an end, and I want to sincerely thank her for her sterling and tremendous service to the Caribbean through her work at ICLAC. I am very encouraged by the commitment of the Executive Secretary to ensuring that the ICLAC sub-regional headquarters in Port of Spain will continue her important work. We must continue to ensure that no country or territory in Latin America and the Caribbean is left behind. I thank you.
Thank you to the representative of the Virgin Islands, and I will pass the floor now to the last intervention, FAO.
Muchas gracias. Me gustaría hacer referencia.
Thank you. I would like to refer to the World Report on Sustainable Development presented in 2023 that identified the transformation of agri-food systems as one of the 6 entry points of high impact in order to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The agri-food systems, while being intersectoral, that link production of food with the environmental sustainability, health, equality, and livelihood are a powerful lever in order to move forward simultaneously in multiple sustainable development goals, simultaneously including those related to poverty, hunger, health, education, gender equality, decent work, proactive action, production, and sustainable consumption, among others. In this framework, it is necessary to underscore the urgency of reshaping the production and consumption patterns through the display of 5 change pillars: governance, financing, individual and collective action, the use of science and technology, and the capacity building that they are all pointed out in the context of transformations, all required to achieve SDGs. In Latin America and the Caribbean, FAO works with the government in order to operationalize these change trajectories through the transformation of agri-food systems. The region has achieved important progress in recent years in the reduction of the prevalence of undernutrition and food insecurity, but still it faces important obstacles, among them the high cost of healthy diets, the increase of inequalities, environmental pressure factors, and climate change. FAO supports national acceleration of SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean through the startup of concrete actions in our strategic framework and the four regional priorities, including achieving efficient, inclusive, and sustainable production, reduction of hunger and malnutrition, sustainable management of natural resources, and finally, the reduction of inequalities and resilience building. There are many, many examples of programs designed to transform agri-food systems in the region, where you can visualize effects at system level. Likewise, FAO strengthens national data systems, governance mechanisms, and multi-sectoral coordination in order to support decision-making evidence-based. I want to emphasize that transformation of agri-food systems offers to the countries of the region a strategic and systemic pathway for inclusive, sustainable, and resilient development, driving progress in all the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, FAO. We have now come to the last leg. Just one last intervention from civil society. You have the floor. Thank you. I'm Pedro Paulo Vicario. I am president of the Federal Council on Psychology, Brazil. We are a state institution with 530,000 psychologists from Brazil. We are the country with most psychologists in the world. And we do believe that these are strategic players for the meeting SDGs in Brazil. We are 32 colleges of professors with about 15 million persons involved. The Federal Council on Psychology is well known by UN as an institution that meets the goals of the 2030 agenda. We do believe that recognizing professional chambers as important players means that we are also recognized to be able to work together with the states in order to finally have a world with more sustainable development and reaching many, many professionals that can be strategic to that purpose. Thank you. Thank you, representative from civil society. And as I said before, we are now on the final leg of this session. I thank you all, members of the panel, for your presentations that have been excellent. I also thank you for sharing your public policies that are very innovative, as well as valuable experiences in your road towards sustainable development. We know that the situation is more and more challenging. That is why we must diminish the gap on development inequalities, reach and measuring multi-dimensional poverties that should be eliminated. I also wish to thank the chair of this session, General Director of Economic Affairs from the Peruvian Foreign Ministry, Mr. Jose Felix Rubio, for your leadership. I also wish to thank the Executive Secretary from ECLAC, and the Secretariat for this space. I also recognize all of you for your active participation and for the commitment in this very important session with such interesting content. I do hope you have a very pleasant afternoon, and I now adjourn this session. Thank you all.
Muchas gracias, Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto. We now adjourn until 2:30 p.m. So we'll meet again on that occasion. During this lunch break, there are side events
Good afternoon. Thank you for being on time. I would like to introduce Mario Otero, who is a Director of International Relations of the Vice Presidency and Executive Director of the National Sustainable Development Council of El Salvador, who will be moderating this panel entitled Good Practices and Challenges in the Preparation of Voluntary National Reports. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to participate in this learning space between peers where representatives of different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean share our experiences in the preparation of national voluntary reports. I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation and for the valuable support provided to us so that we can meet the 2030 SDGs. We're only 5 years away from the deadline for the achievement of SDGs in a complex international scenario that has an impact upon multiple dimensions of development. And within this scenario, the national voluntary reports not only represent a progress of multiple aspects of development and not only an opportunity to be accountable to the international community, but have also become a clear exercise of national reflection, institutional coordination, and multi-stakeholder participation. And this provides us with the possibility of identifying good practices, of reviewing common challenges, and of learning from innovating approaches that will enable countries to overcome the challenges of achieving SDGs. I would like to introduce those that will be my co-panelists. We have Mrs. Rochelle Newbold from Bahamas. From Jamaica, we have Latoya Clark. From the Dominican Republic, Mr. Nelson Chavez. From St. Lucia, Pauline Antoine Prosper. And from Suriname, Carissa Dowry. May you be very welcome to this panel, and I insist on time so that we can all speak during the times that have been allocated to you all. So I offer the floor, President and Secretary, to Rochelle Newbold from Bahamas.
Thank you. So, good practices and challenges in the preparation of the voluntary national review. So as this is the Bahamas' third experience, the question is third time the charm? The Bahamas presented its first VNR at the high-level political forum in 2018. This first presentation highlighted the Bahamas' efforts in addressing sustainable development after becoming a signatory to Agenda 2030 in 2015. The Bahamas' second presentation was virtually in 2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that focus of the VNR was to highlight the resilience of the Bahamas in the wake of the efforts of Hurricane Dorian and the pandemic while undertaking sustainable development efforts. Both these opportunities were not as telling as this third presentation will be. During those previous presentations, we would have had specific focuses and had not been in the game long enough. Nevertheless, during this VNR, we are seeking to adhere to the 2024 guidelines for the production of the report. And as there are 17 goals with over 300 targets for the purposes of this panel, I will focus on 3 main principles of the best practices and 6 for the challenges. For the best practice, I will draw attention to stakeholder engagement. The SDG unit partnered with many of our ministries, departments, and agencies to collect information for the VNR, reflective of government-led SDG programs, projects, and initiatives, and engaged with civil society, non-governmental organizations, private sector, and academia. Because this unit is only constituted by 6 individuals, we also engaged a consultant who had one focus: to make sure that those stakeholder engagements had occurred and the data collected would be useful and relevant to the VNR process. So that brings me to the second point: data collection. partnering with the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, which became a regulatory mandated body in 2021, the unit sought to engage with them to collect as much data as we possibly could to make sure that what we were receiving from the private sector and civil society also matched up with what the government had already collected and was verified in the databases. Then, point number 3, aligning our processes to the recommended VNR guidelines. Participating in the various VNR workshops key as they provided insight into how others have dealt with their VNR preparations, and you can engage directly with the UN colleagues to get clarity on the guidelines and expectations. It was through these workshops that we will be given guidance which will inform our data consultants' efforts and ensure that our document is aligned as required. However, I think to our own detriment, we seek to present perfect documents, a human trait and the need to provide a national face that is no less than that of any other country. But colleagues, if everything was perfect, we wouldn't be here and there would be no need for meetings or goals such as the SDGs. This brings me to the issue of the challenges. So I spoke to the challenges which align with the best practices. I will focus on 6 of them. The first being limited personnel. The Bahamas' SDG unit is staffed by 5 persons and only one of them has participated in a previous VNR process. So continuity of staff in the preparation and tracking of the various goals prior to the report development is a challenge. If countries cannot maintain the group of individuals throughout the course of this Agenda 2030 period, you will be challenged when you would have new individuals coming in who have to be trained, who have to be sensitized, who have to be engaged to ensure that the data is relevant to the particular targets as are required. Additionally, there is difficulty to assign staff to specific tasks and tracks and to monitor the SDGs for their ministries, departments, and agencies. Because the 17 SDGs are either mandated by law or policy amongst various ministries or agencies and organizations, who themselves suffer from staff turnover or changing priorities. The difficulties have been engaging with these persons over years is unusual, meaning if we have one point of contact in a ministry whose job it is to ensure that over the course of time they are collecting the data relative to the targets that are set, it is easy to be able to access that data. But because ministries change, organizations change, and those individuals who may have responsibility for the SDGs within those agencies are no longer there or have been moved on, then it becomes even more challenging to get that data when the time comes to begin the development of the report. The second issue is limited resources. Fiscal budgets being what they are, financial priorities are more likely to be directed to meeting social and economic targets. And due to our acapellic nature, getting all stakeholders in one place is difficult, and the utilization of technology to compensate, as was mentioned earlier during our discussions this week, tends to limit or marginalize certain sectors of society, such as the elderly and the poor. This creates a problem, which is number 3, of awareness. Many stakeholders are doing the work, but do not use SDG language. Therefore, to be able to translate their initiatives to the SDG targets and indicator framework necessary for reporting becomes difficult, challenging, and requires a lot more time. The 4th level of challenge is that of capacity. It is more difficult to get the requested information if there is no buy-in from the government administrators or agency heads, this being mostly a result of capacity constraints within those agencies. Thus, many stakeholders do not have the capacity to facilitate the SDG unit with getting the information for the development of the VNR. And this leads to the fifth challenge, that being time. It takes a long time to get the requested information, particularly if we have issues of holidays, specific reporting, timeframes, political elections, and time lost due to hurricanes and storm impacts. The final and sixth challenge is that of the data quality once collected. As I said, the Bahamas in 2021 created the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, which has the statutory responsibility for data collection, but the Bahamas does not collect primary data specific for the targets and indicators of the SDGs. And when I say that, what I mean is there is no folder, there is no live link to click on, and then you get all your SDG targets, information come down to you. The information is not disaggregated in that way. And therefore, it creates issues with the quality of the data, how the data should be appropriately appended to the various targets. And all of that has problems that goes right back to the other 5 issues that I said before. In conclusion, the system provided by UNDESA regarding the preparation of the VNR is set up for the countries to succeed. But I do encourage colleagues to be balanced in their presentation of the state of the delivery. If we don't confirm our challenges, we are bound to be prisoners of them. And today, as was stated by representatives on an earlier panel, the world is changing, our resources are diminishing, and our challenges are increasing. It is vital that the Latin American and Caribbean region, through a united front, address our common issues, because we will either sink together or we will build partnerships which will allow us to flow through the mounting waves that are on the horizon. Thank you.
Sí, muchísimas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you for your remarks. Clearly, there are common issues that we face. We have similar issues related to personnel, economic resources, capacity, the specialists, special technicians that have the capacity and know-how within the different government and state offices to address all of this. And clearly, these are challenges we all face. Thank you for that. Allow me to give the floor to Jamaica, to Latoya Clark.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Jamaica congratulates ECLAC on the successful hosting of the 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. We welcome the opportunity to share in today's session on best practices and challenges in the preparation of voluntary national reviews. Mr. President, Jamaica has prepared 2 voluntary national review reports, our first in 2018 and the second report in 2022. We have also prepared 2 progress reports on the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are currently in the process of finalizing our evaluation. In our conduct of the follow-up and review of the SDGs, we take note of General Assembly Resolution 67290 on the format and organizational aspects of the high-level political forum, and 70299 on the follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at the global level. We also note the Secretary General's guidelines, which provide comprehensive guidance for the preparation of VNRs. We acknowledge the guidance provided by ECLAC through the community of practice, which facilitates valuable knowledge exchange with our colleagues in the region, And we also acknowledge the technical and financial support that we receive from the United Nations system and the European Union to strengthen Jamaica's monitoring, evaluation, and localization processes. Moderator, the VNR is more than a reporting mechanism. It is a process that yields both tangible and intangible outcomes in support of national development. Our presentation at the HLPF is one such outcome, along with policy recommendations and guidance on internal processes, such as strategies to strengthen institutional mechanisms and enhance capacity building, all of which can emerge from a thorough review. We also acknowledge the significance of the negotiation processes surrounding the ministerial declarations and intergovernmentally agreed conclusions as instruments to drive sustainable development globally and regionally. In this regard, we note that effective follow-up of the 2030 Agenda requires a comprehensive accountability framework, of which the VNR is one element. There is therefore need for better integration of this framework with broader accountability mechanisms for global partnerships that support SDG implementation. We have, Mr. President, learned from our voluntary national review processes, and I will now be sharing with you a few lessons. Jamaica's efforts to develop and strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of the National Development Plan has been instrumental in the preparation of VNRs by facilitating harmonized approaches to measuring results that reflect the integration of the 2030 Agenda into national development planning, monitoring, and evaluation. While still a work in progress for Jamaica, we recognize that VNRs are most effective when they emerge from well-developed monitoring and evaluation frameworks that facilitate learning and action. The integration of the SDGs into the Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan exemplifies Jamaica's strategic commitment to evidence-based policy in support of SDG progress. As part of the evidence-based approach, in-depth country studies such as the midterm evaluation of the SDGs in Jamaica provide critical insights into progress and the identification of key accelerators and policy recommendations. These findings inform targeted investments and optimized efforts to provide well-directed financing to achieving the goals. In addition, the VNR process can be an effective mechanism to evaluate progress for countries in special circumstances, such as small island developing states. Given the financial constraints often faced in monitoring and evaluation, the VNR process ensures that their unique development challenges remain visible and are well articulated on the global stage. A more streamlined approach to reporting across the various frameworks under the 2030 Agenda is needed to demonstrate their applicability to SDG acceleration. Jamaica has attempted this through the Data and Monitoring Subcommittee of the National 2030 Agenda Oversight Committee led by our National Statistics Office, and is comprised of focal points for instruments within the 2030 Agenda. This involves assessing the indicator frameworks to align them with the SDG framework, thereby promoting greater harmonization in data production and reporting. We welcome opportunities for further guidance and cooperation in this area. Jamaica has also benefited from strong partnerships that support the VNR process, from conceptualization to dissemination. We acknowledge the importance of our institutional framework, which includes the National 2030 Agenda Oversight Committee. And this is a multi-stakeholder body with cross-sectoral representation that provides oversight for SDG implementation and monitoring, as well as the National SDG Core Group comprising the NSO, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which is the national focal point, leading coordination of the whole of society approach through which the SDGs are implemented. We further acknowledge the participation of civil society, advocacy groups, and other target populations who contribute to dialogue and assessment as part of the consultative processes for the BNR. This framework facilitates effective and consistent engagement of stakeholders, which is fundamental to participatory development. The Let's Talk Goals series, which emerged from our communications subcommittee of the National 2030 Agenda Oversight Committee, is an example of how Jamaica uses innovative communication strategies. Through partnerships with the Public Broadcasting Corporation, which is a free-to-air media, and paid publications in the local newspapers, this initiative has enhanced public awareness of development results, demonstrating dynamism in monitoring and evaluation processes. In terms of challenges, the availability of timely, high-quality data remains a critical challenge in the VNR process. Efforts to conduct more in-depth analysis of key issues are often constrained by data gaps or the absence of a comprehensive time series data. To mitigate these limitations, Jamaica has developed alternative approaches, including the use of geographic information system, GIS data mapping, and recently we have extended this to the creation of a story map for the 2023 SDG Progress Report. And this is an interactive tool that is used to engage diverse audience. Additionally, we use studies by external partners as well as data sets, and these have supplemented our national efforts. In closing, cross-border cooperation is essential to achieving the sustainable development goals in the region. VNRs facilitate dialogue on shared development challenges and foster advocacy to devise collective solutions. Collaboration in VNR preparation also enables capacity building and meaningful exchanges in monitoring, evaluation, and learning, as well as the sharing of innovative approaches in development planning, data production, and sector-specific issues. As Jamaica continues this journey, we reaffirm our commitment to leveraging partnerships and strengthening institutional frameworks to ensure the effective implementation of the SDGs. Thank you.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, señora Clark.
Thank you, Madam Clark. Allow me to give the floor to Nelson Chavez from the Dominican Republic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to share with you the experience of the Dominican Republic in terms of preparing the voluntary national reviews. As you know, this is an exercise that not only allows us to report on the progress of the SDGs, but also has enabled us to boost our planning, or rather our monitoring and evaluation capacity and multi-stakeholder participation relative to public policies for development. Similar to the two previous speakers, my country has submitted 2 reports in 2018 and 2021, and at present, we are preparing the next one. Now, this process is led by the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development. This is part of the public investment body, and we also involve the coordinator of high-level interinstitutional mechanisms regarding SDGs. All of this is linked to the country's planning. system. With regard to the preparation process per se, in keeping with the UN proposed policy, we adopted an innovative participatory approach. We have set up multi-sectoral teams broken down by themes, and these have been responsible for systematizing the progress, issuing recommendations, and addressing challenges. In 2021, we included a statistics annex with regard to the country's SDGs that are priorities. We also made a qualitative leap forward in terms of monitoring and evaluation. With regard to lessons learned, I would like to underscore the participation of several different stakeholders in the process. The report has always been carried out by way of dialogue between the different stakeholders, for example, civil society, the private sector, academia, youth, and other groups represented within the territory.
This includes their visions, their challenges, and opportunities. Despite all this, there is still a challenge to achieve greater, equitable, and binding participation, especially from the territories and vulnerable sectors. We also see learnings on governance and the alignment with national plans. In our experience, the VNRs have strengthened the planning system, especially the methodological base for measuring the national development strategy as the main planning instrument. Likewise, the identification of gaps in institutionality, financing, and technical capacities, as well as the alignment of the SDGs with the other planning instruments in the medium term, such as a national, regional, local, municipal plans. The elaboration of these reviews has contributed to statistics building and has offered more opportunities for the statistics program. We have looked at the feasibility of measurements of SDG indicators, and based on this, developed a monitoring table. This seeks to bring together the statistics and planning systems. We still find some limitations in having aggregate and timely information. Everything we've learned to date is taken into consideration during this process in elaborating the third review. And of course, it's done in collaboration with the National Statistics Office. And we have taken into account the integration of the Future Pact and the development programs, as well as the agenda of the SIDS. There is still the challenge of capacities, as we mentioned earlier, especially when we look at changes in general and not losing the acquired capacities and skills, and also taking care of information that has been acquired. In the elaboration of these reports, we have seen some advances in our countries, some structural gaps, but we understand, however, that there are still opportunities to continue to move forward towards more strategic planning, focusing on results and a long-term perspective. I would like to close by saying that beyond this accountability review, it is basically a tool for dialogue, identification of policies and challenges to further strengthen our institutions and improve information systems. It's an opportunity for innovation, learning, and appropriation of the SDGs, which enrich the National Development Plan. We hope that this third opportunity will continue to allow us to learn from the rest of the region. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to offer the floor to Pauline Antoine Prosper.
Thank you, Director, for the opportunity to report on the good practices and challenges in the preparation for voluntary national reviews. I should say off the bat that St. Lucia is committed to presenting the voluntary national reviews. St. Lucia presented its first voluntary national review to the high-level political forum on sustainable development in 2019. as the first organization of Eastern Caribbean states member to do so. Since the first VNR almost 6 years ago, we have taken several steps to address gaps in our implementation of the 2030 agenda and challenges that we face in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Realizing that our first guiding challenge are in the areas of financing our sustainable development, data for decision-making and limited technical capacities, we developed a country financing roadmap for St. Lucia in 2020, representing a national strategy for resource mobilization to finance our sustainable development. To address our data challenge during 2023-2024, St. Lucia benefited from technical assistance provided by ECLAC, sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean, in conducting an SDG data gap assessment. The conduct of this assessment included stakeholder engagement sessions in November 2023 and again in November 2024. These workshops conducted to help the government in identifying practical solutions to address the data gaps confronting us in our SDG implementation and reporting. Leveraging our national experience thus far and the knowledge we have gained through our engagement in peer learning activities at the regional and global levels, including St. Lucia's participation in the ECLAC community of practice for countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, presenting a VNR, we are now advancing in the preparation of the second VNR for presentation at the HLPF in July. Just last month, we hosted an ECLAC mission in Castries, St. Lucia, which involved consultations with national SDG stakeholders, including representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies, and of the government of St. Lucia, the private sector, civil society, and the Arthur Louis Community College. The sessions featuring focus groups and personal interviews yielded invaluable information on qualitative data that would be useful in elaborating our progress on the SDGs in the absence of quantitative data. We have now completed drafting our main messages for the VNR and on track to submit these main messages to the DESA for cabinet approval. Our experience in implementing the SDGs has shown a critical role that a national coordination mechanism plays. In that respect, the government established an SDG National Coordinating Committee, SDG-NCC, to serve as St. Lucia's national mechanism for the coordination of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. However, the SDG-NC does not have its own operation budget, limiting its activities. Furthermore, the capacity limitation of the MDAs have meant that technical officers participating in the SDG-NCC have had to perform their duties as added obligations of their primary work assignments. We continue to strengthen our collaboration sub-regionally, regionally, and globally, and our participation in the meeting of the forum will advance this collaboration as we seek to accelerate our SDG implementation with the year 2030 in mind. We have a number of challenges. One, limited data availability. One of the biggest challenges of St. Lucia is in preparing VNRs is the lack of, comprehensive and disaggregated data, particularly in sectors like poverty, inequality, and climate resilience. This is due to limitations in national data collection systems and resource constraints. St. Lucia, like many small island developing states, face financial constraints that hinder the effective implementation of the SDGs. capacity building. The need for stronger institutional and human resource capacity for SDG implementation is another challenge. Training officials and developing skills in monitoring, data collection, and analysis is crucial, but often lacks sufficient funding and infrastructure. Climate change vulnerability. St. Lucia is highly vulnerable to climate change, which can impact multiple SDCs, especially those related to the environment, infrastructure, and economic development. This vulnerability requires significant investments in climate adaptation and resilience strategies. Stakeholder coordination. While stakeholder engagement is a good practice, coordinating diverse groups, government NGOs, civil society, and the private sector can often be challenging due to differing priorities and a lack of cohesive governance framework. Lack of public awareness. While government may focus on the SDGs, public awareness about SDGs and their relevance to everyday life can be limited. This lack of understanding leads to low participation in SDG-related programs and activities. Political and institutional challenge. Political charges, cycles, and changes often affect the continuity and prioritization of SDG initiatives. Moreover, institutions responsible for SDG implementation sometimes do not have the necessary mandate or resource to execute the long-term sustainable plans effectively. In closing, St. Lucia needs greater collaboration with regional organizations, enhanced regional cooperation, strengthening of public awareness campaigns, greater private sector engagement. By addressing these challenges, we appreciate the strategies that St. Lucia can successfully prepare and implement its VNR, while demonstrating real progress towards sustainable development. I thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por su participación.
Thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to now offer the floor to Shari Sadori.
It is an honor to speak here today on Suriname's progress in implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Suriname presented its first VNR in 2022, reporting on the implementation of SDG 4, 8, 13, and 17. At the HLPF 2025, Suriname will present its second VNR on the implementation of all 17 SDGs with the support of the HLPF. By addressing each SDG, Suriname aims to showcase achievements, identify persistent challenges, and strengthen national and international collaboration across the 5 pillars of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Some key examples being Suriname has successfully completed its extended fund facility arrangement with the IMF, marking a significant milestone in the nation's economic recovery efforts. Throughout this program, Suriname prioritized enhancing its social safety nets to protect vulnerable populations during economic reforms. The government implemented a comprehensive plan to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of social spending, ensuring that resources were directed toward those most in need. This initiative, developed after extensive stakeholder consultations, aimed to sustainably enhance social benefits and program performance across various sectors. On the environmental front, Suriname has continued to lead by example. As one of only 3 carbon-negative countries in the world, we remain committed to protecting our 93 forest coverage and promoting climate resilience. A key development in this regard is the Green Development Strategy, spearheaded by the Ministry of Spatial Planning and Environment. The GDS serves as a roadmap for balancing economic growth with environmental preservation, further strengthening our leadership in the planet pillar of the 2030 Agenda. Additionally, our commitment to international partnerships remains strong. Through bilateral and multilateral collaborations, Suriname has strengthened its governance frameworks and promoted sustainable economic growth. A notable example is the United Nations Multi-Country Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2022-2026, which aligns Suriname's national development priorities with the SDGs, focusing on poverty reduction, health, education, climate resilience, and economic growth. Another noteworthy partnership being that on the Sustainable Pineapple Value Chain Development Project with the FAO and the UNIDO as part of the joint SDG fund. If we look at the success stories for Suriname in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, one noteworthy example is the following. In July 2022, the SDG platform was installed for the first time along the lines of the 9 major groups as identified by the United Nations. However, to ensure a more broadly supported, inclusive, and integrated approach to sustainable development in the country, the platform was expanded. Suriname is for 93% forested and one of the 3 carbon-negative countries in the world. This being said, emphasizing the importance of the environment and climate, the NIMOS Climate Organization was included in the SDG platform. Religious organizations were also included in the SDG platform. The IRAS is an organization which represents the religious organizations in Suriname. Suriname is a multi-ethnic country, and therefore it is important for the country to include the views of this group, being that they contribute to the development of our society. Lastly, the campus was included in the SDG platform. The campus is an organization which represents the tribal people in Suriname. The major groups of the UN only mentions indigenous people. However, in Suriname, we have both indigenous and tribal people. Suriname took deliberate steps to ensure that critical voices, such as those of climate organizations, religious groups, and indigenous and tribal communities, were included in the platform. The inclusion of these stakeholders highlights Suriname's commitment to inclusivity, environmental sustainability, and broad-based stakeholder engagement. Moreover, looking at some of the best practices for Suriname. Suriname has integrated the SDGs into its national planning by embedding these goals into the multi-annual development plan for 2022-2026. This plan was developed through a broad consultative participatory process, ensuring that the SDGs are tailored to the country's specific context and priorities. Adding to this, several institutional frameworks were established. The government established a national SDG committee comprising of representatives from various ministries, the Parliament, the National Planning Office, and the General Bureau of Statistics. Additionally, as mentioned previously, an SDG platform was institutionalized to serve as a link between the government, the private sector, and non-state actors. The SDG Youth Ambassadors Program was also launched to facilitate youth inclusion in the SDG implementation. Lastly, Suriname approved the Environmental Framework Act and adopted a climate change strategy and action plan, reinforcing its commitment to environmental sustainability. In the implementation, there were also some lessons learned. As mentioned previously, the SDG platform was expanded. A key reason for this being that during the preparation of Suriname's first VNR, not all stakeholders were heard. Thus, Suriname made effort to include all stakeholders. By including all groups which form a reflection of Suriname, the country ensures that all stakeholders are heard this time around in its VNR process. Even though strides have been made in the implementation of the SDGs, challenges persist. Suriname, like many developing countries, faces several challenges in preparing its second VNR. We have categorized these challenges into 4 groups. The first being data. Suriname lacks up-to-date and disaggregated data for many SDG indicators, making it difficult to track progress effectively. Weak data collection systems remain a barrier to accurate reporting. The General Bureau of Statistics and other national agencies lack the resources and technical capacity to systematically gather and analyze SDG-relevant data. Second, funding constraints. Economic limitations mean that SDG implementation is not always prioritized in the national budget, restricting financial resources for sustainability programs. Third, institutional coordination. Overlapping mandates among ministries and agencies create gaps in coordination, affecting the efficiency of SDG-related initiatives. And fourth, public awareness. Limited knowledge of SDGs amongst the general population, lack of clear communication strategies, limited media coverage. All these factors form great challenges in the implementation of the SDGs. In conclusion, Suriname's voluntary national review process has evolved significantly from 2022 to 2025. Through expanded partnerships, strengthened institutions, and a more inclusive governance structure, Suriname has made substantial progress towards achieving the 2030 agenda. While challenges remain, we continue to build on our successes, learn from our experiences, and refine our strategies to ensure a more sustainable and equitable future for all. The 2030 Agenda is not just a commitment, it is a shared responsibility, and Suriname remains fully dedicated to advancing its implementation. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a los panelistas que han intervenido. Se pueden rescatar varias cosas.
Rescue several things, and I would like to thank panelists, and we can rescue several things that panelists have mentioned. Last thing that was mentioned in terms of data collection seems to be a common problem among different countries, and likewise the issue of financial resources, the issue of intergovernmental coordination with clear roles in order to obtain data or update the relevant data. That interinstitutional coordination is extremely important. In our case, in El Salvador, we are making an important effort so that the National Development Council, which has involves six ministries, seeks to establish that coordination with clear goals. And we have evidence that that is the same in other countries. The issue of awareness creation or public awareness of SDGs is important, as is a clear communication strategy so that people may fully understand the importance of producing these reviews that undoubtedly lead to better public policies and to better decision making, and also so that public policies may be successful for governments in each one of our countries. I would like now to open up the floor in accordance with the methodology, a space for delegations to participate, and so that they may have a voice in this room. Peru. Begin with Peru. Good afternoon. In some of the experiences that we have had, what is very important is multi-stakeholder workshops. But what is very interesting was a workshop that we had with a Zero Hunger Commission in our Congress, where participants, there were two objectives: to listen to the demand and to supply. But it's very important to listen to supply to see how, as from the inputs of locations themselves, because presentations were made from different regional governments and provinces, how that becomes an input that may be consumed by the neighboring population. Something that possibly at the level of national policy can be done. Peru is a very diverse country, and therefore what is produced nationally is not necessarily consumed in all spaces of our country, and therefore to listen to this supply, and that as from and so that the private sector can work with governments at different levels, national, provincial, and regional. Well, that leads to better results and contributes to this issue of food insecurity, or to the reduction of anemia. And in addition to being a learning process for us, it evidences the achievements in the different spheres of our country. In the multi-stakeholder process, well, we believe that that is a good experience and a good practice. It not only involved working in terms of different pillars, in terms of different issues, but also to include as facilitators a group of experts, experts that could deal with the issues adequately. And in addition to contributing to the report, that they check the final document, that they review the document. Another work that we conducted with regional governments was the application as a result of an event that was organized in Brasilia and where we participated based on this work conducted by these scientists with the Global Report on Sustainable Development by 2023. And we use this methodology in regional governments, identifying the transformation points at different levels to determine how at the level of regional governments we could gain access to the implementation of the 2030 agenda. That is also something that was included in the voluntary review. And something that was very enriching for us, and I mentioned this to conclude, and I commit my colleague from Costa Rica in this good practice, who was a peer review. So we have, let's see, when we were in the process of producing the VNR, we worked with Costa Rica and we shared the final document prior to its edition in order to submit it to a review by peers with a different perspective. And that was truly very enriching. It's very different to provide our document to a Peruvian. It's very different when you share that document with someone with a different perspective. Not only did that improve the contents, but we realized there were things that we were not doing. And so if you're going to submit your VNR this year, please do conduct this peer review process because it was very valuable. Thank you. Now, the delegation of Brazil has the floor. Thank you very much. I have the great honor of presenting Luciano Servo, the president of the Applied Economic Research Study of Brazil. The institute played a fundamental role in the production of our VNR submitted last year. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and authorities from Latin America and the Caribbean, on behalf of the government of Brazil, the National Commission for Sustainable Development, and the Applied Economics Research Institute, it is an honor for me to speak to you in this very important event in order to talk about sustainable development in our region. As a representative of the Brazilian delegation, we reaffirm our commitment with the 2030 agenda. We highlighted the key role of the Commission established in December 2023 that facilitated dialogue with civil society, established the technical assistance of the Brazilian Geographic and Statistical Institute, and this enabled us to produce a second VNR in 2024, and this involved the definition of two groups, so one of focal points involving the participation of 38 ministries and a drafting group involving different agencies, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Planning Ministry, and also representatives of state and national level governments. And we used a rigorous and participative methodology, including the prioritization of measures aligned with our development plan 2024-2026, the participation of international fora on communities of practice, and working with state and private sector companies, and the classification of progress and the identification of good practices. I would like to highlight SDG 18 on ethnic and racial equality declared by President Lula at the UN General Assembly in September 2023. Highlighting the need to deal with all types of discrimination and racism to guarantee sustainable development and to advance towards ethnic and racial equality is fundamental for Brazil and is of great importance for the region as a whole. Now, with regards to the 17 global SDGs, up until 2022, Brazil had been implemented these in 29% and experienced drawbacks in a similar percentage. In 40% of them, it had no indicators or were very irregular in terms of their monitoring, and therefore the country is still mobilizing stakeholders around the 2030 agenda in order to advance with public policies in order to achieve them, and also working with subnational governments via the different agencies, we have reinforced international participation in key factors such as a high-level political forum of the UN, the social G20, and the presidency of BRICS, and also synergies with different entities. Despite all this progress, we still face tremendous challenges, which highlights the need for coordinated action. Brazil is already working on producing the third voluntary national review for 2026, and we reaffirm that the pathway towards sustainable development requires social participation, transparency, integrated policies, international and regional comparisons, all those elements that we have in this space, in this forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development. Let us continue to make progress together towards a more fairer and sustainable future, guaranteeing especially that no one is left behind. Thank you very much. Thank you. I ask you again to please bear in mind the 3 minutes that you have for your country statements. Colombia. Thank you, moderator. Colombia acknowledges in VNRs an opportunity in order to bring to the fore the actions that have been developed both by the state and by NGOs in order to advance in the complete and effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. The fourth VNR submitted by Colombia in 2024 not only acknowledges the general progress achieved along the lines of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, but also delves deeper on the struggle against hunger and malnutrition. These reflections acquire importance, and if we take into consideration that 26% of households have moderate or severe food, suffer from severe or moderate food insecurity, thus the report is an invitation of the government, considering our development plan and considering the human right to food, so that we generate reflections and collective work action so that we can advance towards a country where nobody dies of hunger or suffers from malnutrition. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs is a joint effort of the national government and also multiple stakeholders. And for that reason, the voluntary national review is a result of a collective construction via participative workshops, enabling us to identify the challenges faced by our country and to recommend recommendations based on the perspectives of the private sector, of the public sector, of civil society, of academia, and of international organizations, as well as local and community stakeholders. It is important to highlight that for the first time, we have an interactive version of the voluntary national review, an innovating tool used to promote dialogue and collaboration among all stakeholders involved in the process of implementing the 2030 Agenda. With this vision, the National Voluntary Review is presented as an invitation to joint action, a collective effort that seeks to advance towards a fairer, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Colombians. Thank you very much. Now we offer the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you very much, moderator. Costa Rica in 2024 presented its third voluntary national review. 10 years after the implementation of this agenda, that may sound a little bit simple to mention that we have submitted 3 VNRs. However, the reality is very different. The formulation of these reviews has meant an important learning processes. First VNR in 2017 was produced and coordinated by the UN system. Our second VNR was coordinated jointly by the UN system and the Technical SDG Secretariat, and our third VNR was produced independently by our National Planning Ministry and Economic Policy Ministry. Among the best practices, we want to highlight the peer review mentioned by our colleagues from Peru. And what is also important is to invite not only to the peer review among countries, but also among multilateral and international entities. In this case, for the third VNR, we have decided to submit this to the review of the Center of Strategic Thinking, CEPE, in order to improve the quality of VNRs. And likewise, it is important to highlight the multi-stakeholder participation, remembering that Costa Rica was the first country of the world to have a multi-stakeholder pact that provides us with a governance framework enabling us to participate in the various levels of public governance, and that again enables us to manage a VNR where involving participation throughout the process, as from its methodology and including the inputs that are incorporated and reported in these types of reports. And thus, we don't have a government VNR, but rather a VNR that belongs to our country as a whole, and that is after 10 years of the implementation of the agenda, that is something that we must migrate towards. Among the next steps, we call upon the development of local VNRs, acknowledging the closeness and incidence of local entities in the well-being of our people. So for Costa Rica, it's important to continue to make headway, and we call upon the region in accountability for evidence-based decision-making so that we can achieve sustainable development in the region. Thank you very much. Now we offer the floor to Belize.
First, I'd like to thank the panelists for important information shared and their experiences. I think Belize can relate to a lot of the challenges and lessons learned from your respective countries. First, I'd like to start off with just going specific, having been able to relate to all the challenges, provide some solutions or steps that Belize has actually taken to be able to improve on its VNRs. One is that we have been able to start our second VNR that we presented last year with accepting the realities of limited resources and capacities and all of the challenges that we face. And so one of the things that we did is start 1 year before doing a data ecosystems assessment report that provided us with a detailed report on what the statistical situation was in Belize, right? From in terms of what capacities we had in terms of hardware, software, human resources, and all of these things, to be able to have a better understanding of what data we have available, which data we can collect, etc., etc. Two is we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Statistical Institute of Belize, the official data source of Belize, and we partnered and we have a very strong relationship now with them, and we do all reports now with them being part of the process. Thirdly, we had a data portal that we're currently updating that will begin to host all SDG and Plan Belize Medium-Term Development Strategy data in one hub, in the Belize National Statistical System, that will now be the center or clearinghouse of SDG data to be able to provide then several types of reports coming out of that portal. Two, mixed methods for data collection. I think some of the data was actually shared. We did from virtual, individual, focus groups, national workshops, surveys, and we want what we call a catch on the road sort of data collection. So whenever we were in any other workshop or conferences within the country, and we saw anyone that we needed data from or we needed to interview, we took advantage of those opportunities and literally backed around what information we needed and surveys to be able to capture that information right then and there. Two is systematizing VNR reporting. I think that is very important. We are hoping that we'll do this every 2 to 3 years. And in between, what we have decided to do as a country is to do a thematic reporting in between the VNR so that we're able to then prepare for the next year VNR or next 2 year VNR that we will be formally reporting. And that seems to be working in favor. But this year we have already 2 or 3 reports that we are preparing to prepare for this year. Fourth is the internal capacity building. And so what we did is moving away from depending on international consultants to do reports, and what we're establishing, we have a draft cabinet paper that we're hopefully going to present in a few, to be able to establish what we call an interinstitutional review committee, comprised of 5 member agencies, very key to developing these national reports that will have a mandate so that when we approach other government agencies or any other institutions for data, that we have some level of some teeth to be able to then demand certain data and be able to do that. And again, another importance of this IRC, for instance, is that you'll have the national capacity, because who knows the information, who has the data, who knows rules, the policies, and everything is related to those are the same agencies within the government departments that essentially have the responsibility to regulate these things in the respective ministries and departments. And finally, and I think this is either before or after, is the issue of a post-VNR action plan. In our case, last year's VNR, we required from the consultant to do a post-VNR plan, detailed in terms of what are the next steps, so that the VNRs are not standalone plans, that we have follow-up actions that are required so that we hold people responsible. We can strengthen implementation, and we can continue the process, and it becomes a cycle rather than an individual snapshot of our situation in Belize at the time. And so that is very important. And finally, in addition to the post-action plan, and part of the action plan is a synopsis of where an analysis of the VNR that you do, to be able to then learn from that and be able to, the next time around, you're able to improve on the VNR and the processes that you begin to systematize really the VNR processes that you have. And those things have been working favorably. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tiene la palabra.
The Dominican Republic has been recognized. Thank you, distinguished moderator, and I would like to thank the panelists and my colleague from the Dominican Republic, as well as ECLAC, for offering up this panel, which has truly reflected the reality of the Caribbean nations. And as you mentioned, distinguished moderator, they have all identified data and statistics as one of the main challenges related to preparation of VNRs, and also primarily the availability of quality disaggregated statistics and data. Having this is the only way to show the inequalities that exist in our countries, both domestically within our individual countries and between countries, and that at the same time limit implementation of the 2030 agenda and the attainment of SDGs. You also mentioned in the summary capacity building, capacity strengthening. I would like to refer to a good practice throughout the region, which is the Conference of Statistics of the Americas, which is the main regional forum to boost national and regional statistics and international comparison, as well as cooperation among the national statistics offices and regional and national bodies in the entire UN system. The conference is presided over by the Dominican Republic, and in addition to that, Argentina, Bahamas, Colombia, Spain, Grenada, Mexico, and Uruguay are members. This is a key example of the collaborative efforts of our countries and how this can contribute to reflecting upon key useful instruments for all of our countries with regard to generating data for the SDGs. Just recently, the conference adopted methodological guidelines, and here allow me to mention the Regional Code of Good Statistics, Official Statistics Practices, which is a guideline to make the main principles of official statistics operational. Allow me to also mention another good practice, which is the knowledge transfer network of the conference. It's a virtual network set up to disseminate technologies and share knowledge, as well as to facilitate virtual meetings and exchanges, and the community practices, such as community practices on the 2020 census, female leadership, etc. As mentioned during previous interventions, we are working on a strategic plan that provides an excellent opportunity to reflect upon and identify concrete collaborative actions that enable us to tackle all of the challenges mentioned thus far, and that clearly this conference may become a partner of the countries of this forum for implementing the SDGs, and also for the ABAS, or the Pact for the Future, and as well as other instruments that are available to us globally. Thank you. Thank you. Mexico has been recognized. Thank you, distinguished moderator. It is truly an honor for Mexico to take part in this discussion on good practices relative to the preparation of voluntary national reviews. We recognize that monitoring and following up on the Sustainable Development Goals are key processes to ensure that our public policies and daily actions are aligned with the international agenda. These reviews or these assessments allow us to share progress and lessons learned. They also foster international cooperation and allow for strategic partnerships. At the same time, they facilitate, or rather, they allow for strengthening policies and government organizations. They also mobilize the support of different sectors to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda. For Mexico, the VNRs are a representative example of the efforts aimed at attaining the Sustainable Development Goals from the very beginning. Last year, Mexico submitted its fourth voluntary national review, and we adopted a cross-cutting approach in this review to identify connections and in order to identify complex realities. In other words, by way of these reviews, we went from quantitative evaluation to a qualitative evaluation. Now, actions that have an impact on the 2030 Agenda, well, there are many of these. And how do we show these? Through testimonies of the individuals who are on a daily basis engaged in attaining the agenda locally. In Mexico, we also recognize the relevance of the VNRs as a tool that is crucial for assessing the impact of public policies at different government levels. Preparing these reviews has enabled us to have precise, contextualized information, ensuring that public policy decisions are based on real data and that they truly meet the specific needs of each community. Subnationally speaking, 19 state-level reviews have been prepared and 2 municipal-level ones, and for a total of 31 reviews submitted to the UN HLPF as a benchmark for Latin America. But our work does not stop here. At present, 27 municipalities of the 15 states are in the process of preparing their reviews. This is an example of the growing interest of local governments to adopt this mechanism as a crucial tool for working towards the attainment of SDGs. In Mexico, we would also like to refer to the sectoral reviews. We have unprecedented pioneer work here involving the private sector and unions. This has made it possible to have detailed analysis on the impact of strategies in specific sectors such as education, the environment, economic development, and others. Now, these reviews have enabled us to fine-tune our policies, thereby ensuring that efforts are efficiently channeled to those sectors requiring support. 2030 is growing closer. As a result, these resources are valuable, and we should take full advantage of these reviews as a resource. Mexico thereby confirms its commitment to progressing towards the 2030 Agenda and would like to appeal to the international community to redouble efforts towards attaining these common objectives. Thank you. Thank you. The UN system has the floor. Thank you, distinguished panelists and colleagues. On behalf of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, I would like to speak to you. Article 54 of the SDG refers to follow-up and assessment processes and how these should be people-centered, gender-sensitive, should respect human rights, and have an approach that focuses on the most vulnerable, the most left behind, and the poor. As a result, the actual 2030 Agenda requests including human rights in follow-up and review. That is under the voluntary national or local reviews. Now, recognizing the fact that the countries can secure sustainable development only by safeguarding the rights of all of us. Therefore, there is a the human rights play a key role in the VNRs. 92% of the SDGs, in fact, are directly or indirectly related to human rights and international labor regulations. We are sure that the voluntary reviews are not human rights reviews. However, given the role of human rights in this process, they will help us to improve the content and the impact of these. And by including these, they will also help us to better align national public policies for the benefit of individuals. This, on the one hand, will allow for better implementation of the 2030 agenda, and on the other hand, for compliance with human rights in the countries. So how helpful would it be to include human rights in this process? Well, because it would help with the process per se, including the human rights approach. It allows for fostering significant participation, disaggregating data to ensure no one is left behind, protecting confidentiality and accountability, including the human rights in the VNRs, contributes to our efforts to tackle the challenges. And they will also aid in securing a fairer future. We can improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the reviews through a human rights approach. For example, often it has been said that there's a lack of data, that there are difficulties regarding training. So integrating human rights considerations in this process may boost the analytical scope of the reviews. We know that time and other resources are crucial, but we do have some proposals to assist in this process. We do not have to start from scratch. Instead, there is a universal human rights index which you can find online. This is a database that compiles all the various recommendations of the human rights mechanisms for each of the countries. These bodies may be universal periodic review or the different treaty bodies that address international agreements or special mechanisms. For example, experts that visit countries as part of a mission. Now, these recommendations are linked, and by the way, you can look the information up on the basis of individual SDGs. And this is one way to avoid starting from scratch and finding specific information related to the SDGs and human rights. We would also like to talk about a brief guideline. It's an orientation note that we carried out with the UNDP, and these guidelines aim to provide support to the countries to maximize synergies with regard to the preparation and presentation of reviews. And this is not just related to human rights and its relationship to the SDGs, but also with regard to progress. And these guidelines include a pamphlet that's available to all of you. Finally, I would like to celebrate the work that we have carried out with ILPES to foster the inclusion of human rights under the national reviews and local reviews. We believe that that is the path we need to stay on. And of course, I am available for any questions you might have. And thank you again for allowing me to speak. Thank you. FAO has been recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, countries, for expressing and sharing their experience with the VNRs over the several years. Over the last 4 days, we have heard about the interconnected and interrelated challenges that we face to achieve the SDGs. And it's very important now to use the VNR preparation efforts optimally. An inclusive and integrated approach to the analysis of the progress towards the 2030 agenda and the SDGs should be at the core of VNR preparation, reflecting a holistic way of sustainable development rather than simply focusing on individual SDGs. A shift from the SDG by SDG effort to review to more integrated analysis is essential to understanding the interconnectedness of challenges and identifying comprehensive solutions for the transformation. I'm very happy to hear the example of Mexico taking this approach. Our support to VNR focuses on several key areas that collectively contribute to a more impactful review process. First, our encourage and promote evidence-based and science-driven reviews, ensuring that data and findings derived from these processes inform policy making. This evidence-based approach is vital to drive integrated assessments and actions that lead to the meaningful and measurable change. Then, an integrated approach emphasizes agri-food system transformation, and I will refer to the example of Peru that was mentioned here. Recognizing that achieving sustainable agri-food system is critical to addressing broader social, economic, environmental challenges. By encouraging discussions around the interdependence of these challenges, FAO then supports member nations in identifying and addressing the root causes of unsustainable and practices and policies. And in this context, we also promote the participation of diverse set of stakeholders in the VNR preparation process, enhancing awareness of key roles agri-food system play in achieving sustainable development. And as expressed by a number of countries, to address some of the critical gaps of the capacities and the staff turnover, we created a suite of tools designed to support the preparation countries for the VNR. And these resources include an e-learning course in English and Spanish to empower learners with the essential knowledge and skills needed to contribute to the follow-up and review of 2030 agenda, including VNR and the the follow-up and review process for the high-level political forum. And comprehensive guidance note that highlights our area where the engagement is needed and provides a structured framework to help national authorities and their partners prepare these VNRs. All these resources are available in Spanish and English at PAO e-learning academy, and we encourage the countries that embark the preparation of VNR to use them. Lastly, more needs to be done for the years remaining before 2030, and connecting VNRs to the other global and regional reporting mechanisms is now a way to enhance their effectiveness. Aligning VNRs with framework like voluntary local reviews, that some of the examples were shared today as well, provides a more holistic view of progress, capturing both national and subnational achievements and challenges. Finally, countries would report on cross-sector policies that drive systemic transformation, especially in key areas like agri-food systems, climate resilience, and sustainable agriculture. Detailing efforts in building partnerships and leveraging financial resources will support systemic change, ensuring that VNRs contribute meaningfully to the long-term achievements for the SDGs for all. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Tiene la palabra ONU Mujeres.
UN Women has the floor.
Buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the panelists for their excellent, clear presentations, and thank you to the delegations for their remarks as well. All of this has been key for fostering the dialogue. It's an honor for me to speak on behalf of UN Women. Generally speaking, and also to go straight to the point, we would like to say that the participation of stakeholders in the VNR process is one of the most important components. Now, the stakeholders that we see and that have been mentioned in the presentations by several panelists as well as the delegations, there's been a great deal of mention of stakeholder engagement, and so ideally it would be important to include gender equality mechanisms, parliamentary representation, civil society, community organizations, but also women's rights networks, academia, youth organizations, as well as representatives of the groups that have been more marginalized. Involving all of these stakeholders is one of the main challenges we have cited with regard to preparing the VNRs. In that regard, UN Women may play a facilitating role by involving multi-sectoral stakeholders in this preparatory phase. I would like to mention that collaborating with civil society partners, specifically feminist associations and women's organizations and grassroots organizations, is essential for the VNR preparation process. I would like to underscore another challenge that was mentioned by several of the speakers, and that's that we need better data, but primarily we need disaggregated data that reflect the access of women to education, to employment, to health, to political representation, and time use. We need to base our public policy design on evidence and on data to ensure that policies reflect the reality of women. And In that regard, academia, think tanks, for example, published cutting-edge research. UN Women may play a key role in facilitating partnerships with governments and academia to ensure that the most recent research is used in preparing the VNRs. Also, it's important to determine whether or not the local budgets for VNRs are a true reflection of needs. There are different accountability will allow having accountability will allow for closing key gaps such as informal work or gender-based violence, which we know that addressing these are key aspects for attaining SDGs. Now, women play a key role in harmonizing commitments related to gender equality and empowering women at different international, regional, and local national levels. UN Women can also facilitate collaboration with think tanks addressing women's issues, and by facilitating, by being a liaison between government bodies and other academia. So we know that the VNRs are a key opportunity to link different level policies. And to conclude, close collaboration with the country team will allow for strengthening gender approach policies and collaboration. We want for all of these efforts to be reflected in the VNRs. Please make sure that you know that you can count on UN Women for our support. Thank you.
Hay un montón de temas que han tocado.
There are several topics that we have heard of, and I would include yet another, data collection, or human resources specializing in this data collection, financing, coordination, and participation of other sectors in the elaboration of the VNRs. All our countries have different alternatives for financing or not. It's not easy. The communication strategy is important to sensitize society, but it's important to take into account, Mr. President and the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, is the political variable. We have seen this, and it was mentioned by Guatemala a couple of days ago, that political variable to take into account these reports and for these to have or be reflected in our societies, we must take into account what happens in our countries. I feel it's important for you to pick up on this and follow up on it. Someone, the representative of the Dominican Republic, talked about the international conference on statistical offices, and of course these are important, but in El Salvador for some time we've been thinking of having a similar situation to that of the other countries in the region. For example, in the region, we know that we have countries that are first, second, third, and fourth in terms of their progress. And we hope to celebrate in El Salvador next year. If you would all agree, you're all invited to come in order to take a look at all those instruments and government institutions that are monitoring the SDGs. I would stay there, Chair. And thank you again on behalf of the government, on behalf of the Vice President of Costa Rica that I'm replacing here today. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend as he would have liked to do, but we will continue to support you with all the hard work you're doing. Thank you.
Gracias, Mario.
Thank you, Mario. I would like to invite Javier Medina Vasquez, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, to moderate the next segment.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a dar inicio a la sesión.
Good afternoon. We're going to begin the next session, Public Innovation to Advance the Pact for the Future, Accelerating Action and Collaboration to Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals at the national level.
Les agradecemos un poco de silencio para poder comenzar.
If you could please take your seats, be silent so we can begin. I'm going to offer an introduction to the topic. I am Medina Vasquez, Deputy Executive Secretary at ECLAC. I would like to refer to why public innovation contributes to accelerating the SDGs, and then offer a few guidelines on public innovation, and then how public innovation is expressed in the different sectors and elements.
Este miércoles, el doctor José Manuel Salazar Sirinac, el secretario
We
ejecutivo de la
will,
del octavo informe
on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinax, here at ECLAC, he said that at only 5 years out of the compliance of the SDGs, the advancement of the objectives in the region is not as expected, and the factors have been weak institutions, lack of prioritization of some objectives in the national development plans, financing, which has been reduced, and limited fiscal spaces given the debt. Dr. Salazar also mentioned that as of 2015, the pandemic and the cascading crises that we've seen, these have hindered any progress and have deepened territorial inequalities. All this, together with the geopolitical situation, sets enormous challenges for the 2030 agenda goals. But here at ECLAC, we are truly convinced that there is a margin for action to effectively reach these goals. The commitments of our countries are still high. The member countries of the United Nations adopted the Future Pact, which addresses a series of topics that include peace and security, development, digital cooperation, human rights, gender, youth, future generations, and digital transformation. The Future Pact is meant to accelerate the objectives of the 2030 agenda, and its implementation is a key priority for the next 5 years. As we have mentioned here at ECLAC, this will strengthen the capacities, technical, operational, and perspective capacities of our institutions to achieve these necessary transformations, but especially to open spaces for continuous learning through instances for the development of policies whose design needs to be focused on people. Thus, public innovation is relevant to accelerate innovation and action to reach these SDGs. In the second place, before presenting our panelists, we would like to briefly refer to what we understand by public innovation. Although in literature there are multiple definitions of public innovation, they all aim to new solutions to goods, services, and methods whose focus is in answering to the needs and expectations of citizens. After a profound review of the literature that we're looking at here at ECLAC on the matter, we can identify some key and common elements. First, value in public innovation. It generates public value. This is understood as the value that citizens give goods and services provided for by the state, as long as they are done with quality. And innovation is also important. There needs to be improvements. However, it's important to say that novelty is related to context. Innovation must be novel, not simply for the organization doing so, but it also needs to be applicable in other places, in other contexts. Then we have implementation. Innovation must be implemented and must generate impact in people in the sense of generating public value. Public innovation is not just a good idea, it must be made operational. And we also have the public sector. The idea to implement must arise from different players, but its implementation, leadership of the institutions of the state must exist. And impact. Public innovation is not about generating something new, but generating results coming from citizens. That way, everyone joins in this challenge. And in finding a public result, this context, there are a series of objectives that seek to improve competitiveness of companies, improve gains, and offer new solutions to public problems while responding to the needs and expectations of citizens, putting people at the center. Finally, collaboration. It is one of the most repeated aspects in literature and in public innovation. Public innovation responds to the growing demand, and governments need to offer more equitable and efficient services. It's important to improve democracy, offering innovative solutions allows the public sector to participate actively at a local or national level and addressing the challenges at hand. In this context, this panel has the objective of understanding how the countries in the region are innovating to address these public issues and offering innovative public policies with broad participation and the expansion of digital tools in this area. Executive Secretary Juan Manuel Salazar Sirinax has sought to expand these in the attainment of the 30 agenda. This forum is a catalyst of hope. He said it's a catalyst of hope in building a better future. And in this group, we will talk about how countries are innovating to generate these necessary innovations. In order to comment on these, we have the following panelists. Orlando Rojas, Executive Director of the Chilean Government Laboratory. It's a state agency depending on the Ministry of Finance that since 2015 has co-created solutions to priority issues and generating these by measuring capacities in institutions in order to strengthen them. All this with the objective of improving public functioning. Camila Medeiros, thank you, Camila. Camila is a Director of Innovation of the National School of Public Administration, ENAP, in Brazil. She leads a team that is committed to the transformation of this relationship between the state and society, prioritizing collaboration and solving public needs. The National School for Public Administration was created in '96 in order to transform culture and the public realm, putting people at the center, trying to reach better results for them and serving the population. Third, Daniel Quiroga is the Undersecretary for Open Government in the Office of the President of Ecuador. There is a new way of doing government in Ecuador by generating trust and having public services that are ethical, responsible for social control, and generating social change under the premise of co-responsibility. They've accompanied the efforts of Ecuador in installing this approach in an open state and had recently accompanied us in their second plan to create the third plan. The second plan includes several innovations in terms of the SDGs. Fourth, Latoya Clark is the program director of the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. They work on the modernization of the state and have promoted digital technologies to improve the provision of services, increase efficiency, and promote innovation and governance. I would like to now offer the floor to each of the panelists, and I would like to ask you that your presentations be no longer than 7 minutes. We'll begin with Orlando Rojas, Executive Director of the Chilean Government Laboratory. Orlando, could you please address the following questions? In your experience, what are the main engines for innovation in the public world? What are the enabling factors and the obstacles? And how do you achieve this leap from pilot experiences to making them institutional? And it's something that you have been doing here in Chile. You have the floor. Thank you, Javier Medina, Deputy Executive Secretary here at ECLAC. I'd like to also thank ECLAC for all the work that has been done within the framework of innovation projects developed here at the Chilean Government Laboratory. Speaking of innovation in the public sector, especially in Latin America, we feel is not speaking of something that is fashionable or that is transient. It requires a little bit of calm, but in Latin America, we have no frequent moments of calm. It has to do with structural change that the state needs to make in order to transform before an increasingly demanding citizenship. And of course, before this huge change that we've seen in societies. In Chile, from the Chilean Government Laboratory that I'm in charge of, we have seen this process as an institutional evolution. In the beginning, 10 years ago, we looked at innovation as something experimental. And we then understood that innovation in itself is legitimate and a way of managing and of carrying public operations. And in 2023, it was said that governing is innovating, or innovating is governing, and that is increasingly relevant today. So our experience shows that there are at least 3 engines that sustain these public innovation processes. Perhaps people in the state. We believe that innovation is designed from outside, from creative minds that try to find solutions and that we integrate, sometimes with experts and consultants that support us. And we sometimes also, we've seen this for 5 years. And the most relevant thing that we've found is that over 50 and sometimes even 60% of the innovative ideas, the innovation projects that have been developed are ideas that come from our public officials.
In other words, if we don't open up space or provide possibilities for these ideas forthcoming from staff develop and come to the fore, we're losing the main source of innovation within the state. And why? Well, because it is the staff that know about bottlenecks and the headaches for users, and yet they often have no incentives. And even so, they imagine new things that can be done. But for this engine to work, we must establish certain conditions. We must open up spaces, we must acknowledge, we must provide training, and also support each one of those initiatives, given the fact that innovation doesn't flourish in a vacuum, but rather requires an enabling culture. Secondly, the second thing that we have viewed has to do with crises and urgencies. It is normal that often when we innovate, there is no other alternative. But crises appear and may become opportunities in order to promote transformational solutions. And during the inflation crisis in Chile, for example, following the pandemic, we promoted the creation of an electronic pocket based on direct transfers that we developed through citizen participation and took the shape of a digital wallet that is benefiting 2.4 million people in Chile. And this was not only an economic measure, but also innovation in terms of how the state dialogues, designs, and implements solutions based on the daily lives of people. And this involves a challenge where one innovates and develops processes as a result of urgency, so we don't have to transform that into a process that is rather the end. The objective to benefit from the urgency and the opportunities of people, what we need to do is to socialize the respective governance. Thirdly, citizens as co-creators. Today, citizens do not only want good services, they want to actively participate in their design, they want to express their opinion, and even to collaborate with the implementation. During the pandemic, for example, together with the Ministry for Women, and with 5 goals, we designed a channel called WhatsApp Women, which was a simple service, safe and silent, for women that were victims of violence that could ask help. We did this very quickly, but focusing on what was essential, which was to understand the real experience of users. And this provided us with interesting lessons. This type of innovation doesn't need state-of-the-art technology. It needs, above all, empathy, listening, and focusing on the real public good, on the real public value. I want to ask questions about the enabling factors. Innovation in the state doesn't only happens when adequate conditions exist. It doesn't depend on luck, nor on heroic people. We have many heroes here, I am aware of that, but we don't only rely on those heroes. We have learned that there are key enablers. One of them is a specific institutional framework, having an organization that promotes, coordinates, and supports innovating processes. And indeed, I don't want to be big-headed, but in a government laboratory such as Chile, I believe that that is something important, as are all the other organizations that are in this event. It's also important to have protected budgets and times to innovate. The system cannot only be aimed at executing what is urgent and operational in nature, and also continuous training and collaboration networks are fundamental. Unlike the private sector that is competing, we, the state, we have to collaborate. Often we work in institutional silos, and therefore we need to be able to collaborate to expand what works and to share that. Today in Chile, we're lucky enough to have a network of that connects more than 30,000 people that share knowledge, learn, bring to the fore, and collaborate in terms of implementing public innovation. Now, some problems that we have found: a fear of making mistakes. In many places, we still have a culture aimed at what we call a zero mistake or zero error management. And obviously that involves hiding when mistakes are made, and attaching blame when mistakes are made. That leads to anxiety, fear, and at the end of the day, it leads to administrative paralysis, to a staff member, an official who doesn't want to take risks because he or she may be punished if it doesn't work. We need a model that manages opportunities, that manages making mistakes, and that indeed is able to manage the ability to present new ideas. What is also very important are the political changes that interrupt processes. How can we make it possible for the political cycle to help those changes and to make them sustainable without eliminating them? Because sometimes they are eliminated simply as a result of egos. And the theater of innovation is something very important. In other words, when we try to make these interesting activities like hackathons or whatever, different activities that don't really create that don't have a real impact. Innovation is not a spectacle, but rather something that is implemented in practice. And I agree with the fact that innovation is above all an implementation. And I would like to conclude with a question related to which conditions we have to create so that we can change from pilots and prototypes to real innovations. Please understand what I want to say. I think we have to bureaucratize innovation. It sounds counterintuitive. We don't want to create rigid regulations, but rather institutional legitimacy to these processes. Often the state generates bureaucracy to interact with citizens. But when we want to provide solutions and innovations, we feel that this is simply going to be spontaneous, that creativity is going to be spontaneous, but innovation is the result of a systematic process which implies understanding problems and then testing and validating solutions. And for that purpose, the state has to create procedures and processes. We must think from the onset about the scaling up. Every pilot that is designed cannot only become an experiment, but already possess a model that may be replicated if it works. Today, we have an index of public innovation dating back 5 years now, and it began as an experimental exercise, but we made an interesting effort in order to institutionalize that as an official state tool in order to guide public policies in more than 56 state institutions. And today, and also I believe we need to have a distributed system. Innovation requires a network of officials and technicians that share this objective, a language and a purpose. And that is our main bet with public policies, in the sense that innovation is not an exception, but rather a permanent practice on the part of administration. And to conclude, innovating the public sector is a profoundly political task, but also technical, institutional, and human. Political, because it presents a vision, a management position, which is to focus on people. It's not enough to have good ideas. We need structures that make those possible, leaderships that back that up, an organizational culture that values that. If we want to transform this and respond to the challenges of the 21st century, innovation should no longer be an experiment, but a legitimate and sustainable and democratic governance. Because today, more than ever, governing is innovating. Thank you. Thank you, Orlando. Now we'll offer the floor to Camila Medeiros, Director of Innovation at the Laboratory of Innovation of the Federal Government of Brazil, ENAP. And hopefully you can answer the following questions. How can we create, strengthen, or build innovation capabilities? And what do the processes look like in order to establish this in today's and tomorrow's Brazil? How does this relate with a new leadership style between the state and public institutions? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I thank ECLAC for the invitation and for promoting this exchange that is so necessary in order to strengthen public policy, public action in our region. It's a great honor to participate in this panel and share some experiences, some Brazilian experiences, especially as from the National School of Public Administration, ENAP, and its innovation laboratory, Genova. Brazil has promoted various actions in order to promote innovation in the public sector and transform the way in which we design and implement public policies and services. And for that purpose, what has been fundamental is to promote transformations at 3 supplementary levels: at an individual level, at an organizational level, and at a systemic level. In the individual level, we work with the construction of knowledge and the design of key skills for innovation. ENAP and Genova play a central role in the training of public officials. We have a solid platform for distance learning, the Scuola do Governo, that offers 19 courses on innovation, 77 on digital transformation, and 33 on data sciences. Just this year, in 2025, we have already issued more than 90,000 certificates in these courses. In addition, during 2025, more than 6,500 new public servants selected via a national unified system will receive more than 300 hours of basic training that includes specific aspects related to innovation in the public sector. The inclusion of this course in initial training highlights the importance that the Brazilian government attaches to the innovation agenda as a strategic pillar in order to transform public administration. We guide our training initiatives based on 3 skills to innovate in the public sector: curiosity, the fluidity in data, collaboration, the narrative and communicational capacity, the iteration and experimentation of solutions, and being open to risk. Based on these competencies, Genova has developed a scale for public innovation, which is a tool that enables us to measure changes in the behavior of public officials that participate in these innovation projects. The application of this scale has evidenced that these experiences have a positive impact upon the behaviors leading to innovation. However, there is the risk of when they go back to their work, public servants suffer a fallback in that behavior, especially when the work environment does not favor creativity, collaboration, or experimentation. And therefore, it's important to promote transformations at an organizational level. Now, for innovation to flourish, we need to build work environments that promote psychological security and creative confidence. The creation of safe spaces for innovation is essential, and the innovation laboratories represent a concrete example of how these spaces may be implemented within the public sector. At present, Brazil has 220 innovation laboratories in the public sector, and for 8 years now, Genova plays a key role in boosting the innovation ecosystem in the public sector. We provide a program to accelerate laboratories, and we lead the innovating network, which is a community of practice that brings together more than 12,000 members committed with the transformation of the state via innovation. However, in addition to people and organizations, it is fundamental to have a favorable systemic environment, regulatory frameworks, governance, and resources that provide support and coherence to these efforts. In Brazil, we have made headway in the construction of the systemic environment via legal frameworks that enable innovation in the public sector. The law on innovation dating back to 2016 enabled, for example, the use of mechanisms such as the technological packaging, which was key for the technological transfer in the national production of vaccines against COVID-19. Recently, in 2021, we introduced contractual aspects such as innovating contracts, expanding collaboration between the state and the innovating ecosystem. In order to support the use of these legal frameworks, the general supervisory entity of our country created a team comprised of specialized public lawyers and acts as a nucleus to support and advise public officials interested in developing innovating projects within the sphere of strengthening governance for innovation in the public sector. Brazil has a whole series of strategic initiatives. At present, we are producing a national strategy of innovation and public services, and its objective is to create a model for the design of public services based on human rights. We also have a national strategy, digital government strategy that promotes this in municipalities and regions, and we're also trying to create a national data infrastructure. Finally, the Brazilian plan on AI, launched in July 2024, includes a specific pillar on the application of AI in the public sector, promoting solutions based on emerging technologies. The strengthening of financing has also been fundamental in order to expand the innovation capability. For the first time, investment resources are earmarked specifically for innovation initiatives at a government level. One example are the challenges of artificial intelligence, which is a joint initiative by Genova and the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation that enabled the financing of 25 AI solutions applied to government organization problems in Brazil, making headway with the innovation with transformative innovation requires means that we have to acknowledge the importance of innovation. These agendas are central for the legitimacy, efficacy, and sustainability of public policies. Innovating also implies reviewing power structures to rethink participation mechanisms and guaranteeing that groups that have been historically excluded are present from the very onset of these solutions. In this sense, we have promoted initiatives such as training on innovation in programming for women that have had tremendous results. And the week on innovation in 2024 dealt with the issue of care. And this year, the key issue is going to be climate. Two agendas that are profoundly connected to the inequalities that impact minorities. Public innovation, for it to be truly democratic, must take on board this ethical and structural commitment. The promotion of innovation in the public sector is completely aligned with the commitments of the pact included in the Pact for the Future, modernizing governance, applying science and technology based on human rights, and support citizen participation are principles that only become a reality if states strengthen their ability to innovate. Investing in skills, tools, and favorable environments for innovation is not only a technical option, but rather a key political struggle in order to crystallize a future that we want to build collectively, inclusively, and sustainably. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Camila. Daremos ahora la palabra a
Now,
Daniel Quiroga,
I'd like to give the floor to Daniel Quiroga, the Undersecretary of Open Government of the Presidency of Ecuador. Daniel, regarding characteristics of public agencies, we have using digital tools, public participation, interinstitutional collaboration, and access to data and information for evidence-based decisions. Which of these attributes could we find in Ecuador in the organizations that have fostered co-creation processes, and what are the lessons learned, and what open government action plans have government agencies implemented regarding key aspects related to SDGs?
Todos y todas, distinguidas autoridades de la CEPAL,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished authorities of ECLAC, representatives from the countries of the region, distinguished moderator Javier Medina, and others. I would like to begin by talking to you a bit about what's necessary with regard to making changes at the public institutional level. And I would like to say that it's often cultural and challenging these barriers are challenging to overcome. I would have to say that when we talk about innovation in the private sector, that is something that is prized. But in the public sector, the mistake, as I often say, mistakes are punished because in keeping with current practices, civil servants are trying to provide the best service regardless of what it costs us. That's what we think, but it's not always that way. Now, we think that in order to talk about public innovation, we need to include different control organizations, supervisory organizations, such as the superintendency, the comptroller office, the ombudsman's offices, etc. And at the end of the day, these organizations are necessary, need to be involved in the public innovation processes because they need to be aware of the different processes carried out by different institutions with the view to meeting citizens' needs. Now, we in Ecuador have placed our chips on e-government, and actually Ecuador is one of the last countries to join a partnership in 2018. And thankfully, given this tardy inclusion, we have taken lessons from other countries. We know that many countries are in their fifth or sixth plan, but Ecuador is on its third plan. But we have been able to make major challenges over the last 4 years with regard to moving towards digital government, open government. We have many different groups here included. We have 5 different levels, and the quickest way to innovate is in the territorial level. And to that end, we need to include local governments. We are currently we're organized based on 3 different local government levels, and we know that the local governments know about the citizens' realities more than any other level. And we cannot talk about public innovation as one of the pillars of open government without referring to public-citizen collaboration. In other words, involving NGOs. In Ecuador, as you can see, we understand the role of the public sector, civil society, and academia in the different public actions. We would also, with regard to institutional legitimacy, we know that this is key, and we understood this from the very beginning. We have ministerial rules that define agreements that define rules to give shape and life to the different government decisions and to include civil society. I'm limited on time, but allow me to talk about the 2 action plans that have been rolled out, 94% of which have been complied with. With regard to the first action plan, we clearly know that in order to better decision making, we need data. There's a great deal of talk about interoperability or artificial intelligence, but sometimes we forget that in many of our countries, we are just we are concerned with open data. We, for example, have 10 plans, and that's 10 commitments, and this can take time to roll out. And when you talk about open data in Ecuador, before 2020, it was something impossible. In fact, you would talk to a civil servant, and they would say, "What do you mean? We don't work with those." And when the portal was opened in 2021, 2022, we didn't even have 5 data sets, and there were very few public agencies involved in this initiative in the early days. But now, thanks to the cultural change that we have secured, and I've always said that cultural change is a major gap, is a major challenge for moving forward with initiatives. We have more than 100 agencies engaged in these initiatives, and thanks to that, we have many different digital tools for decision making. And with regard to the second action plan, we also made a significant leap forward. The 5 different government areas committed to certain actions. One of the levels worked on good practices for public innovation in order to better meet society's needs. Now, I would like to focus on one initiative in green, which is the Judicial Open Data Platform. We have open data that go beyond the executive branch and include the judicial branch and legislative branch as well. In the end, we are interested in understanding how the Congress people vote the different bills, and we aim to facilitate access to public information. We have the transparency platform that aims to consolidate the information on a single platform for citizens' ease of use. And so we can work with innovative data. We also have an open budget thanks to information uploaded by the Ministry of the Economy and Finance. As far as innovation is concerned, we have a partnership that works in areas such as public information access, justice, anti-corruption, and one of the challenges that we have faced was related to including a commitment related to health. In Ecuador, the health sector involves public health, private health, armed forces health, national police, and the Social Security Institute. So we had to include all of those stakeholders in this process, and it was quite a challenge. I will talk a bit about how this panned out in terms of citizen collaboration. As you can see here, thanks to the tools that we have developed, we have a centralized open data platform. This has allowed for better production planning of the private sector relative to the goods that the state is going to purchase. And this allows for the private sector for planning better as well. This open data platform is essential. Without information, it's challenging to innovate. We know that. And now allow me to refer to some of the innovative tools that did not come from the public sector per se. We know that citizens innovate much quicker than the public sector. Now, through the Ministry of the Environment and Ecological Transition, we worked with university students and professors and academia to provide information with regard to forestry enforcement actions and river conservation and forest conservation. We, as the public agencies, provided information, and the students used statistics, tools, and models to define different new areas requiring water control and forestry control. Now, the ministry could have done this, but the citizens did it much quicker based on information provided to them by the state, by the government. Now, you know that with regard to data security, it's challenging to share information. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock had information and was looking to develop an innovative tool so that the ministry could work on soil conservation policies. You can see here how in 2022 they had identified the eligibility of different swaths of soil for rice crops. And if we hadn't implemented soil conservation policies, the eligibility of these different swaths of land for soil, for rice crops would not have been possible. So public innovation, working with citizens in the end involves providing information and sitting down at the table and working together. With regard to public health, we have a dashboard that is implemented by the ministry with support by the University of Cuenca. And what they did was use data to geolocalize the areas where there are the highest number of prenatal visits in order to understand where more were needed to better serve pregnant women. And I would like to close with this. Valeria is over there, and she asked me to include this. And including this commitment was quite a challenge. There were many different stakeholders involved here. The ministerial agreement was issued in December of last year, and the official registry was launched in January. We were looking to secure universal health coverage, and we covered data governance to modernize the technological structure in order to not leave anyone behind. Efficiently and sustainably. We worked with civil society here and all the different public entities that I already mentioned, the complementary network, the private healthcare network, the public healthcare network, and CEDIA, which is a social organization that includes several different higher education entities. Here you have a brief summary referring to how difficult it was to do all of this. But allow me to mention that Ecuador did not have all the necessary pieces of equipment and tools, so we had to innovate in the various processes and come up with different solutions. And we reached a consensus with citizens and all the different health care services in Ecuador. Allow me to mention some of the objectives to reinforce. digital health coordination and governance. I told you we worked with open data, the different public health services. And for example, another goal was to reduce from 60 to 25% the technological equipment gap between public and private institutions, to boost to 90% the number of professionals with digital skills, and to raise to 60% the number of public and private healthcare establishments with interoperable electronic health records. Now, all of this was quite a success for us, and it's a challenge today to co-create, well, to implement actually the policies, rather, the projects, to make sure that this policy is properly rolled out and becomes a reality. Allow me to wrap up with what I think is key. Part of the goal of public institutions is to serve the public. And so if you're able to do this, this means that you have to have a cultural revolution with regard to people's mindset and how the civil servants go about things. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you, Daniel. Now let's give the floor to Latoya Clark, Program Director of the Sustainable Development Goals Secretariat of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. This institute is part of the regional, ILPE's regional council. Now, Latoya, we would like to invite you to talk about the main drivers of innovation in the public sector in Jamaica, and how we can accelerate change through the use of digital technologies to empower individuals and to allow citizens to have more access to public administration. Go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you again and say thank you to ECLAC for inviting us to be a part of this panel. The Pact for the Future represents renewed global commitment to implementing the 2030 Agenda and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. This forward-looking approach considers important transformations that enable countries to respond to new and emerging challenges while safeguarding the gains made on core development indicators. Countries in special circumstances, such as SIDS, are further constrained by fiscal challenges and heightened vulnerability to external economic shocks and weather events. Countries must respond, and proactive measures have proven to be a significant buffer whilst also facilitating growth. Public innovation has proven to be a transformative force in modernization, enhancing service delivery to the population, promoting peace, justice, and security, accelerating economic growth, and promoting efficiencies in institutions. In his presentation to the Summit of the Future, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, emphasized that, and I quote, "The Pact represents a pathway for turbocharging SDG implementation, addressing the impact of and tackling the key drivers of climate change, and setting the framework for global governance to be more equitable, just, and inclusive," end quote, and signaling continued commitment to the multilateral agenda and endorsement of the Pact for the Future. Accelerating action and collaboration to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals at the national level requires investments in transformations that enhance governance and service delivery, whilst that empower citizens and promotes growth and well-being of the population. These investments through partnerships and collaborations serve to strengthen capacity of institutions, modernizing approaches and building the institutional capacity to strengthen implementation and promote growth in the public system. Within the framework of the National Development Plan, technological transformations have supported growth, citizen security, modernization of social protection systems, educational transformation, and health service delivery. The government of Jamaica's modernization agenda has been a key driver of progress across the development landscape. It includes the creation of modernization policies and support to ministries, departments, and agencies in delivering efficient and effective integrated public services that are tailored to the needs of clients. This is achieved through the establishment of robust mechanisms for decision-making, human and financial resource management, as well as coordination and performance management throughout the government. In this regard, the strengthening of systems for e-government to support efficiencies in a range of functions were established. These include human resource management in the public sector through systems such as MyHR Plus, a digital database for the public sector that enables ease of access to records, reports, and request systems, public investment management and procurement through the Government of Jamaica's electronic procurement portal, GoJEP, designed to improve transparency in public procurement. And this e-tendering system offers a secure, interactive environment, for procurement, enabling users to have direct access through registration and throughout the procurement lifecycle. The Public Investment Management System, PIMS, was established through amendments to the Financial Administration and Audit FAA Act of 2014 to streamline the preparation, appraisal, approval, and management of all government projects in Jamaica, irrespective of the source of funding and the type of procurement or implementation method that is used. ICT tools such as the Jamaica Budget Information System enables efficiencies in preparing the annual estimates of expenditure and disbursement of funds on a monthly basis. The Central Payment Account allows centralized access by the GOJ to all its resources, along with payments to goods and service providers for all central government entities, thus increasing efficiency and effectiveness in the management of budgetary resources. There is also a budget preparation management system which supports the medium-term results-based budgeting. The electronic taxation system, Revenue Administration Integration System, or RAISE, enhances revenue generation by making tax filings and payments more accessible for some government services. This, together with advancements in business registration, trade, and tax compliance via online portals, simplifies documentary processes, contributing to a more efficient business environment that supports growth and encourages investment in development. Access to public services through innovation is also demonstrated in the modernization of the traditional post office network to provide money transfer, national insurance benefits, and other government services at the community level to expand reach and coverage, especially for rural populations. These systems, among others, aim to improve governance through transparent and accountable mechanisms and provide tools to enhance access for stakeholders. This also supports the strengthening of the means of implementation through domestic resource mobilization and efficient use of partner resources to spur growth. The government of Jamaica also prioritizes social transformation using innovative approaches to strengthen social protection and education systems. Through the SDG Joint Fund, social protection architecture is being enhanced to be more inclusive, and shock responsive, utilizing efficient payment processes, particularly for vulnerable groups. At the macro level, primary healthcare reform 2021 to 2030 aims to improve integration and coordination across the healthcare system. Innovations to support improved health outcomes include the National Health Fund's quick prescript system, which allows remote prescription submissions and streamlined pickup, improving patient convenience and operational efficiency. Additionally, for citizens without access to a mobile device or internet, a kiosk option is available at certain locations to facilitate these services. Jamaica's educational reform has incorporated technology to improve record keeping and classroom delivery. Digital tools include the first 100 days mobile app, which allows parents and caregivers to monitor and track the pace of development of children from pregnancy to the age of 2. This solution provides vital information on the formative years of a child's development and is localized to the Jamaican context with relevant resources and tools, as well as the Arrow software, which improves literacy through personalized learning. And this software was developed with support from the UK-Jamaica Violence Prevention Partnership. Jamaica's National Identification System, NIDS, which is still in the implementation phase, aims to provide a secure, reliable, and unique method of authenticating an individual's identity by establishing a universal digital ID. Improvement in civil registration has also been extended with innovations such as birth certificates in Braille for the visually impaired. In keeping with the government of Jamaica's commitment to sound environmental management and safeguarding life and property from the threat of natural disasters, smart technologies such as real-time flood monitoring through early warning systems enable swift response from appropriate authorities and residents, enhancing public safety and resilience. Moderator, we acknowledge the transformative potential of artificial intelligence and support inclusive global governance of its development and use. Jamaica's National Artificial Intelligence Task Force has produced recommendations for a national AI policy to harness its benefits whilst managing the associated risks in a responsible way. In closing, Jamaica views public innovation as integral to national development and achieving the SDGs. Evidence-based digital transformations empower institutions, businesses, and citizens alike, fostering resilience, inclusion, and sustainable growth. We remain committed to continued collaboration across the region and with our international partners in realizing these shared objectives. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Latoya.
Thank you, Latoya. Thank you to all panelists. As you may have seen, we have a wide range of experiences, especially in Chile. It's necessary to have this structure to transform our countries and to transform these ideas to open spaces for development and have greater dialogue. And it's also about the development of certain conditions in support of innovation You showed many examples, and there are three great examples: the fear of errors, the discontinuity of political cycles, and having the necessary innovation. And this scaling up of the processes and generating the systems distributed in public networks is a very important point. From Brazil, we heard about a very rich experience, organizational and in terms of the systemic environment. And competition is key. Developments with the distance learning platform, digital innovation, digital transformation, very modern. And it seemed very interesting. There were a series of very specific instruments like the innovation for agenda, the agenda for innovation, and it is a huge network. There's 120 labs in the public sector. This law for innovation and the process for financing and involving the Controller General's office, that is extremely important for these cases. So it is a set of initiatives that are distributed very well, and it's a very impressive case. In terms of Ecuador, Daniel warned us of the cultural difficulties, the need to apply the instructions made by the state. And a few years ago, it was unheard of. But now we have 100 public institutions, 1,500 sets of data, all with digital data. And the citizenship is participating actively. Forestry resources, water resources, digital health, etc. It is a wide array of services, and the challenge was mainly in implementing cultural projects as well, quite inherent. In the case of Jamaica, there was also a very interesting presentation, given the clarity in their commitment to implement specific measures to have a better quality of life for citizens in topics such as social protection, environment, and health. But I would like to stress something that I found very interesting. It's a relationship with the population, building capacities, and something Latoya mentioned, which is a quality of management, managing resources in all aspects, and how that can be taken to very important topics such as education, technology, different sectors, smart technologies, social services, and a very broad range of measures in the territory. So we've had a holistic, very comprehensive presentation. I would like to ask each of you to take 30 seconds to quickly make your recommendations. What are your recommendations to implement public innovation in the SDGs? I'd like to begin with Camila. I don't know. I think my main recommendation would be to have people at the center of the formation process and also at the core of the design to improve public administration. On the other hand, also to have citizens at the center of the identification of problems and of the design of solutions, having people at the center of it all and citizens as well. I think that this is key. Thank you very much, Camila, and congratulations for your impressive initiative. Daniel, what would yours be? I fully agree with putting citizens at the center, not only of the development of public policies, but also public management in general, public services, national strategies, linking to all things local. Sometimes central governments forget that we need to work jointly with municipalities and townships. It's important to be out in our territories to work in order to allow them to assist us. They work closely with citizens. And if you are closer to citizens and territories, you give them better solutions and generate true public value to take care of their needs. Very clear. And this territorial dimension, well, we've heard several cases of how it's been done in coordination with public policies. It's very, very interesting. Thank you, Daniel. Latoya, you have the floor. What would your recommendation be?
Thank you. My primary recommendation would be continued assessment and building institutional capacity on a continuous basis to foster efforts at public innovation. And this will ensure that we have appropriate designs and effective implementation of solutions that are tailored to meet the needs of people.
Gracias, Latoya. Muy interesante.
Latoya, it's very interesting. What Jamaica is doing is excellent. The quality of management is quite real and with excellent results. Thank you very much. And would you conclude, Orlando? Thank you. Well, first of all, to conclude, I would like to say that any human group can be innovative if we know how. This is not just about a niche of experts. We can all innovate if we know how to do it. There are three main things that we measure in the Innovation Index, and we have found interesting relationships that were mentioned here. If we want innovation to be impactful, we need to first have a human team with skills, motivated, that know how to participate with the users who know the issues. We need to know what the processes are and have processes that encourage and generate conditions for these services to exist, and clear governance to generate governance strategies within the public institutions in order to generate conditions so that everything you develop can become a reality. Thank you. Thank you, Orlando. Thank you, Camila, Daniel, and Latoya. I feel that we have completed the agenda and we've seen that it is feasible to introduce public innovation to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. I would also like to thank the Institute of Planning and Valeria Torres, specifically with her team, for organizing this panel in detail. Thank you.
Sí. Contribuciones, por favor, de las delegaciones.
Are there any contributions by the delegations?
Los cansamos.
I think we've tired you all out. Shyness, tiredness, all of the above. Thank you, Javier. This was the last segment of the meeting. We now have to move on to conclusions. Following, I will present the conclusions and recommendations agreed by the governments that have met at this 8th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. The chair, represented by Peru before the United Nations, has circulated the first version of project of conclusions and recommendations of the 8th meeting of the forum to the members at the Forum of New York, and 6 virtual consultation sessions were held on the 24th, 26th, and 28th of February, the 5th, 7th, and 10th of March. On March 10th, the text was agreed to referendum at the end of the day on March 12th, and since no member state broke silence, the chair hereby submits the final text of conclusions and recommendations. If there are no comments, the text is approved. Would like to read the moderation. Nope, excuse me. I'd like to offer the floor to the delegation of Paraguay, the ambassador of Paraguay in Chile, Antonio Rivas Palacios. Thank you. I would first like to thank and congratulate you for the way in which the forum has been moderated, and I would like to make reference to a situation that is of concern at an international level. And perhaps we can try to go back to commitments made in the past and that we need to bear in mind. Paraguay would like to renew its conviction that multilateralism continues to be the most effective tool to address the challenges that transcend our borders. Paraguay recognizes and values the role of the United Nations in the promotion of international cooperation for development, promoting a vision that harmonizes its 3 dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. We understand that these pillars are interdependent and that development requires a comprehensive approximation that should not leave any of these spheres out. Paraguay also underlines what was said by Santiago Peña in the Future Summit in September last year in New York when referring to the Future Pact. It is a document that is a declaration, non-binding. Each state is free to implement it depending on their constitutional frameworks, values, traditions, principles, culture. In the case of Paraguay, our constitution grants us a constitutional status. And culture is not just a component of formal education, but a component that is substantial to the identity of people. And we must respect it and value it, guaranteeing the plurality of voices within our nations, but also within the framework of the United Nations. Consequently, all these elements will guide our interpretation of the document that is adopted today, conclusions and recommendations of the governments that have met here at this Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. On the other hand, it's important to remember that throughout its history, the main achievements of multilateralism have been possible thanks to the principle of the sovereign equality principle of the states, and it is in the UN Charter. We are diverse, and because of this, many times we have diverging opinions. Mutual trust, which is of the utmost importance for multilateralism, is only possible if we respect this diversity of opinions. And there is this fight against poverty and hunger between the countries that produce food. Paraguay defends the right to produce produce to protect the environment, and we should not strangulate the economies of smaller countries, but rather strengthen them and offer them access to other solutions. The health is a very important component for human development. It must be of easy access and resilient, and it's key to guarantee the dignity of our peoples, reduce structural inequality, and promote social stability.
One of the most critical obstacles for the effective implementation of international cooperation for development is the unequal access to financing. The financial gap faced by developing countries limits their ability to invest in infrastructure, health, education, and climate change adaptation. We must guarantee a fair and equitable access to financial resources with mechanisms that take into consideration the structural inequalities and the specific situation of developing countries, especially of those that face vulnerabilities such as developing countries. Financing is not only a factor for development, but rather a tool to overcome geographic barriers and structural barriers that impact their access to international markets and their economic competitiveness. And Paraguay reaffirms its commitment with multilateralism as the best pathway to deal with global challenges. The response to the crisis of confidence that we face today implies more multilateralism, one that is inclusive, representative, and effective in the implementation of commitments that have been entered into, and also respectful of national sovereignty. Thank you very much. Now we thank Ambassador Rios of Paraguay, and now I'd like to offer the floor to the Secretary of the Commission. Thank you, President. We conclude a fourth day of tiring activities involving an enormous amount of work. I'll offer the floor to the General Director for Economic Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Peru, and together with congratulating his presidency, it has been 4 long working days that has been very successful. So, Ambassador Felix Rubio, you have the floor, sir. Thank you, Luis. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar Siriñach, delegates and representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. We are closing an intensive week of work, dialogue, and joint reflections at the 8th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. Has undoubtedly been a very fruitful event for regional cooperation, the exchange of experiences, and a renewal of our commitment with the 2030 agenda. Over these days, we have dealt in depth with the most urgent challenges facing our region. We have heard the voices of governments, multilateral entities, civil society, private sector, and academia. Each intervention has contributed to enrich our understanding of what is at stake and how it is that we can make progress with greater decision towards sustainable development. We held dialogues about the importance of financing for development that is more equitable and effective in view of the next international conference that will be held in Seville. We also discussed the progress and the challenges when it comes to social progress, considering the next World Summit in Qatar. We heard valuable contributions on the road towards COP30 on climate change, and we commemorated the 30 years of the Beijing Platform of Action. remembering that gender equality is not an isolated objective, but a cross-cutting pillar involving all sustainable development at a sectorial level. The different working groups on SDGs, SDG 3, 5, 8, 14, and 17 have evidenced the concrete commitment of our countries with a development agenda that is above all comprehensive in nature. Health, gender equality, decent work, the protection of oceans, strategic alliances have not been discussed as isolated goals, but rather as mutually reinforcing aspects that demand a coordinated response. Likewise, shared experiences in the national action dialogues and in voluntary national reviews have shown that beyond our differences, there is a common commitment, and that is of leaving no one behind by sharing our lessons, achievements, and challenges. We not only strengthen cooperation between our countries, but we also build trust. And it is within that mutual trust when we find the way ahead to make progress together. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum has also been a reminder that time is scarce. We're only 5 years away from 2030, and if we don't speed up our pace, many of the goals will not be achieved. But we're not here, but we're here to reaffirm that with political will, with active cooperation and citizen participation, we will be able to achieve those goals. On behalf of Peru, I would like to express my gratitude. We have been honored for presiding this meeting and for all participation. The delegations from Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to thank observers also for their valuable contributions and commitment with the regional development agenda. I would like to thank ECLAC for its impeccable organization and for being an important point that provides institutional and technical support on the road towards a fairer, inclusive and sustainable development. I would like to thank the UN agencies for their permanent accompaniment. We say farewell with the conviction that this forum is not a closure, but rather a starting point. Until the 9th forum, I believe that we will be able to show concrete results as a result of sustained work and the commitment of our institutions and the positive results of the multiple global meetings that we will be holding this year, 2025. The Peruvian presidency will always be willing to enrich our debate. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. And to conclude this week's work, we'd like to offer the floor to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Salazar Ciñaches. Thank you, Luis. Dear Ambassador Felix Rubio, Director General and President of this forum, distinguished ministers and representatives of the countries, national authorities and diplomatic corps, dear colleagues from the agencies, funds and programs of the UN system, and resident coordinators, the representatives of civil society, of the youth, of academia and the private sector, ECLAC colleagues, friends all. I would like to begin by thanking you for all the work you have done in these days, but also for the message you have conveyed by doing this work and making this effort in the current international context of geopolitical shocks, of questioning the values and principles that have upheld the multilateral architecture for practically 80 years. For 80 years, in fact, this forum has been a demonstration of multilateralism, of the ability to enter into agreements and alliances, to advance common work and cooperation agendas, to find in the midst of differences the space to build bridges and live together in peace. I want to emphasize this. We are going through a time when it is very easy to become paralyzed, to withdraw, to become demotivated. To be pessimistic. You have sent a signal here of movement, of commitment, of continuing to believe in the 2030 agenda and of the Pact for the Future. as for what they are, historical achievements of humanity to move towards a better future for all people and for the entire planet. This week's follow-up work and reflection is coming to a close, but our work to continue to drive progress towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goals is redoubled as we leave this room. Clearly, the challenges are enormous, but so is the commitment of those of us who have been here. Perhaps the greatest learning from these 10 years of SDG implementation is that the necessary transformations will only be achieved through collaborative work among multiple actors, as has been reflected in the activities and side events held this week during this forum. My congratulations and heartfelt thanks to Ambassador Rubio of Peru for heading this 8th meeting of the Forum of Latin America and Caribbean countries on sustainable development with great commitment and leadership. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Friends, during 5 years, we have listened to a great diversity of contributions from multiple fields. More than 1,000 people have joined us in person over the course of these days. Representatives from government, the private sector, civil society, academia, and international organizations. So we have had the participation of more than 160 government delegates from 24 member countries of the forum. 3 associate members of ECLAC and 7 member countries of ECLAC and the United Nations have participated as observers. In all, more than 20 plenary sessions have been held and more than 40 side events. As you are aware, this forum meeting included action dialogues at the global, regional, and national levels. From the global perspective, I greatly appreciate the fact that we continue to make progress in the region's consensual positioning in the major international fora that are upcoming: the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, to be held in Seville, the 2nd World Summit for Social Development in Qatar, COP30 on climate change in Brazil, the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women and the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. You are already aware of the conclusions of the various action dialogues, but I would like to emphasize, with regards to the pathway towards Seville, the importance of the countries of the region, giving it the priority it deserves. We are still on time to exert a greater influence, and I believe that that is an obligation. It's important that you should convey these messages to your ministers of finance, because they are the ones who, at the end of the day, govern here. One of the 10 gaps that we have identified in ECLAC, which are structural challenges in the development models of Latin America and the Caribbean, is precisely the fact that our countries operate in limited fiscal spaces, face high and increasingly expensive financing costs. Well, now there is a new rate when we talk of this becoming more expensive. And this is what Seville is for: a space to seek solutions to problems such as fiscal restrictions and over-indebtedness, to negotiate emergency response mechanisms, tax support, debt renegotiation, climate bonds, and a series of instruments without which it will be very difficult for our countries to find the sources of financing that will enable them to achieve the 2030 agenda. It is also an opportunity for the region to seek to participate and influence the necessary reform of the international financial architecture. Our region has been a leader in financing for development for many years, and it is essential that it seeks to resume this leadership. I want to be very emphatic on this point here. Prioritizing financing for development implies prioritizing development. It implies prioritizing the ability of governments to fulfill their commitments to the people and to the 2030 agenda. With regards to the road to the World Conference on Women, I would like to reiterate my recognition of the powerful, broad, inclusive movement that has been generated in Latin America and the Caribbean around the agenda of girls and women. There are still immense challenges to be overcome in order to continue to advance towards substantive equality, such as the persistent gender-based violence and the disproportionate amount of care work that falls primarily upon the shoulders of women. But it is precisely why I welcome and recognize that the regional gender agenda is advancing so decisively in positioning and promoting the paradigm of the care society. This is a clear example where regional dialogue and multi-stakeholder action has put us at the forefront and has allowed us to promote visions and actions for fairer societies. I would like to emphasize that ECLAC, together with all of us present here, will continue to promote the regional gender agenda, and to this end, we will be holding in the next regional conference on women in Mexico in August, where we will once again set an example of how the development agenda in the region is moving forward through active and vibrant multilateralism. My friends, I would like to acknowledge the significant participation of the Caribbean countries in this forum, as well as their high level of representation and the depth of their interventions in the working groups. I reiterate my commitment and that of ECLAC to make progress on the issues of particular concern to the Caribbean. In this regard, I highlight the call they made to promote the development of the Caribbean through greater synergy between the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for small island developing states, in terms of strengthening financial mechanisms, improving climate resilience, and environmental sustainability, promoting digital development and human capital, and valuing regional cooperation for small island developing states. On substantive issues of the regional agenda, this forum addressed matters as varied as forward planning and governance, inclusive education and teaching, sustainable trade, the future of cooperation, democracy, social and circular economy, public-private partnerships, urban transformation, the climate crisis, ethnic racial equality, financial sustainability of health systems, strategic minerals, industrial development, disaster risk reduction and human rights, and the link of all of this to the 2030 Agenda. It's an impressive task that you have undertaken, and likewise at all side events, and the tremendous work that you have done here. I especially reiterate the contributions of civil society on these issues and many others. And once again, I thank the inputs of children, adolescents, and youth to the work of this forum. One of the common points in the discussions these days has indeed been the special role to be played by highly relevant population groups for the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, such as the women, young people, the elderly, people with disabilities, Afro-descendants, religious associations, and local governments. It is also essential to mention the presence and contribution of the private sector at this meeting, with more than 350 business representatives that participated in 2 side events and that reiterated their commitment to the achievement of the SDGs. And here I cannot but resist the temptation of mentioning how the governance of development issues has changed. In ECLAC in the 50s and 60s and 70s, these were very vertical aspects. It was expected that in one way or the other, governments would achieve development practically on their own. And we are in a completely different paradigm today. In the dialogues that you have held, the voluntary agreements, the location of the 2030 Agenda, and we are fully aware that using networks of communication and networks of action, that is the only way to go ahead involving, the only way to make progress with the participation of everyone. As ECLAC noted in the 8th report, only 23% of the 2030 Agenda targets are on track to be met on time. But these days have shown us that this diagnosis is not a sentence. It is possible to speed up the pace. It is possible to take actions that allow us to accelerate progress and generate capacities to manage all these necessary transformations. This is not the time for timidity or procrastination. We are at a juncture that requires a sense of urgency and bold action. And in this sense, I would like to highlight the commitment that the adoption of the Pact for the Future means, and the symbolic meaning of the values represented there. This agreement is more than just a declaration. It is a political commitment, a way of doing things, and a vision of the world, and of how to work between countries, between nations, and between sectors in order to create a better future. May this forum serve as a beacon for us to navigate the months ahead, and may it be a reminder of all that unites us and gives us hope. that shared commitment for a more productive, a more inclusive, and more sustainable future based on collaboration and partnership. I conclude with my thanks, which I am sure is shared by all of you, to all the colleagues who supported us in all the organizational and logistical aspects of this forum. That has taken months to prepare, as always. Many thanks to Luis Yañez and Jimena Arias and the whole Secretariat team. Many thanks to Margarita de Igarzábal and Catalina Campos and the whole team of the conference unit, to the technological and communication support teams, to Sally Shaw and all the staff of the Documents and Publications Division, to the security team, to the interpreter colleagues who have been working hard and to whom I wish a well-deserved rest this weekend. Thank you very much. And last but not least, to Jorge Mario Martinez, and I don't know whether he is present here. Oh, here he is. Okay. And his team in Mexico coordinated the preparation of the document that we are presenting at this forum, and to all the colleagues from different ECLAC divisions who prepared inputs for the preparation of that document, and to all participants, to all you from government, civil society, and the private sector, and colleagues of the UN system. I reiterate our gratitude for your valuable contributions, and I hope that apart from this hard work, you have had a good time in ECLAC and in this neighborhood and in this marvelous city, Santiago. And I wish you a safe and happy return to your countries. Thank you very much.